Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the movie of What if Deku leveled up to be a hero? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was born in a world where quirks were the norm, and those without them were ostracized. His parents, Hisashi and Inko, were both quirkless, and they struggled to make ends meet in a society that saw them as inferior. Growing up, Izuku faced relentless bullying and discrimination from his peers, who viewed him as weak and useless. His parents worked multiple jobs to provide for him, but they couldn't afford to give him the same opportunities as their quirked counterparts. One day, when Izuku was just 6 years old, his parents were involved in a tragic car accident. They were both critically injured, and Izuku was left alone, forced to fend for himself. With no one to turn to, Izuku was placed in an orphanage, where he was constantly reminded of his quirkless status. He was relegated to menial tasks and was treated poorly by the staff and the other children. Now 14 years old, Izuku stood on the roof of a building. His hero, idol, and the #1 hero and symbol of peace had abandoned him after telling him that he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. All Might's remarks left no space for question or disagreement, and they were delivered with such force that Izuku's hopes and dreams were crushed in an instant. Izuku thought bitterly about the meaning of living if nothing he accomplished ever met the expectations of those around him. He wondered about the purpose of trying if he was constantly going to be treated as worthless. He questioned the sense in going any farther if he would never be happy, let alone satisfied with his life. Despite the harsh words and the crushing reality, a spark of determination ignited within Izuku. He wiped his eyes and took a deep breath. He whispered to himself that he would prove them wrong and become a hero, no matter what it took. As he walked home, his thoughts swirled in a storm of self-doubt and despair. He didn't notice when Katsuki Bakugo, his childhood friend-turned-bully, approached him from behind. Katsuki's voice, laced with scorn, yanked Izuku out of his daze. Izuku turned to face him, trying to mask his inner turmoil. Katsuki sneered, having heard what All Might told Izuku. He mocked him for thinking he could be a hero without a quirk, calling it the stupidest thing he had ever heard. Izuku's fists clenched at his sides, his knuckles turning white. He knew Katsuki would relish in his pain, but it still hurt to hear the words aloud. He muttered that he just wanted to try. Katsuki stepped closer, his expression fierce, and told Izuku that trying was all he ever did, try and fail. He insisted that Izuku was useless without a quirk, and he knew it. Izuku's eyes filled with tears, but he blinked them back, refusing to let Katsuki see him break. He stated that even without a quirk, he could still help people and make a difference. His voice trembled but remained resolute. Katsuki laughed harshly, ridiculing Izuku's desire to help people. He declared that Izuku was nothing and would always be nothing. Izuku retorted that, unlike Katsuki, he understood true struggle. He proclaimed that one day he would be a hero, and he would do it without bullying others or relying on brute strength. He would be a hero with his heart and mind, something Katsuki could never understand. Katsuki's eyes widened, and his face twisted with rage. He growled, demanding to know what Izuku had said. Izuku stepped closer, his fear melting away in the face of his resolve, and asserted that a real hero didn't need a quirk to save people, they needed compassion and determination. The words struck a nerve deep within Katsuki. His fury erupted, and he shouted for Izuku to shut up, insisting that he knew nothing. Before Izuku could react, Katsuki released a massive explosion. The force of it was overwhelming, and Izuku felt the impact hit him square in the chest. Pain surged through his body, and he was thrown backward. Izuku crumpled to the ground, gasping for air, his vision blurring as agony surged through him. He could feel his consciousness slipping away. Katsuki stood over him, breathing heavily, his face a mask of shock and horror at what he had done. He started to apologize, but his words faltered as he looked at the injury he had inflicted. The world around Izuku began to fade, but even in his fading moments, his eyes remained locked onto Katsuki's. With his last bit of strength, he managed to speak, his voice a faint whisper. He expressed a wish that he had a chance. Suddenly, a blue box appeared before him, announcing that he had completed all the necessary requirements of a secret quest titled Trial by Fire. The box then informed him that he had earned the right to become a player and asked if he would accept. His mind was fuzzy, and he could barely comprehend what he was seeing, but something inside him urged him to make a choice when the screen changed again, warning him that he did not have much time remaining and would die in 5 seconds. With a final resolve, he accepted. The screen welcomed him as a player, and then everything went dark. Little did he know how his life was going to change. 1 week later, Izuku shot up, gasping for oxygen and looking around. The sunshine streamed into the room as it gently lowered over the horizon. He kept looking around, realizing he was in a hospital, and pulled on his hospital gown. What happened? He questioned, though no one was there to answer. A nurse and doctor rushed in, and Izuku looked over, feeling sheepish. Hi, he stammered, and the nurse giggled softly. Hello, Midoriya Izuku. My name is Dr. Saito, and I'm your doctor. I must say that it is a miracle that you are still alive after what happened to you a week ago, the doctor said, glancing at the chart. I've been sleeping for 1 week? Izuku's voice echoed around the room. Sorry, but still 1 week. What hap? He closed his mouth before finishing. In a flashback, he recalled Katsuki shouting, Shut up, Deku. You don't know anything. Before he could react, Katsuki's palm shot forward, releasing a massive explosion. The force overwhelmed him, and he felt the impact hit him square in the chest. Pain exploded through his body, and he was thrown backward, blacking out. Back in the present, Izuku asked, how did I survive? He took a shaky breath. Dr. Saito pulled up a chair and sat down. It was a huge hole in your chest. It's a miracle you survived. But you're going to be okay. Your injuries have healed well, though you have a significant scar. The doctor paused before continuing, Midoriya-kun, have you ever had a quirk? Before? Caught off guard, Izuku shook his head. No, I was born quirkless, he said sadly. Then it appears that your quirk has finally materialized. It must be an extremely powerful enhancer and healing type, allowing you to recover quickly, Dr. Saito explained, shocking Izuku, who had tears in his eyes. Recent research has found that late bloomers and those who manifested quirks after a traumatic event are considerably more powerful than those who manifested their quirks at the age of 4. So, there's no doubt in my mind that your quirk will get stronger in the coming years. So, do you think I can become a hero? Izuku asked, hope rising in his voice. The doctor smiled kindly and nodded. Yes, I know you can. Izuku burst into tears of joy, finally able to live out his dream after so long. The doctor observed him with a gentle expression. So, young Midoriya, now that your quirk is registered, what will you call it? Izuku quickly wiped his tears and thought seriously before answering, staring Dr. Saito in the eye. Can you give me some time? This is still too much for me. The doctor nodded and encouraged him to rest. As the doctor and nurse left, Izuku whispered a thank you and lowered his head. After the door closed, he looked up and noticed a familiar blue message. Message. You have unread mail. So this is my quirk. They couldn't see it, he muttered, lost in his thoughts. He removed his shirt, revealing no bandages but a huge X-shaped scar along with his old ones. Sighing, he rubbed his eyes and peeked between his fingers at the box above him. Slowly, he reached up, but his hand passed through the screen. I guess it's not a touch screen, he muttered again. Now, how do I open it? Then something clicked in his mind. Open mailbox, he said, and the screen quickly changed. Message. Welcome, Fair. Daily quest. Preparing to become strong, has arrived. Open daily quest, he said smoothly. Alarm. The system will help the player's growth. Alarm. If he fails to obey the system's orders, there may be a penalty. Alarm. Your starter reward has arrived. Accept or decline. Accept. As soon as Izuku said that, a flash of blue light lit up the room. When the light faded, he couldn't help but marvel at the sight. In his hand was a beautiful sword. It's beautiful, he whispered in awe. When he tried to inspect the sword, a blue menu screen popped up. Sword of Omen. Item rank? Durability. Unbreakable. Description: the Sword of Omen is a legendary blade of amazing power, respected in the past. This weapon, created in the center of a dying star and infused with the Eye of Thundera, combines both power and magic. The sword also has a second form, a beautiful, deadly dagger that retains the blade's heavenly abilities. History: the Sword of Omen, wielded by the ancient hero who destroyed the darkness, is sought by many but held by only one. Its power is claimed to be connected to the wielder's heart, responding to their will and increasing their resolve to fight. Abilities are currently locked. Transformation: the Sword of Omen can transform into a dagger, retaining all its abilities and adapting them for close-quarters combat. The transformation is instantaneous, allowing for seamless switches between forms during battle. Stats: dagger mode, damage, attack speed, critical hit chance, special effect. Stats: sword mode, damage, speed, critical hit chance, special effect. Warning: the Sword of Omen is an extremely powerful weapon, and its wielder is both feared and respected on the battlefield. However, its ultimate potential is hidden until its holder has raised their level to level, otherwise, it is practically useless. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. Level 50? But how do I? He was interrupted when the screen changed. Message: daily quest, preparing to become strong has arrived, unread. Check, he said, watching as the box transformed into a larger one. Quest directions: daily quest, getting ready to become powerful. Goal: incomplete push-ups 0-100. Incomplete curl-ups 0-100. Incomplete squats 0-100. Incomplete running 0-10 kilometers. Warning: failing to complete this daily quest will bring a punishment associated with this quest. A clock appeared at the bottom of the message as Izuku read through the quest. His face set in determination, he declared, "If I want to become a hero, I can do this. No, I have to do this." He placed his sword in his inventory and dropped to the ground, assuming the push-up position. 1, 2, 3, he counted aloud. As he reached 30, his arms began to shake, but he pushed through. 40, 50, 60. Each number was a testament to his determination. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached 100. Panting, he collapsed on the grass, staring up at the ceiling. Next is curl-ups, he said, trying to catch his breath. He sat up and started his curl-ups, his core burning with each movement. 1, 2, 3. Sweat poured down his face, but he didn't stop. He knew he couldn't afford to fail. Halfway through his curl-ups, Izuku muttered to himself, reminding himself of his purpose. He wanted to be a hero, for his father and mother. He needed to be strong. Finally completing 100 curl-ups, he groaned and rolled onto his back, staring up at the ceiling once more. He told himself there was no time to rest. Standing up shakily, he began his squats, counting each one. 1, 2, 3. The rhythm of his movements became a mantra, blocking out the pain. By the time he finished his squats, his legs felt like jelly. Whispering to himself, he sneaked his way from the hospital, ready to run. He started a slow jog around the park, gradually picking up the pace. His lungs burned, and his legs screamed in protest, but he kept going. 4 kilometers down. 6 more to go, he panted. As he reached the 8-kilometer mark, he could barely keep his eyes open. But he pushed himself to continue, the thought of failing and facing punishment fueling his determination. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he completed the 10 kilometers. He stumbled to a stop, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. He whispered to himself, "I did it," a smile of pure exhaustion and triumph spreading across his face. He really did it. Collapsing onto the grass, Izuku looked up at the sky, his body aching but his heart filled with determination. If this is what it takes to become powerful, then I'll do it every day. No matter what. Izuku staggered back to his hospital room, every muscle in his body protesting. He was drenched in sweat, his clothes sticking uncomfortably to his skin. He was so tired he didn't check the reward box. With a relieved sigh, he collapsed onto the hospital bed, feeling the cool sheets soothe his aching body. As soon as he lay down, The door to his room creaked open. Dr. Saito walked in holding a clipboard, raising an eyebrow at Izuku, noticing the boy's exhausted state. "Back from your training, I see," he said, his tone a mix of concern and curiosity. "You just came back from a serious condition. You really should take it easy, you know." Izuku managed a tired but determined smile. "I can't afford to take it easy, doctor. I have to get stronger. I think I've finally decided on a name for my quirk." Dr. Saito sat down in the chair next to the bed, his interest piqued. "Oh, and what name have you chosen?" Izuku took a deep breath, summoning the last of his strength. "Ready Player One. I want to call it Ready Player One." The doctor looked at him thoughtfully. "That's an interesting choice. Why that name?" Izuku's eyes lit up with passion, despite his fatigue. "Because it is like a game. A game where I have to complete quests to level up and get stronger. Each day is a new challenge, a new quest that brings me closer to becoming the hero I want to be." He half lied, not knowing its full potential. Dr. Saito smiled, nodding slowly. "I see. It's quite fitting considering how hard you've worked today." Izuku nodded vigorously. "Exactly. Every quest, every task I complete, it's like leveling up. It makes me stronger bit by bit." The doctor stood up, placing a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Well, Midoriya, just promise me you'll take care of yourself too. Even the best players need to rest." Izuku chuckled softly, his eyelids growing heavy. "I promise, doctor. I'll rest when I need to." Dr. Saito gave a final nod before heading towards the door. "Get some rest, Izuku. Tomorrow's quests will still be there when you wake up," he said jokingly. As the door closed behind him, Izuku allowed himself to finally relax. He stared at the ceiling, a small smile playing on his lips. "Ready Player One," he whispered to himself. "Time to level up." And with that, he drifted off into a well-earned sleep, dreaming of the hero he was determined to become. A few days later, two nurses were talking near a window while enjoying their break. One nurse remarked, "So, did you notice the kid they brought whose quirk appeared recently?" She sipped her coffee slowly. The other nurse replied, "Yes, he has been running every day since he recovered." She turned to see Izuku pass by them. The first nurse asked, "Is that okay for him to do?" The second nurse responded, "If it's light exercise, it's okay." Izuku came to a stop, supporting himself on his knees and panting, a slight smirk on his face despite his exhaustion. An alarm sounded, indicating his achievement. Running 10 kilometers. Complete 10 kilometers. He thought to himself that no one else could see the messages or alarms, which was good. He decided to mess around with his quirk before returning to school. "I wonder what will happen if I don't complete daily quests," he mused with a shrug. In front of him, his daily quest opened completely, showing that he had completed everything. Quest rewards. Choose your reward. You may choose one of the rewards below. The options appeared: reward hashtag status recovery, reward hashtag stat points plus 3, reward hashtag random box plus. Will you accept? Accept or reject? Izuku decided, accept status recovery. He stood up straighter as golden lights enveloped him like magic, allowing him to breathe normally again. He no longer felt fatigued. Magic that eliminates fatigue after exercising. Seems like cheating, he whispered to himself while chuckling before sitting down on a bench. He extended his hand, and a box appeared within it. He could boost any of his character's stats at will, as long as he had stat points. Some stats changed and he reviewed his status. Status, name, Izuku Midoriya, level 1, class, none, alias, none, HP, 200, MP, 150, strength, 16, vitality, 10, agility, 10, intelligence, 10, sense, 10, fatigue, 0, remaining points, 3. Izuku thought, I gain strength as my stats grow. Of course, greater levels would do the same. A soft sigh escaped from his mouth as he spent all points in strength. My life has become a video game, he reflected before pulling up his skills and inventory sheets, checking the boxes. This is crazy. Izuku dressed in what he received as daily quest rewards. He wasn't sure why, but the doctor hadn't discharged him yet. He didn't mind, but he needed to try something out. "Can I leave for today?" he asked the receptionist, yawning while rubbing his hair. "That's okay, but where are you going?" she asked without looking up. "I need to go see a friend. I have to get my homework." He lied easily, and she let him go. Izuku quickly made his way to a subway station near the hospital and arrived at the door. He looked down the stairs before pulling a golden key from his inventory system. "Let's see what this does," Izuku said to himself. The random box from that morning had given him a key that instructed him where to go. Dungeon key. Item rank, common. Description: a key that allows you to create an instant dungeon. You may use this in the third entrance of XX location XX. A key that unlocks an instant dungeon. "Yeah, this feels like a game," he swallowed calmly. "I guess I should give it a try. If this is what my quirk wants, then I'm way behind in training." Izuku muttered to himself as others walked by, ignoring him as they normally did. He held out the key and exhaled. No more running away, no more being weak. The key lit up, and the sound of electricity filled the area around him. Blue light flowed from the bottom of the stairs, creating what appeared to be a doorway. Izuku went downstairs and passed through the entrance. Alarm! You have entered the instant dungeon. Izuku took a deep breath before hearing what sounded like cracking. He turned around to look at the blue doorway beginning to transform into a wall. A new message appeared. Alarm! You cannot leave the dungeon. Either defeat the boss or use the return crystal. Izuku's heart raced. "There's no turning back now," he murmured to himself. "I have to defeat the boss and complete this dungeon to get out." A loud howl echoed from the depths of the passageway, and Izuku shook his head before standing. Straighter. He walked forward, fists clenched at his side. The flickering lights above him and the shattered sidewalk gave the subway station a menacing atmosphere. "All right, Izuku," he muttered to himself, "you faced worse. It's just an abandoned subway station." Izuku looked around and noticed grass spreading between the cracks. As he approached a turning point, all of the store gates were closed and locked in place. Suddenly, a hissing growl came from the left. Izuku's eyes focused on it as a red-furred beast jumped at him, preparing to attack. He jumped backward, avoiding the creature as it skidded across the floor. A wolf, he thought as he lowered his stance, staring until a name appeared over the beast's head. Steel Fang Okami. The beast had red fur and what appeared to be a metal lower jaw. "Ah, that's why it's called Steel Fang," he said, clenching his fist and dragging his leg back. "I've never fought in my life. Always beaten up. But this time I will fight." Izuku jumped to the side as the wolf attempted to attack him. The wolf lunged again, forcing Izuku to move his head to the left as the metal jaws slammed shut where his head had been. He jumped backward, cartwheeled away, flipped, and landed on his head with his back against the metal wall. Izuku felt the world was upside down. He tilted his head slightly. "Ha!" He pushed himself off the floor and effortlessly performed a perfect handstand. "My body is lighter than before." Izuku pushed himself off the floor with his hands before standing up and landing on 2 feet. He stood face to face with the beast as it prepared for another attack. He pulled his fist back. "I nearly lost my life a few days ago. I am not dying right now. Not until I achieve my goals." He smashed his fist into the wolf's metal jaw. The wolf's jaw slammed shut, and its body was thrown backward against the metal gates, crushing them. He stumbled back slightly, raising his hand. A soft green glow surrounded it, and a small smirk appeared on his face. "Just as I expected. If I improve my stats, I'll be powerful too. I will be able to get into UA High now. After 10 years of being a quirkless kid." A growl knocked him out of his thoughts, forcing him to look down. He watched the wolf walk out of the damaged shopfront. "Not yet. It is still stronger than I am," he thought angrily as the wolf charged toward him. Izuku was still in his hospital room, performing sit-ups because he had nothing better to do than his daily quest. His hair covered his eyes, and his hands lay on the back of his head. After defeating the boss, he had received a new dagger and raised his stats. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Level, 18. Class, none. Alias, none. HP 2520-2520. MP 375. Strength 48. Vitality 28. Agility 28. Intelligence 28. Sense 28. Skills. Passive muscularity 3. Active sprint 2. 3. Remaining points 13. The once tiny, frail-looking green-haired boy now resembled a work of art. Each muscle was defined and appeared to be sculpted specifically for his physique. Sweat rolled down his abdomen as he stood up and shifted the slide-out bed beneath the main hospital bed before beginning his push-ups. A constantly growing puddle of sweat formed beneath his torso. The baby fat that used to puff up his cheeks was gone, as were his weak noodle arms, as Katsuki would say. Today was the day he would be discharged from the hospital. As he did push-ups, his thoughts reflected on his past. He had once been known as the quirkless boy, the weakling who idolized heroes despite lacking any special abilities himself. But today, everything was different. Today, he was no longer quirkless. After completing his daily quest and changing his clothes, he went to the doctor's room. Shortly after, Izuku was handed a slip from the doctor to excuse him for being absent from classes. After leaving the hospital, his journey took him back to a small, modest apartment on the outskirts of the city, the place he had called home for years. This apartment, left to him by his late father, had been his sanctuary after a series of hardships. His parents had died in a tragic accident when he was only 6, leaving him to fend for himself. The orphanage, which should have been a refuge, had instead cast him out when it became clear he had no quirk. Life had been an uphill battle ever since. Unlocking the door, Izuku stepped inside. The apartment was tidy, a testament to his diligence and independence. He had learned to take care of himself out of necessity, but it had also shaped him into the resilient person he was today. He placed the doctor's slip on the small table in the living room and sighed. The room was filled with memories, both bitter and sweet. Pictures of his parents were placed lovingly on a shelf, a constant reminder of what he had lost and what he still fought for. Izuku made his way to the kitchen, his mind swirling with thoughts of the past and the future. As he prepared a simple meal, he couldn't help but reflect on his journey. Being quirkless had made Izuku Midoriya the target of bullies and the object of pity. But it had also fueled his determination. With his meal ready, he sat down at the small dining table, eating slowly and savoring both the food and the moment. For the first time in a long while, he felt a sense of peace. He was no longer the quirkless boy who had been abandoned and overlooked. He was Izuku Midoriya, the owner of a new gamer quirk, and his journey was just beginning. After finishing his meal, Izuku cleaned up and headed to his bedroom. Lying down on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, his mind wandering to his parents. He wondered if they were proud of him and hoped they could see him now, knowing that despite everything, he had not given up. Sleep came slowly, but it was peaceful. Izuku dreamed of a future where he stood among the greatest heroes, not just as an observer but as one of them. The path ahead was uncertain and filled with challenges, but for the first time in his life, Izuku felt ready to face them head-on. The next day, Izuku yawned, his fluffy green hair a mess, as he packed his bags for school, even though he didn't want to attend. He completed his daily quest, took a shower, and cooked breakfast for himself. He started working out and developed a healthier diet. After finishing, he prepared for school. The corridors of Aldra Middle School were filled with whispers and sidelong stares as Izuku quickly made his way to his classroom. He had noticed a shift in how others perceived him after the incident that changed him. Holding a slip, he pushed open the classroom door. As he entered, everyone turned to look at him, but his expression remained cold and firm. His once plain appearance had transformed. His eyes were sharper, his body language more confident, and his attitude colder. Whispers spread throughout the room. One student murmured, "Is that Midoriya?" Another whispered, "No way. He looks completely different." Izuku walked slowly to the front, where the teacher sat at the desk. He handed him the slip without speaking. The teacher, surprised by Izuku's changed look, asked, "What is this?" Izuku replied coldly, "It's the excuse the quirk specialist told me to offer you for being late." His tone made everyone flinch, and they bombarded him with questions. "Do you actually have a quirk?" one student asked. "What's your quirk?" another chimed in. "What does it do?" a third questioned. "Is it strong?" someone else added. "Is that cool?" yet another asked. The teacher raised his hands, trying to quiet the students. "Settle down, everyone. Let's give him a chance to explain." He turned to Izuku, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I think we would all like to hear about your quirk since you didn't have one before." Izuku replied, "I'm not going to tell you the name of my quirk." His gaze swept across the room, cold and hard. "But I can tell you this, it's strong. And if any of you try to stop me from becoming a hero, I'll make your life difficult." A shocked silence followed his words. For years, Izuku had been the target of their bullying, the quirkless boy they all looked down on. Now, he stood before them, not as a victim, but as someone to be reckoned with. Some classmates shifted uncomfortably, feeling a shiver run down their spines at the intensity of his words. A few boys who had been quick to ask questions wisely fell silent, sensing the change in his demeanor. On the other hand, some girls couldn't help but blush at his newfound confidence and attractiveness. The teacher regained his composure and said, "Thank you, Midoriya. Let's all get back to our work." Izuku took his seat, ignoring the comments and stares. As he sat down, his classmates continued to talk among themselves, sneaking glances in his direction. "Did you see how cold he was?" one boy whispered to his friend. "Yeah, it's like he's a completely different person," the friend replied. "I never thought I'd see the day Midoriya would talk to us like that," another student added, shaking her head in disbelief. Some girls in the class were blushing, stealing shy glances at Izuku's new, confident appearance. "He looks kind of cool now," one of them giggled, nudging her friend. "I know, right? Who knew he had it in him?" her friend replied, her cheeks tinged with pink. Among those reactions, Katsuki Bakugu sat at his desk, a storm of emotions brewing inside him. He tightened his hands, his jaw set with a mix of rage, relief, and shock. Anger because Izuku had somehow acquired a powerful quirk and dared to stand up to him. Relief because, despite everything, Izuku had survived the explosion a few days earlier. He was shocked by Izuku's new appearance and demeanor, which was a far cry from the shy, quirkless Deku he had always known. As Izuku sat down, Katsuki couldn't contain his thoughts any longer. Leaning forward, he spoke in a low but intense voice. "You think you're hot stuff now, Deku? Just because you finally got a quirk?" Izuku's gaze flickered to Katsuki, his eyes cold yet determined. "I'm not here to prove anything to you, Kaken," he replied evenly. "I've always aimed to be a hero. And now, I have the power to make it happen." Katsuki gritted his teeth, tightening his hands even further. His mind was in turmoil, and he did not answer immediately. Meanwhile, conversations continued around them. Some students supported Izuku's newfound courage, while others exchanged uncomfortable glances, unsure how to react to the unexpected shift in status within the classroom. "Did you see how serious he was?" whispered a girl with wide eyes. "Yeah, I've never seen him like this before," her friend replied, blushing slightly. "He looks so different now." A boy across the room leaned over to his friend, his voice barely audible. "Do you think his quirk is really that powerful? He didn't even tell us what it is." "Who cares what it is?" another boy muttered. "I just know I don't want to be on his bad side anymore." The bell rang, signaling the start of class. The teacher began his lecture, but the atmosphere remained tense. A few hours later, the bell indicating the start of break rang, and students began to leave the classroom. Izuku moved slowly, his face set in an expression of cold determination. He wasn't interested in idle discussions or answering questions about his quirk. He had more important things to think about. Katsuki, however, had different plans. He observed Izuku out of the corner of his eye, his emotions boiling. Unable to hold back any longer, he followed Izuku into the corridor, his steps heavy with intent. "Deku," he called out. His voice was an aggressive bark that broke through the noise of students in the hallway. Izuku stopped but didn't turn around immediately. When he finally did, his green eyes were cold, devoid of the usual warmth they once held. "What do you want, Kachan?" he asked, his voice icy. Katsuki closed the distance between them in a few quick steps. He grabbed Izuku's collar and pulled him near without warning. "What the hell is your quirk, Deku?" he demanded, his voice a low growl. "You think you can just show up with some fancy new power and act all high and mighty?" Izuku's expression remained neutral. In one rapid, smooth action, he grabbed Katsuki by the throat and threw him against the wall with such force that several students gasped. The steely expression in Izuku's eyes deepened as he leaned in, his grip tightening. "Why do you care, Katsuki?" His voice was a dangerous whisper, dripping with menace. "Why do you care about what quirk I have now? Does it bother you that the useless Deku you tried to kill is standing here, stronger than ever?" Katsuki's eyes widened in shock, a flicker of fear flashing across his face. He struggled against Izuku's grip, but the strength behind it was unyielding. He choked out, his voice strained. Izuku's grip tightened even further, his face a mask of cold fury. "You're the one who tried to kill me and ran away, remember?" he continued, his voice cold and furious. "Why should I tell you anything? You never cared about me before. Why start now?" The hallway had become deathly silent, with students frozen in place as they watched the argument unfold. The sheer intensity of Izuku's words and actions left them speechless, wondering if he was telling the truth or not. Katsuki's mind raced, and his emotions were a wild maelstrom. The rage and frustration he felt were countered by an unexpected sense of regret. Despite his evident confidence, he couldn't argue Izuku's comments. He had treated Izuku with hatred for years, never acknowledging his worth. And now, faced with this new, powerful Izuku, he wasn't sure how to respond. Izuku finally let go, allowing Katsuki to breathe and collapse against the wall. He stepped back, his expression darkening even more. "Stay out of my way, Katsuki," he said coldly. "I'm not the same person you used to know. I've changed, and I won't let anyone stop me from becoming a hero." Katsuki coughed, rubbing his throat as he glared up at Izuku. The hallway buzzed with whispers as the students processed what they had just witnessed. Some were in awe of Izuku's strength, while others felt a newfound respect for him. Izuku went to his usual place calmly eating, ignoring their whispers. At lunchtime, a group of girls approached his desk. Their giggles and questioning looks indicated that they were attracted by his change. "Hey, Midoriya," one of the girls said, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. "We were just wondering, what's it like to suddenly have a quirk?" Izuku looked up from his notebook, his expression still guarded. "It's different," he said simply. The girl pressed on, her eyes sparkling with interest. "Can you show us what it does?" Izuku shook his head. "Not right now. It's complicated." Another girl chimed in, her cheeks slightly flushed. You look cool now. Like a real hero." "Thanks," he said dryly before he returned to his notes. The last bell rang, announcing the end of another school day. Students began to gather their belongings and talked energetically about their weekend plans. Izuku packed his bag quietly, his thoughts already set on exploring another dungeon. The hallway was alive with the normal post-class activity as students flowed out of classrooms, eager to begin their holiday. As the classroom emptied, a girl with blue hair approached Izuku. Her name was Akari, and she had been his first crush in elementary school. However, she had turned into one of his bullies once they reached middle school, joining in with the others who mocked and belittled him. "Hey, Izuku," she called out, her voice unusually sweet, causing a few heads to turn in curiosity. "Can we talk for a minute?" Izuku looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly as he recognized her. "What do you want, Akari?" he asked bitterly. Akari shifted nervously, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. "I just wanted to say, I'm sorry for how I treated you before. And, I was wondering if you'd like to go out with me this weekend. Maybe we could start over." Izuku's expression remained cold, his eyes hardening as he looked at her. "Get lost, Akari." Akari's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. "You think you're so great now because you have a quirk? You're still just a useless Deku." The word struck a nerve, and Izuku's eyes flashed with anger. He took a step closer to the girl, his presence suddenly intimidating. "What did you say?" he asked in a cold tone, his voice low and menacing. Akari shivered in fear, her bravado crumbling under Izuku's intense gaze. She stuttered. Nothing. I didn't say anything. Izuku's lips curled into a slight, humorless smile. That's what I thought. He turned and walked away, leaving Akari there, scared. The few remaining students in the classroom stood in shocked silence, some fainting from his imposing presence. After leaving school, he returned to his apartment and cleaned it before cooking dinner. Then he finished his schoolwork and went back to bed. As he was about to sleep, he remembered something and leaned back while rubbing his eyes. Inventory. The blue screen appeared, revealing his swords and goods. He noticed that another random box was waiting to be opened. Random box. A black box with a golden string wrapped in the center sat on his lap. He picked it up. Open. The golden lights engulfed his hand, leaving only a steel key. Dungeon key. Item class, C. Item rank, uncommon. Description. A key that allows you to create a dungeon. You may use this in the XX location XX. Izuku couldn't shake the uneasy feeling as he continued planning his solo expedition. The stakes were high, and the unknown loomed large in his mind. Yet he was determined. 2 hours and 42 minutes by car, he muttered, burying his face in his hands. I can do that. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'll take a bus. Get there in 3 hours. Do the dungeon and make it back. He shook his head, starting to sketch out a plan. This would be a C-class dungeon though. Can I solo it? He tapped his chin softly before shrugging. One way to find out, he mumbled as he continued to refine his plan. Once he made a plan, he got some sleep, knowing he would need it for his trip. The next morning, he did his daily quest, muttering to himself that he would rather not face a penalty quest and wondering what kind of punishment he would have to endure. Once he finished, Izuku dressed in cargo pants and a t-shirt with a design on it, topped with his favorite green jacket with a hood. Making his way toward the bus station, he collected his ticket and waited for the bus to arrive. While scrolling through the news feed, he wondered aloud what kind of monsters he would face inside this new dungeon and why it was sending him 250 kilometers from home. He grumbled as he boarded the bus when it finally pulled in. After 3 hours in the countryside, Izuku checked his phone. It was noon, and he thought to himself that it was good and he could get through this quickly. Looking around, he saw the abandoned factory and raised an eyebrow, questioning why it was here of all places. He jumped the gate, landing smoothly on the other side, unaware that he was being followed. Finding the entrance to the tall, incomplete building, Izuku pulled out his key and opened the gate. A large blue portal sparked to life. Just as he was about to enter, someone grabbed him. He broke free from their grip and jumped into the portal, with whoever had grabbed him jumping after him. As they fell through the portal into a dark cave, Izuku caught a glimpse of the men. He asked them why they were following him, staring at the adults who were now grinning. A fire lit up the cavern, revealing the men more clearly. All 6 of them stared down at Izuku, failing to notice they were now underground. Izuku glanced back at the portal, still open. He thought it was interesting and turned his attention back to the men who had tried to jump him. The head guy grinned and said that this was their territory and that they had already chased off the workers, asking what he was doing there. Izuku's attention was diverted by a sound, like something was coming their way, a lot of somethings. He stated that if they wanted to get out of there, they had to work together, or they were all going to die. The men finally looked around, realizing they were underground, with different caves branching off in various directions. They turned to see the portal still glowing in the dark. One of the men, a smoking guy, asked what his quirk was while their leader pulled Izuku to his feet. Izuku sighed and explained that this was his quirk, but now they could work together to get out. He smiled innocently but internally knew something was off as he watched some of them relax. He suggested they just win and leave, instructing the fire guy to blast the hole above them. The fire guy didn't hesitate. Flames erupted from his fingers before he pulled them to his mouth and shot what smelled like gasoline upward, creating a fiery blast. The other guys used their quirks to deal with the remaining bugs. Izuku watched, impressed, as the group worked well together, freely using their quirks to the max. He murmured that they might just make it, feeling a flicker of hope amid the chaos. He couldn't help but watch their quirks while letting them do the work as he saw a bug monster start crawling closer to him. Disgusted, he kicked the insect, leaving only the legs stuck on the floor. The leader created a shield, drawing the insect to him with a yell. Izuku observed their amazing teamwork, noting that it made sense if they were a close-knit group as he killed a few bug monsters here and there. One of the men shouted to come over, and the shield turned red as another guy, Hiroshi, created blades and sliced through bug after bug. It took some time, but eventually, every insect was defeated. All 8 guys were left panting but grinning. Izuku thought they seemed to have fun, recalling the creepy bugs with 8 legs and human teeth. He picked up half of one of the bodies. Hiroshi laughed, saying it was fun to go all out without being called a villain, wiping sweat from his brow. Akihiko agreed, feeling like a kid in a candy store as he looked at the monster's remains. One by one, they all turned to face Izuku. He reminded them they weren't done, explaining that his quirk was like a video game where he had to kill monsters and then the boss before leaving. He walked forward, offering them the chance to leave through the portal if they wanted to get out now. Hiroshi asked if there was a bigger insect somewhere in there, and Akihiko muttered in disbelief as they stared at thick webs creating an entrance. Some insects they had seen earlier were wrapped tightly in threads. The boys stared back at Izuku, who just shrugged. He suggested it was probably the boss room and that they should be quiet just in case it was not active. After a few more minutes of walking, they came across a room filled with glittering treasure. He blinked owlishly at it, noting that the station dungeon didn't have anything like this. One of the guys, Yuta, exclaimed in amazement as he knelt down to pick up a handful of gold coins. Kenji marveled at a chest overflowing with jewels, and Akihiko estimated they could fetch over 30 million yen, turning to Izuku for his thoughts. Izuku admitted he couldn't tell them, as this was the first time he had seen it himself. He inspected the treasure, concluding it must be the real treasure of the dungeon. Akihiko smiled, stating they would split it evenly, noting there was more than enough but they needed to take care of the boss first. Izuku warned that once they killed the boss, they only had a certain amount of time before the dungeon closed, and he pointed upward, indicating he had found the boss. One by one, everyone looked up to see 8 eyes staring down at them. Izuku muttered to himself that he hated spiders as a giant spider lay in wait, surrounded by webs. Kenji went to scream, but Ryo, the fire guy, covered his mouth, suggesting that it looked asleep. Akihiko stepped backward, realizing the gravity of their situation. And this seemed like the best chance to move the treasure. Izuku didn't have the equipment to get anything, and he shrugged, unsure of what these guys were thinking, but he had a good idea. Akihiko mentioned that their friend could create any tool he wanted, but he seemed to have run off after seeing the spider. Akihiko laughed, saying he didn't blame him because Izuku's quirk was creepy. He then turned to his group and instructed them to wait and make sure the boss didn't wake up. Akihiko smiled too nicely for Izuku's comfort, but he relented and nodded. Luckily for Izuku, the treasure emitted some light, so as Ryo went with the group, he wasn't left in the dark. Izuku closed his eyes and listened carefully. Akihiko called out to Ryo, telling him to block the boss room's entrance. His voice traveled far enough for Izuku to hear. Izuku thought about how greedy they were as he turned his attention to the giant spider when an explosion caused the entrance to cave in. He felt a power spike in the room and looked up to see the spider begin to move. Staring up at the creature as it landed on the floor, he noticed its mouth opening as it roared. Izuku remarked to himself that he didn't know spiders could do that, observing the spider's 8 crimson red eyes and rows of teeth. He quietly prepared for the fight, taking a deep breath and activating the skill Kaioken. Instantly, he felt a surge of power coursing through his veins. His muscles bulged, and his senses sharpened. The world seemed to slow down around him as his stats doubled, enhancing his strength, speed, agility, and endurance. The spider hissed, sensing the change in its opponent, and lunged at Izuku, its massive fangs dripping with venom. Izuku dodged to the side with blinding speed, feeling the air whoosh past him as the spider missed its mark. He countered with a swift strike using Venonazura Fong, aiming for one of the spider's legs. The blade cut deep, and the spider screeched in pain, its limb twitching as the venom and bleeding effects took hold. Izuku taunted the spider, his voice steady despite the adrenaline pumping through his system. The spider reared back, its eyes glowing with malice, and spun webs at a furious pace, trying to ensnare him in a sticky trap. But Izuku was faster. He activated Sprint before deactivating Kaioken, his movements becoming a blur as he darted around the room, slashing at the spider's legs whenever he saw an opening. He muttered to the spider, challenging it to show what it was really made of. The spider lashed out again, using its remaining legs to swipe at him. He dodged and weaved, his agility allowing him to avoid the deadly strikes. With each dodge, he retaliated with precise cuts, weakening the spider further. Just as Izuku thought he had the upper hand, the spider did something unexpected. It reared up and spat a glob of venom directly at him. Caught off guard, Izuku barely managed to shield his face with his arm, the venom burning through his sleeve and searing his skin. Hissing in pain, he stumbled backward. The spider saw its chance and lunged again, but he was ready. Ignoring the pain, he channeled all his strength into one final, powerful strike, roaring, Kaioken, as the power surged through him once more. He leaped into the air, the dagger gleaming in the dim light. With a mighty swing, he drove the dagger deep into the spider's head, piercing through its exoskeleton and into its brain. The spider let out a final, ear-piercing screech before collapsing to the ground, its legs twitching in death throes. Izuku landed beside it, breathing heavily, his body aching from the strain of Kaioken and the venom's burn, but he sensed something was not right. He wondered why he didn't level up and felt a sudden chill run down his spine as he realized the fight wasn't over. The spider's body convulsed violently, letting out a gurgling screech as dark, ominous energy enveloped it. Its wounds began to close, and its eyes glowed even brighter. Izuku muttered in disbelief, questioning if the creature had a second form. The spider, now larger and more menacing, shed its damaged exoskeleton, revealing a new, darker shell underneath. It reared up, its legs cracking the ground beneath it, and let out an earth-shaking roar. The treasure around the room seemed to react to the spider's transformation, pulsing with a sinister light. Gripping Venonazura Fong tighter, Izuku felt the weapon hum with power. He steeled himself for the renewed battle, knowing he had to be ready. The spider lunged forward with blinding speed, its massive fangs aimed directly at him. He dodged to the side, but the creature anticipated his move, slashing at him with one of its front legs. Izuku barely managed to block the attack with his dagger, the force sending him skidding backward. Determined not to let it get the upper hand, he activated Sprint to close the distance, darting around the spider and slashing at its legs with Venonazura Fong, hoping to weaken its mobility. The blade's effects were doing their job, paralyzing the spider's limbs and causing it to bleed, but the creature's newfound resilience made it a tough opponent. As he slashed at the spider's legs, he noticed something different about its new form. Dark veins pulsed with energy across its body, converging at a central point on its back. Realizing that must be its weak spot, he formulated a plan. He needed to create an opening to strike that weak point, so he focused on disabling more of the spider's legs. Using Kaioken to double his strength and speed once more, he felt the immense power surge through him. Each strike of Venonazura Fong was precise and powerful, severing one of the spider's legs. The spider screeched in pain, losing balance as it tried to compensate for its missing limb. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku leaped onto the spider's back, aiming for the pulsating weak spot. But the spider thrashed wildly, trying to throw him off. One of its legs managed to catch him, sending him flying into the cave wall. Izuku groaned, feeling the impact reverberate through his body. He struggled to his feet, a trickle of sweat running down his forehead. He muttered to himself that he had to finish this, his vision blurry but his determination unwavering. The spider, sensing its prey was weakened, lunged again. But this time he was ready. As the spider closed in, he activated Kaioken to its maximum, pushing his body to the limit. The world slowed down around him, his senses heightened to the extreme. He dodged the spider's attack with lightning speed, maneuvering under its body and driving Risaka's Fong deep into its underbelly. The blade pierced through the thick exoskeleton, and the spider let out a deafening scream. He twisted the dagger, causing the venom to spread rapidly through the creature's body, amplifying the bleed effect. The spider staggered, its movements becoming sluggish. He pulled the dagger out and, with a burst of energy, leaped onto its back once more. He drove Risaka's fang into the weak spot with all his might, feeling the blade sink deep into the pulsing vein. The spider convulsed violently, its death throes shaking the entire cave. Black ichor spewed from its wounds, and its eyes dimmed. He stood on the spider's back, breathing heavily, his body trembling from the exertion. He felt the effects of Kaioken wear off, his muscles screaming in protest. Just as he thought the fight was over, the spider let out a guttural roar, its body surging with dark energy one last time. He muttered to himself in disbelief, realizing the spider still had some fight left. He knew he needed something more powerful to finish it off for good. Fortunately, at times like this, the system was always on his side. A new skill unlocked, Kamehameha. The Kamehameha was an energy attack that channeled the user's mana into a concentrated beam of immense power. Known for its destructive force and versatility, the Kamehameha was one of the most iconic and formidable skills in existence. Developed by a great martial artist, it represented mastery of one's energy and showed the wielder's will and strength. The abilities included a concentrated energy beam capable of causing massive damage to targets and structures, with intensity and size adjustable based on the user's mana reserve. The technique could be fired as a focused beam for pinpoint attacks or as a wide burst to hit multiple targets. It could also be charged for a more powerful blast or quickly fired for rapid attacks. To use it, the user would gather mana in their hands, concentrating it into a dense, glowing sphere. The charging time varied based on the desired power level and the user's proficiency. With a shout of Kamehameha, the user would move their hands forward, releasing the stored energy in a powerful beam directed at the target. He whispered the name of the skill to himself, feeling a surge of power gathering between his palms. He checked his HP and MP, which were low. The spider, rejuvenated by the dark energy, lunged at him with newfound fury. Its crimson eyes locked onto him, venom dripping from its massive fangs. He took a deep breath, focusing all his remaining energy on the technique. He brought his hands together at his side, feeling the energy ball grow larger and stronger. The spider was almost upon him, but he stayed strong, waiting for the right moment. As the spider charged toward him, preparing to attack, he threw his palms forward, unleashing all of his energy in a blinding beam of pure power. The Kamehameha wave shot forth, illuminating the entire cave with its brilliant blue light. The energy beam collided with the spider, engulfing it in an explosion of raw power. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the cave, causing rocks and debris to rain down from the ceiling. The spider let out a final scream as the Kamehameha wave tore through its body, disintegrating it from the inside out. The dark force that had once powered the beast vanished, leaving only the lifeless remains of a terrifying enemy. When the light finally faded, he stood in the aftermath, panting heavily. His body ached, and he felt the toll of using such a powerful technique for the first time. But he knew it was worth it. The spider was defeated, and the dungeon's threat was finally neutralized. He breathed out calmly while walking away from the defeated boss, accepting status recovery from the daily quest. He leveled up multiple times, feeling grateful he had not taken the daily request reward, wondering what might have happened otherwise. He approached the beast, stabbing underneath its head to see what was within. He discovered a unique kind of crystal, thinking that maybe he could sell these, as they were one of a kind. He rubbed his cheek, causing more blood to smear on himself, and leaned against the chest as the entrance exploded from outside. He realized he had forgotten about the others. Checking his stats, he noted his name, level, class, alias, HP, MP, and various attributes. The 8 men he had encountered earlier walked into the cave, their eyes widening at the sight of the dead boss and the boy they had tried to kill waiting for them. One of them spoke up first, expressing disbelief that he was still alive. Another questioned whether the boss was dead, and the group began to mutter among themselves, wondering what had happened and if he had killed it by himself. One of them chuckled, admitting he had underestimated him. Another asked what they should do next, and their leader smirked, stating they would kill him. He added that there were no hard feelings, but they would get paid for this and take the treasure. He lowered his head slightly, keeping back a smirk, and raised his head with an empty expression. He asked if they were all contract killers, and the group grinned at his question, each readying their weapons. The leader had a shield at the ready. Izuku thought to himself that it was a waste of a quirk on someone like the enemy he faced when a notification suddenly popped up. An emergency quest had been issued, kill the enemies. The message warned that there were entities nearby intending to harm him. He needed to slay them to ensure his safety, and if he failed to complete the quest, a penalty would be issued. The quest required him to kill 6 enemies, and he had not yet killed any. Izuku's eyes widened as he read the messages multiple times. What was this? He felt a wave of dread wash over him. His thoughts were interrupted by an attack from a flame quirk user that hit him square in the chest, blasting him backward to the opposite side of the boss room. Akihiko suggested they pick up the treasure and leave quickly, fearing they might get trapped if the place closed. Izuku lay on the broken rocks, his green eyes vacant. He questioned why he had forgotten the harsh realities of this world, which prioritized survival above all else. His hand clenched around the damaged rocks surrounding him as he recalled the years of being bullied and hurt, walking in and out of school covered in burns and scars, with no one to help him. He had mistaken these dungeons for safe places, but now he realized his quirk was compelling him to kill. If he didn't kill, he would be killed. Wasn't it strange to think he could die? This was not a slide of luck or goodness, it was what his quirk demanded. His health was low, and he realized that his quirk wasn't going to make him strong. He looked at the enemies ahead of him, and Hiroshi remarked that he was still alive. Izuku leaned forward, feeling the weight of his quirk. It used him, and he used it. As he stood up, the men were too preoccupied to notice the darkness radiating around him. Yuta joked about Ryo's skills, while Kenji expressed embarrassment that Ryo should be able to kill anyone with a single shot. Akihiko urged Ryo to take it seriously, leaning against his friend. Ryo chuckled nervously, questioning his aim. Izuku advanced, his hair casting a shadow over his face. He coldly asked the 6 men if they were ready to face the consequences of playing with someone's life. One of the men smirked, not taking him seriously. Hiroshi approached him, throwing an arm around Izuku's shoulder, taunting him about not understanding the situation. Izuku softly but firmly stated that he was not the one in trouble. Akihiko felt a shiver run through everyone when Izuku declared that there were only 6 of them. His right hand glowed blue as he asserted they needed more than that. Before anyone could react, he flicked his wrist, and blood sprayed across the floor in front of him. Hiroshi gasped as Izuku's dagger had blood on the tip of the blade. He counted off, declaring the first enemy down. The gang screamed as Izuku walked forward, dagger at his side. Akihiko questioned where he had gotten the knife. Izuku gripped the handle tighter, acknowledging that he had killed a person. Blood dripped from his chin, but he understood that if he didn't kill, he would be killed. He pointed the blade toward the group, declaring that only the strong would survive. Izuku's life had been sheltered, and he had been broken by the smallest things. Katsuki and his friends had tried to destroy him, and while Katsuki had broken his body, All Might had shattered his spirit. Yet he was still standing. His old self had died in an explosion 2 weeks ago, and he was no longer a weakling. His eyes burned blue as he glared coldly at the enemies before him. Akihiko warned the others not to let their guard down, sensing the shadows behind Izuku. He ordered Ryo to deliver one more blow, but Izuku vanished in a blur. He found Ryo's quirk annoying and, in an instant, inflicted multiple cuts across Ryo's body before he fell into darkness. The others watched in horror as their longtime friend was defeated. One of the opponents shouted in anger, and 2 of them leaped at Izuku. He avoided the first attack, but the second man felt a chill as Izuku's blade sank into his spine. The second attacker tried a side attack, but Izuku turned the assault and stabbed the villain in the stomach. As the man coughed up blood, he smirked slightly, but Izuku was already focused on the next enemy, dashing forward and dodging attacks while slicing through their defenses. Kenji cried out that his body wasn't moving, and Yuta wondered if it was Izuku's quirk at work. "I thought this place was his quirk." The 3 who yelled collapsed, bleeding. Each one screamed before Izuku took them down one by one. Akihiko, the lonely leader, yelled in disbelief, In a flash all our members? You busy, you were hiding your skills. Izuku walked closer, stopping just a few feet away. You saw the boss I killed. I told you, you need more than that. Akihiko glared harder at the green-haired man, a red aura surrounding him as his shield turned red. I will kill you. And take their revenge. He charged forward, intent on killing Izuku, only to freeze as a hand appeared in front of his face. Akihiko. You're fierce and strong, Izuku stated in a cold tone. But there's one thing you don't know. He grabbed the man's face and slammed his head backward into the floor, creating a shockwave of broken rock. I'm always leveling up. Akihiko looked up at Izuku's cold blue eyes, remembering the beautiful green eyes from when they first met. Horror filled his heart as he began coughing. What just happened? He gasped, laid out on the floor. Did he just slam me to the ground? He looked up at the shadows hiding Izuku's face, only the cold blue glow of his eyes visible. Izuku's dagger was at his side, waiting for the final kill. Before I end you, tell me who ordered you to kill me, he said coldly. Wait, do not kill me. Akihiko pleaded, sitting on his knees. Spare me. I will give you money. You can have all the gold and anything else. 3 times, Izuku said, tilting his head. Are you asking for mercy from someone you tried to kill 3 times? Blood spilled from Akihiko's forehead, running down his face to his neck. Stop it! Akihiko screamed, desperation ringing in his voice. Do you think you will get away with this? Izuku's face hardened as he spoke in an icy voice. No one will know what happened here. It's my quirk after all. You be yesterday. Akihiko's voice echoed in the dungeon, but Izuku didn't need to hear another word. In a swift, precise movement, the dungeon fell silent as his head rolled away from his body. Izuku calmly wiped the blood from his knife and put it back into his inventory. My clothes are a mess again, he thought, looking down at his dirty, blood-stained jacket, now covered in burn marks. I guess I will need to buy new clothes. He surveyed the room one last time, took some gold, and stepped over the bodies on his way out. The entire dungeon started to shake and crumble around him. The dungeon is closing. Time to leave, he thought, following the route back to the portal. As he stepped through the portal just as it shut behind him, a notification flashed before his eyes. Quest reward. Emergency quest. Kill the enemy's completion conditions have all been met. Will you receive the reward? Accept or refuse. Izuku selected accept without hesitation. Quest rewards. Choose your rewards. Reward hashtag status recovery. Reward hashtag experience points plus 10. Reward hashtag skill, bloodlust. Will you accept your rewards? Accept or refuse. Izuku accepted the rewards, and another notification popped up. Bloodlust. Level. Cost. 100 mana. Description. Using strong energy, the selected target is put in a state of fear for 1 minute. Abilities. 1. Several targets can be selected. 2. Affect fear. All stats minus 50%. Izuku felt a sudden surge of power as the new skill fused with his system. He exited the structure, his footsteps echoing across the empty area. The cool evening air clashed sharply with the dungeon's gloomy aura. He took a deep breath, feeling the cold breeze fill his lungs. Home, he thought. Time to go home. As Izuku took the bus through the station, the streets were rather quiet. His thoughts drifted to the events of the day, the battles fought, and the lives lost. He felt exhausted yet thrilled. A group of teenagers eyed his bloody and tattered appearance with a mix of curiosity and fear. One of them, a girl with pink skin, couldn't help but ask, "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" Izuku glanced at her, his expression unreadable. "I'm fine," he replied tersely, closing the conversation. The group exchanged worried glances but didn't pursue further. When he finally reached home, he stripped off his ruined jacket and threw it into the trash, then headed straight to the bathroom. Standing under the hot spray of the shower, Izuku let the water wash away the blood and grime. He watched as the red-tinged water swirled down the drain, feeling the tension slowly leave his body. After drying off, he changed into fresh clothes and collapsed onto his bed. He focused on his new skill, bloodlust. He could feel it, a dark, powerful energy simmering just beneath the surface. He knew it would be a valuable asset in future battles. One more step towards my goal, he thought, closing his eyes. Despite everything, a small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He lay there in the quiet of his room, thoughts drifting as sleep began to claim him. The world outside continued, unaware of the events that had transpired, and for now, that was just the way Izuku wanted it. It had been 4 months since the fateful day Izuku acquired his quirk, Ready Player One. The dungeon incident, where mercenaries attempted to kill him, haunted his thoughts, as did the mystery of their boss. He had completed several dungeons and raised his level 2 at school. His classmates noticed the change and maintained their distance. Katsuki had now been surpassed in class by his former target. Izuku's grades soared to the top, much to Bakugu's annoyance. Despite this, Bakugu and the others avoided direct confrontation with Izuku, fearing the new aura of power that surrounded him. The teachers observed the change in characteristics but decided not to intervene, hoping that the tension would resolve itself. Izuku sat in his classroom, his eyes focused on the textbook in front of him. He could feel the stares of his classmates, their curiosity and fear palpable in the air. He had become an enigma, his sudden rise in grades and physical prowess a mystery to all. The bell rang, signaling the end of the PRD. As Izuku gathered his books, he overheard a group of students whispering. Midoriya aced the last test again, even surpassing Bakugu. A classmate remarked on how impressive it was that Izuku achieved this without using his quirk, speculating on how strong he would be if he did. However, Izuku paid them no attention. He had more pressing matters to consider, like figuring out who had hired the mercenaries that had tried to kill him. The class headed to the gym for the day's fitness test, and Izuku sensed the usual tension in the air as they lined up for the various tests. Bakugu was already there, his burning glare fixed on Izuku. The gym teacher's voice boomed through the gym, announcing that they would be testing their physical abilities without the use of quirks, except for one-on-one combat. He wanted to see their raw strength and endurance. As the test began, each student took their turn. Izuku moved through each station with ease, his training and self-control evident at every step. He ran the sprint in record time, excelled at push-ups, and broke the long jump record. Bakugu watched, his frustration growing with each of Izuku's successes. By the time they reached the final test, his patience had worn thin. The final test was a one-on-one combat drill, and excitement built among the students as they gathered around the mat. The gym teacher called out for Midoriya and Bakugu to step up. Bakugu sneered, challenging Izuku, claiming he would make him reveal his quirk and show everyone who was the best. Izuku remained silent, his expression unreadable, but his emerald eyes narrowed slightly as he gestured for Bakugu to bring it on, which only fueled Bakugu's anger. As the students gathered to watch the one-on-one combat, the instructor raised his hand and reminded them of the rules. No lethal force. The match began, and Bakugu wasted no time, launching himself at Izuku with explosive speed, declaring he would crush him. Izuku, however, remained calm. As Bakugu approached, he sidestepped with precision, causing Bakugu's punch to miss. In response, Izuku delivered a quick, powerful punch to Bakugu's stomach. The impact was immediate. Bakugu's eyes widened in surprise as he was lifted off his feet and crashed into the wall behind him, creating a loud boom that cracked the wall. The room fell silent, with only Bakugu's labored breathing breaking the stillness. Izuku stood in the center, relaxed yet focused. He addressed Bakugu, stating that his quirk was hard work, something Bakugu should try. Bakugu struggled to his feet, trembling with anger and humiliation. He vowed that this wasn't over and that he would find out what Izuku was hiding. Izuku turned away, uninterested in continuing the exchange, reminding Bakugu that no amount of rage would change the fact that he had won fair and square. As Bakugu lay on the mat, trying to process the defeat, Izuku walked off the mat. The gym teacher approached him, praising his impressive improvement. Izuku thanked him with little emotion. Bakugu, still on the mat, growled that this wasn't over and that he would prove he was still the best. After leaving school, Izuku went on his daily run through the woods, feeling as though someone was watching him. He picked up his pace, thinking about the time he had until UA. He slowed down when he reached the middle of a field, sensing a strong presence nearby. Stretching cautiously, he kept his eyes on the tree line, aware that someone was out there. He decided it was a good spot to test the waters and pulled out a wooden key, opening a large portal. He stepped inside, disappearing from sight. The assassin, who had been observing from a distance, jumped down and approached the portal, a smile creeping onto his face. He wondered if Izuku was a warper and, after a moment of hesitation, let his curiosity lead him through the gate and into a dark cave. As he navigated the cave, he realized why the scents had disappeared at the factory site. He followed the path to an open area filled with goblin corpses, marveling at the scene. Lowering himself, he examined the dead goblins and noticed a light further down the cave. Staying invisible, he moved cautiously until he reached Izuku, who was waiting for him. Izuku confronted the assassin, asking why he had been followed. The assassin, surprised that Izuku could see him, moved slightly, but Izuku's gaze tracked his every move. Izuku acknowledged that he had known about the pursuit for weeks and asked the assassin why he was there, keeping his blade hidden behind his back. He realized the assassin was trying to erase his presence. The assassin revealed himself, dressed in a black suit and spinning a knife in his hands. He grinned slightly, admitting that he had tracked Izuku down from the factory. Curious about their surroundings, he asked where they were. Izuku assessed the situation, recognizing the assassin as a former apprentice of Stain Maki. He knew he had to be cautious. He explained that they were in a creation of his Quirk, a goblin dungeon, typically easy to navigate but dangerous if surrounded. He pointed to the mangled bodies as evidence and pressed the assassin for his reason for tracking him. The assassin replied that someone had hired him to find someone Izuku might have killed, which made Izuku uncomfortable. The assassin reassured him that he was not a hero, just a paid murderer, and asked what had happened. Izuku responded quietly, stating that it was in self-defense. They tried to kill me since they were hired by someone. 3 times they attempted. Maki found the situation intriguing. It was unfortunate that he had been paid to kill me by the same person. He thought they would have gotten along well. As he pulled a second knife from his back, he remarked that his schedule had fallen apart as soon as I made the portal. Curiosity had gotten the best of him. Izuku responded, noting that curiosity killed the cat. Both combatants raised their blades, lowering themselves and preparing to fight. Maki, with a smirk, said that satisfaction brought it back. He darted forward, throwing one of his blades at Izuku, who dodged just in time. Maki then came down with a strike, but Izuku blocked the attack with his own blade, gripping Maki's wrist and throwing him across the cave. Maki was impressed by Izuku's speed and questioned the kind of strength he was hiding. Izuku moved forward, moving his blade toward Maki's stomach, but stopped as Maki began to split into 2 figures. The one in front of Izuku vanished. Maki acknowledged Izuku's speed, noting that he was quite fast for a kid. Izuku, feeling the pressure of the fight, glared to the side before attacking again. The blades met with a loud clang as metal clashed. Maki asked why Izuku was hiding his strength, recalling how he had seen him punch a blonde and knew he could tear him apart. He encouraged Izuku to terrify his opponents and offered to teach him something he had learned from experience. Izuku, still focused on the battle, questioned Maki's motives. He wanted to know why Maki was trying to kill him. Maki explained, teasingly, that it was not for fun. The person Izuku had killed in his last dungeon had an older brother who paid Maki well for this task. Silence fell over the dungeon as the 2 men prepared to attack. The assassin moved first, faster than before, but Izuku countered Maki's dagger with his own. They glared at each other, their daggers sending sparks flying. Maki taunted Izuku, saying it was pitiful that he would die alongside the goblins. Izuku darkly replied that Maki was pitiful as well, asserting that Maki would die soon. They kicked off each other and attacked faster as time went on. Maki laughed psychotically, surprised to meet someone of his level. Izuku realized their speeds were about the same and thought he needed to end the fight quickly. As they bounced off the walls of the cave, Izuku's footing slipped, giving Maki an opportunity to attack. Izuku felt every slice and cut Maki inflicted on him as he crossed his arms to protect his vitals. He slid backward, panting. Maki noted that Izuku was pretty durable, frowning slightly at his target still standing. Izuku asked Maki to lower his killing intent, placing a hand on his thigh and staring at the floor. Suddenly, a quest notification appeared, indicating an emergency quest to kill the enemy. If the quest was not completed, Izuku's heart would stop. He realized that his quirk was sensitive to killing intent, and as he lifted his head, Maki noticed the darker blue burning in Izuku's eyes, indicating his quirk had activated again. Maki decided to show Izuku something fun, using his quirk to vanish. Izuku quickly got on guard, listening and watching intently. He raised his blade, protecting his left side as their daggers met once more. Maki laughed, impressed that Izuku had blocked the attack despite his quirk. He explained that his quirk was stealth, which erased his shape, smell, sound, and even aura. He boasted that no one else knew about his quirk because no one had ever survived after seeing it. Maki then attacked, and a blade pierced Izuku's ankle, forcing him to kneel. Maki remarked that the tendons in Izuku's feet were destroyed and that typical healing quirks would not work over long PRDS. He began to disappear again, questioning whether Izuku could withstand his attacks with such a frail body. Izuku interrupted, still kneeling, saying that Maki talked too much. He activated his status recovery, and his body lit up with green and golden lights as his wounds stitched back together, leaving only tears in his clothes. Maki stared in disbelief, wondering what Izuku's quirk was. Izuku reflected that relying solely on Maki's quirk had its limitations and needed to think of a solution. Maki, observing from above, questioned whether Izuku was using a trick or fake confidence. He recognized Izuku as dangerous. Feeling his heart steel itself, Izuku thought that one of his emotions had died. Even anger was a waste on someone like Maki. As Maki attacked from behind, Izuku swiped backward, forcing Maki to step back to avoid the hit. Maki was frustrated, realizing that Izuku had seen through his stealth again. He noted that there was no hesitation when Izuku aimed for his neck, recognizing him as a killer like himself. Maki declared that he was done playing and would unleash his full power. The assassin sprinted forward, each step getting faster as he vanished. Attack after attack, Izuku deflected the blades until Maki was in front of him, rushing forward to end the fight. Izuku lowered his head, his green hair blocking his eyesight. Maki announced that he was finishing this, while Izuku stated that he was too. As Izuku activated his skill, the raw strength surged through his body, enhancing his muscles and turning his aura bright red. The cave walls pulsed with the energy he emitted, casting a crimson shade over the combat area. Maki sensed the sudden change in deadly force, his confidence fading, replaced by fear and dread. Izuku's speed increased exponentially, his form becoming a blur of motion as he dashed forward, striking with precision and ferocity. Maki barely managed to deflect the attacks, each clash sending shockwaves through the cave. The air was filled with the sound of metal hitting metal, accompanied by grunts of exhaustion and the faintest sounds of pain from a certain killer. Maki realized he was under the influence of poison. "It's your dagger," he said, trying to move but finding himself unable to. He glared at Izuku, who appeared almost demonic, surrounded by a red aura. Izuku, panting from exhaustion, acknowledged Maki's skill. "Not bad," he stated. Noticing Izuku's fatigue, Maki attempted to use his stealth to disappear from sight. However, Izuku's heightened senses, enhanced by Kaioken, detected even the slightest variations in the air and sound. He spun around just in time to deflect a dagger aimed at his back and responded with a powerful kick that sent Maki crashing against the cave wall. "I'm not done yet," Izuku growled, his voice echoing through the cave as his red aura flared brighter, intensifying the power coursing through him. Despite his agility and stealth, Maki struggled to keep up with Izuku's relentless attacks. He vanished again, but Izuku anticipated his next move and caught him. Mid-attack with a bone-crushing blow. Maki gasped, the wind knocked out of him as he collided with the cave wall. Desperation flickered in Maki's eyes as he attempted to recover, his body battered and bruised. "A monster," he gasped, blood trickling from his mouth. But let's see how you handle this. Summoning the last of his strength, he lunged at Izuku, daggers aimed for the kill. Izuku looked directly into Maki's eyes, his own burning ice blue as shadows enveloped him. Maki froze in place, realizing he was surrounded by a large pool of darkness. "What is this?" he exclaimed, looking up to find himself face to face with a terrifying figure with white eyes. The shadows closed in on Maki, intent on choking the life out of him as two blue eyes bore into his own. He felt a horrifying sensation as a blue blade pierced through his chest. "Why, you how?" he stammered, blood spilling from his lips as he stared at Izuku, shadows embracing his shoulders. He noticed the blue in Izuku's eyes darkening. The shadows soon vanished, leaving only him and Izuku. Maki slumped against the wall, Izuku's dagger embedded in his chest. "I'll die because I lost. It's only natural," he murmured, blood pooling around him. Izuku stood over Maki, contemplating his next question. "I have one last question," he said calmly. "Who is behind this?" Maki's eyes sparkled with a strange amusement. "A message. Must be delivered even if it comes through the edge of a blade," he choked out. "But for one who seeks the light, the truth is hidden in plain sight." As the last words left his mouth, he coughed up blood. Izuku's mind raced as he tried to decipher the riddle. The truth hidden in plain sight? What could that mean? He thought back to his recent encounters, piecing together the puzzle. Suddenly, it struck him. "The principal of my school," he whispered, his eyes widening in realization. It made sense. He remembered the principal's cold eyes behind his warm smile and how he had often turned a blind eye to the bullying Izuku endured. Now, it seemed the principal viewed Izuku as a threat, perhaps fearing exposure of past neglect. Maki's eyes flashed with a mixture of surprise and approval. "Clever boy," he said. "But knowing the truth won't save you." Izuku's jaw tightened. "We'll see about that," he replied. Maki laughed weakly, a hint of resignation in his voice. "No idea what you're getting into," he said. "But get stronger." "How strong do you think?" Izuku asked. Maki's head fell forward, losing strength. "Your shadow is connected to darkness. You will become as strong as your shadows. Depth in the dark." Suddenly an alarm sounded. "Quest complete. You have completed emergency quest. Kill the enemies." Another alarm chimed. "Skill, Bloodlust has leveled up." Izuku sighed, ignoring the notifications for the moment. To close the portal, he had to defeat the boss. He ripped the blade from Maki's chest and headed toward the cave on the left. At the end, he discovered wooden doors leading to the boss room. After defeating the boss, Izuku stepped out of the portal just as it hardened and disintegrated. He sat down in the grass where he had begun the dungeon, lying back as a menu popped up. "Level up," the alarm announced. "You have reached the required level." Another notification followed. A required level? Izuku thought while reading the alerts. Quest alert. A class evolution quest has arrived. Will you accept the quest? Accept or refuse? A class evolution? He wondered, recalling his status sheet. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Level, 40. Class, none. Alias, none. HP, 7,500-7,500. MP, 650-650. Strength, 95. Vitality, 60. Agility, 95. Intelligence, 53. Sense, 80. Feels. Passive. Muscularity. Active. Bloodlust, sprint, 0. Remaining points, 1. I'll deal with that principal later, he thought while lying on the grass. Tomorrow is the weekend, so I should prepare for this dungeon since it's an S-rank dungeon. He glanced at the key in his hand. Demon Castle's key. Item class is item rank, legendary. A key that allows you to enter the dungeon, Demon Castle. You may use this in the XX location XX. The next day, Izuku followed his daily routine and went to the designated location. He examined the key in his hand before gazing up at the abandoned tower. His black pants and jacket likely made him appear delinquent. He sighed, noticing no one was near the tower or inside it. That's good, I suppose. But why does my quirk always choose a location like this? He thought, shrugging it off. Izuku stepped forward, pulled out his key, and opened the gate. A large red portal sparked to life, illuminating the tower's entrance with a crimson glow. As soon as the portal opened, Izuku walked through, summoning his dagger. He was uncertain of what awaited him on the other side. Upon entering, he looked around. The entrance revealed a space in the midst of a devastated cityscape, with burning buildings and rivers of molten lava creating a terrifying atmosphere. Smoke and ash filled the air, creating a foreboding atmosphere. Izuku took a deep breath, gripping Venonozura's fang tightly. He understood that the journey ahead would be perilous, but he was ready. His keen senses detected several creatures lurking in the shadows of the city ruins. He whispered to himself, a smirk forming on his lips, "Let's dance," as he tightened his hold on Venonozura's fang. The dagger glinted ominously in the flickering light of the flames. With determination, he stepped into the inferno. The air was thick with heat and the acrid scent of sulfur. Izuku moved cautiously, his senses heightened. His abilities revealed multiple dangerous presences hiding in the darkness. It wasn't long before the first wave of minions attacked. From the flaming debris emerged a pack of hellhounds, their eyes glowing red and their bodies wreathed in flames. They snarled and lunged at him with ferocity. "Time to put you down," he declared, activating sprint. His speed surged, allowing him to deftly evade the hellhounds' assaults. With swift, precise movements, he struck with his dagger, each slash inflicting paralyze and bleed effects. The hellhounds howled in agony and fell, unable to move as their vitality drained away. One hellhound tried to catch him off guard, clawing at his leg with its fiery talons. But Izuku reacted quickly, delivering a powerful slice that ended the creature's threat. As the last hellhound fell, he paused to catch his breath and inspect the loot. He found several minor health potions and a piece of enchanted armor that offered fire resistance. Selling the items from his inventory, he earned 10,000 gold coins from the hellhound spoils. Only the beginning, he thought, scanning the blazing landscape ahead. As he traversed the city, he encountered even more terrifying foes. The next challenge came in the form of demonic archers stationed on crumbling buildings. Their arrows, imbued with hellfire, rained down on him as he navigated the treacherous streets. He activated Bloodlust, instilling fear in the archers. Several froze in terror, their abilities significantly weakened. Seizing the moment, he used Sprint to close the distance, leaping from rubble to rubble. One by one, he took them down, his dagger shimmering in the firelight. Izuku collected numerous enchanted arrows from the fallen demonic archers, along with a special potion that temporarily boosted his mana regeneration. He sold the items from his inventory, except for the potion, earning an additional 5,000 gold coins. Suddenly, an infernal golem emerged from the lava, causing the ground to tremble as it advanced deeper into the city. This colossal creature, composed of molten rock and lava, towered over Izuku. Its eyes burned with a fierce intelligence as it approached, each step shaking the earth beneath him. "This one's going to be tough," he murmured. He activated Kaioken, feeling a surge of power that doubled his strength, speed, and agility. The pressure was immense, but he knew he had to confront it. The golem swung a massive fist at Izuku, but he dodged with enhanced speed. He targeted the golem's joints, his blade barely penetrating its rocky exterior. The bleed effect was ineffective against a creature of stone and fire, but the paralyze effect restricted its movements. Seeing an opening, Izuku unleashed a Kamehameha, sending a powerful energy beam into the golem's chest. The impact left a crater in its torso, and the beast roared in pain before staggering back. The golem retaliated with a sweeping arm, sending Izuku crashing into a burning structure. Gritting his teeth, he stood up, feeling the strain of Kaioken on his body. He knew he couldn't maintain this for long. With a final burst of speed, Izuku charged toward the golem, aiming for the weak point in its chest. He plunged his dagger deep into the crater, channeling a portion of his mana into the strike. The golem let out a deafening roar before disintegrating into rubble and molten rock. You have slain an infernal golem. You have received 1,000,000 gold. An alarm sounded, indicating that he had leveled up multiple times. Among the remnants of the infernal golem, he found a large mana potion and a rare enchanted amulet that enhanced his overall attack power. He stored the potion in his inventory and sold the rest for 5,000 gold coins, satisfied with the substantial haul. Afterward, he consumed the potion, restoring his health and mana. Moving deeper into the city, Izuku encountered a group of Inferno Knights. These armored warriors, clad in dark steel and surrounded by flames, posed a formidable challenge. Each wielded a massive blade, radiating the heat of their infernal power. "More company," he muttered, activating both sprint and bloodlust. A wave of fear swept through the Inferno Knights, causing hesitation and confusion. He seized the opportunity, dashing in with his dagger. His strikes were quick and precise, targeting the joints and gaps in the knight's armor. The paralyzing effect hindered their movements, while the bleeding effect further weakened them. Despite their intimidating appearance, they fell one by one to his relentless assault. As he defeated the last of the Inferno Knights, he collected several armor components from their remains. He sold the items from his inventory for 8,000 gold coins. Izuku's journey through the devastated city had been arduous, but he sensed that the greatest challenge lay ahead. As he approached the city center, the air grew cooler, an eerie chill cutting through the heat of the flames. There, in the heart of the city, lay the lair of the S-rank beast, the guardian of the city. The dragon lay coiled, its scales shimmering. As Izuku drew near, the creature's eyes opened, and a low growl rumbled from its throat. The name was in blood red, which was fitting. The dragon's bright red eyes met Izuku's burning blue gaze as they faced off. Without further hesitation, he immediately launched himself forward with sprint, his speed increasing dramatically as he closed the distance between himself and the dragon. The mana consumption was low, but the boost in speed was crucial. He needed every advantage he could get. He reached the dragon in an instant and cut its tough scales with Venonazura's fang. The blade did not leave a scratch. The dragon rushed around and swiped at him with a huge claw. Izuku leaped back just in time, feeling the rush of air from the dragon's powerful strike. He thought to himself that the dragon was incredibly strong and that he had to be faster. He activated Kaioken, feeling a surge of energy flood his body. His muscles bulged, his senses sharpened, and his power doubled. The strain on his body was immense, but the boost was worth it. With newfound strength, he dashed forward again, aiming for the dragon's underbelly. His blade cut cleanly, but Velcroth's skin was like titanium. The venom and bleeding effects of Venonazura's fang did not work as expected. The dragon was extremely durable and let out a roar, responding with an eruption of flames. Izuku rolled to the side, narrowly escaping the burning flames. He could feel the heat singe his clothes, but he didn't let it stop him. Gathering more mana, he launched the Kamehameha, a dazzling ray of energy emitted from his palms aimed squarely at the dragon's chest. The impact was huge, knocking the dragon back a few steps, but it recovered quickly. The dragon's scales shone with the heat of the blast, yet it remained unharmed. Realizing that his current strategy wasn't working, Izuku thought he needed to find a weakness. Velcroth jumped forward and opened its jaws. Izuku avoided the attack, but the dragon's tail spun around, striking him in the side and knocking him into the building wall. Pain coursed through his body, yet he forced himself to stand. He reminded himself that he couldn't give up now and that he had to keep fighting. He reactivated Sprint, using the speed to stay one step ahead of the dragon's strikes. He slashed at the dragon's joints, underbelly, and wings, but its skin was invincible. The huge beast appeared unfazed by his dagger's paralysis and bleeding effects. Velcroth roared again, and the temperature in the chamber rose drastically. The dragon's mouth blazed an orange-crimson, unleashing a torrent of flames that enveloped the cavern. Izuku dashed out of the way, feeling the heat singe his clothes and burn his skin. He narrowly avoided the worst of it, but the sheer power of the attack left him stunned. He thought that this dragon's fire was more powerful than anything he had ever seen and that he had to be smarter and use every skill he had. He activated Bloodlust, but Velcroth dismissed the fear's effect. Unfazed, Izuku charged in, aiming for the dragon's eyes. He dodged Velcroth's huge claw and rushed up, stabbing at the creature's face. His blade hit against the dragon's eye, drawing blood and causing Velcroth to howl in pain and fury. The dragon raged wildly, throwing Izuku around and slamming him into the ground. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand, despite the pain coursing through his body. Velcroth charged at him, and Izuku rolled out of the way. He thought to himself that he couldn't keep this up much longer and that he needed to finish this now. He activated Kaioken again, pushing his body to its highest level. The pressure was enormous, yet the power rush gave him the strength he needed. He rushed forward, dodging Velcroth's hits at lightning-fast pace. He sliced at the dragon's legs, aiming for the joints and trying to cripple the beast. But Velcroth's skin was too tough. The dragon roared and released another torrent of flames, forcing Izuku to run away. He used Sprint to keep his distance and avoid the dragon's continuous strikes. Velcroth punched the ground with such force that the entire ground turned into molten lava, sending molten debris toward Izuku, who was unable to avoid it. The debris struck him, sending him crashing across the chamber. He collided with the wall, and pain rushed through his right arm. He looked down and discovered, to his horror, that his limb was gone. He screamed, holding the point where his arm once was, feeling dizzy as blood flowed from the wound. He was bleeding rapidly, and his health continued to decrease. He gritted his teeth while his HP dropped. An alarm sounded, and a message appeared, indicating that his health was below 30% and that a skill called Perseverance would activate, reducing the damage he took by 50%. Izuku's eyes followed the message as he read it. His jacket was bloodied, but he attempted to remain calm. He thought that even in terrible circumstances, it would do everything in its power to keep him alive. It would be problematic for him to die. He activated status recovery. A warm, healing energy rushed through him, and he watched in awe as his arm began to restore. The pain ended, and fatigue dissolved into determination. He taunted the dragon, calling it an overgrown lizard. Velcroth roared, its eyes burning with rage. The dragon leaped at him, but Izuku was prepared. He activated Kaioken again and felt the same rush of strength. He dodged the dragon's claws and stabbed its eyes, temporarily blinding it. Velcroth screamed in pain, and Izuku took advantage of the opportunity. He gathered some mana and unleashed a massive Kamehameha, aiming straight at the dragon's chest. The beam of energy surged forward and impacted Velcroth with incredible force. The impact was enough to crack the dragon's scales, and Velcroth let forth a thunderous roar of pain. Izuku refused to give up, pushing all of his effort into the onslaught. Finally, with one last furious push, the beam pierced the dragon's defenses. The massive beast crashed backward, its chest burning from the strike. Velcroth's eyes burned with stubborn rage. The dragon's skin was scratched and burned, but it appeared more angry than weak. Izuku realized he needed a different plan. Pure force would not be enough to destroy such a powerful beast. Velcroth roared, unleashing another torrent of fire. Izuku sprinted to the side, narrowly escaping the inferno. He activated Kaioken once again, feeling the pressure on his body but knowing he needed more power. He ran forward, striking at the dragon's legs and underbelly, but his blade barely scratched its tough scales. He thought he needed to find a weak spot, his mind racing as he looked at the dragon's body for any signs of vulnerability. Then he noticed it, a small, lightly glowing area on Velcroth's chest, where his previous attack had cracked the scales. That's it, he realized. He needed to hit that spot with everything he had. Velcroth lunged at him, jaws biting. Izuku dodged and rushed around the dragon, attempting to position himself for a direct attack at its weakest point. The dragon's tail spun around, and he barely managed to jump over it before rolling to his feet and accelerating forward. With an eruption of energy, he activated Kaioken to its full potential. The strain was painful, but he ignored it. He had to finish this right now. He gathered all of his remaining mana and charged a Kamehameha. "Take this," he shouted, releasing the beam of energy directly at the glowing spot on Velcroth's chest. The beam struck accurately, hitting the weak point with incredible force. Velcroth roared in pain as the impact destroyed the damaged scales. The dragon stumbled backward, its steps growing slower. Izuku didn't give up. He sprinted forward with sprint, closing the gap and slicing the exposed flesh with Venonozura's fang. The dagger's venom took hold, and the dragon's movements slowed even further. Blood flowed from the wound, but Velcroth was far from defeated. Velcroth roared again, fire blazing at the corners of its mouth. The dragon was preparing for another devastating strike, and Izuku knew he needed to act quickly. He activated Sprint again and charged forward, dodging the dragon's strikes with quick movements. He approached the dragon's chest and inserted Venonozura's fang into the open wound. Velcroth roared in pain as the blade sank deep. Izuku twisted the dagger and felt the venom enter the dragon's flesh. The beast's motions became slower, and its roars more pitiful. But Velcroth wasn't finished yet. With one last desperate attempt, the dragon tried to unleash a huge burst of fire. But Izuku was faster. He channeled all of his remaining strength and mana into one final Kamehameha. "Die," he declared. The energy beam shot from his palms at point-blank range, striking the dragon's wound with devastating force. The combined power of the attack and the venom from the dagger eventually penetrated Velcroth's defenses. The dragon gave one last, miserable roar before collapsing to the ground, its body motionless. Izuku fell to his knees, exhausted and in pain, but victorious. He had done it. He had defeated Velcroth, the Infernal. He sweated while kneeling and staring at the fallen dragon. "I won," he said, a little smile appearing on his face. His whole body shuddered as he stood up. That was very close. He was more powerful than me in every way. A blue screen popped up before him. New skill unlocked. Blast Burn. Blast Burn. Skill type, Fire skill. Description: Blast Burn is a destructive fire-based attack that focuses the user's mana into a massive explosion of inferno. By striking the earth with enormous power, the user causes a gigantic blast that incinerates everything in the nearby area. Damage output: extremely high, capable of incinerating enemies within the blast radius. Range: large area of effect, with lingering flames that continue to burn. Area of effect: wide, capable of hitting multiple targets simultaneously. Mana consumption: 200. As Izuku unlocked classes, a dazzling blue light enveloped him. He felt a tremendous rush of power coursing through his body as if every cell was being infused with incredible energy. The light became even brighter, covering him in its softness and beauty. When the light faded, Izuku looked down at the red crystal and gasped as he saw himself. His appearance had changed drastically. His once green hair had turned a stunning snow white, and his left eye now glowed crystal blue, while his right eye remained its former green color. Izuku took a moment to process his transformation. He felt stronger, more powerful, and more in control of his skills than ever before. The combination of his ninja and devil hunter abilities had unlocked a new level of potential within him. Then he checked his class as well as new skills. Class: Ninja Devil Hunter. Class bonus: Ninja, passive. Stealth Mastery: improved ability to move hidden and silent. Better senses: sharpened senses including sight, hearing, and touch. Advanced Dagger Arts: daggers can now be used more effectively. When a dagger is used, attacks with it deal 33% more damage. Wall Tree Climbing: allows the user to run up and cling to wall tree surfaces by channeling mana to their feet. Water Walking: enables the user to walk on water by distributing mana evenly across the soles of their feet. Devil Hunter, passive. Devil Endurance: increased resistance to physical and magical damage. Enhanced Strength, greater physical power. Fast Regeneration, faster recovery from injuries. Sword Mastery: improves sword skill, allowing you to use more agile and powerful combat techniques. Gun Mastery: grants the ability to handle firearms effectively and shoot fast and accurately. Ninja, active. 1. Sharingan, 1 Tomo. Skill type, I skill. Description: the One-Tomo Sharingan is the first step of the legendary eye skills. This early form gives the user improved keen abilities and a small amount of fighting improvement. While not as powerful as its advanced versions, the One-Tomo Sharingan represents the start of the user's path to mastering this terrifying skill. While the One-Tomo Sharingan has many advantages, it is only the beginning of the Sharingan's full potential. Continuous use and emotional development are necessary to progress the Sharingan to its more advanced stages, which offer increased power and abilities. Enhanced perception: the One-Tomo Sharingan improves the user's vision sharpness, allowing them to see and react to movements faster. This heightened eyesight is especially effective for avoiding attacks and observing enemy actions. Partial copy technique: at this stage, the user can start copying basic movements and techniques they see. While not as exact as the higher levels, this talent enables fast learning and adjusting in a fight. Basic genjutsu knowledge: the One-Tomo Sharingan improves the user's immunity to basic genjutsu, illusion techniques, allowing them to recognize and destroy simple illusions. Skill boost: 1. Perception, plus 200% visual clarity and detail detection. 2. Copy success rate, 50% for basic techniques. 3. Genjutsu resistance, plus 50% effectiveness in recognizing and breaking simple illusions. 4. Combat prediction, plus 10% evasion and reaction time boost. 5. Mana cost, no mana required. 2. Elemental jutsus, grants the ability to perform powerful elemental techniques using mana. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, cost 20 mana. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu, cost 30 mana. Earth style, Earth Wall Jutsu, cost 10 mana. Wind style, Gale Palm, cost 20 mana. Lightning style, Chidori, cost 40 mana. Even though he felt slight disappointment at the locked part, he couldn't control his excitement. He began bouncing on the ball of his feet. "This is so cool," he cried, his voice full of delight. He clenched his fists, feeling the power flowing through him. As he was about to test his skill, a familiar screen popped up. Based on the amount of points you once obtained, you will be given a chance to obtain an alias as well as 2 exclusive skills. You surpassed the planned playtime. Points will be added. Final health is above 50%. Points will be added. All enemies have been slain. Points have been added. The shadows loomed behind Izuku as he read the messages. He turned around to face the massive wall of shadows surrounding him. He expected them to attack him, but they stopped before him. To the one who wields both light and dark, a gift of shadows, a powerful mark. Unleash the power within your soul, and let the shadows make you whole. Izuku found peace in the shadows while staring at the message. You have obtained alias, Shadow Monarch. Shadow Monarch? He said as shadows poured into his skin, making him feel lighter. You have gained new exclusive skills. Izuku's interest peaked as he looked up the skill descriptions. Shadow Extraction, Skill Type, Shadow Skill. Description: a shadow soldier is created from a body without life by taking its mana. The chance of failure increases the higher the target's stats are and the more time has passed since the target's death. Shadows able to be extracted, 0-10. Save Shadow, Skill Type, Shadow Skill. Description: you absorb created shadow soldiers and save them. Saved soldiers can be summoned and reabsorbed whenever and wherever the animator desires. Saved shadows, 0-10. Will you accept the skills? Accept or refuse. Chill ran down Izuku's spine. This sounds like necromancy, he whispered, a hint of fear in his voice. He had heard stories about necromancers, dark mages with the ability to bring back the dead and control their spirits. It was a power that came with a great price, often leading to madness and corruption. He hesitated. Do I want this power? He asked himself. The system interrupted his thoughts. This is exclusive skills. Do you wish to refuse? Izuku's thoughts raced. The ability to command the dead was great, and it could change the direction of any battle. However, moral problems weighed heavily on him. He took a long breath, trying to slow down his heart. After a moment of thought, he made his decision. "I accept," he answered, his voice strong even though fear filled him. "I'll accept the responsibility if this power can help me protect the weak." Izuku looked around, noticing a shadow coming from the dragon's body. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. He saw the message on the body of the dragon. Of course, a necromancer is a commander-type job. Please select your command phrase for shadow extraction. Command phrase. He thought for a split second before his eyes turned blue. Arise. Command phrase set, arise. Izuku took a deep breath and knelt beside Velcrotha's head, placing a hand on its cold, lifeless scales. "You were a worthy opponent," he said, his voice full of respect. "Your power and toughness were unmatched. But now, your power will be used to protect those who need it." He took a long breath before standing to his feet. "Rest well, Velcroth. Your spirit will live on." He extended his hand towards the dragon's corpse and activated shadow extraction. Arise. Velcrotha's body was enveloped in a dark, swirling energy that oozed through its scales and bones. The chamber became colder, and shadows flickered across the walls. Izuku looked in amazement as the dragon's body began to transform. The transformation was impressive. Velcrotha's bright flaming red scales turned shadowy black, absorbing the light and giving the dragon an intimidating, mysterious appearance. Its massive wings, which were originally vibrant ruby, now glowed with a deep, beautiful blue, generating menacing energy that almost illuminated the cave. The dragon's eyes, which had before burned with strong intensity, now shone with an unreal azure, piercing the darkness with their cool, solid glare. The newly made shadow dragon moved from its body and stood before Izuku, its looming body exuding strength and fascination. No rank required. Dragon can be named. "You shall be called Kaisel." Izuku watched as Kaisel gave a low growl in confirmation before bowing his head when he received his name. "Kaisel LV-20. Take good care of me, Kai," he said while touching his scales. Then something clicked in his mind as he opened the inventory. "Almost forgot about you, beautiful," he said as he took the sword from the inventory. Sword of Omen. Item class, S. Item rank, legendary. Durability, unbreakable. Description: the Sword of Omen is a legendary blade of amazing power, respected in the past. This weapon, created in the center of a dying star and infused with the Eye of Thundera, combines both power and magic. The sword has multiple forms: a sleek dagger, a balanced sword, and a powerful katana, that retain the blade's mystical properties in each form. History: the Sword of Omen, wielded by the ancient hero who destroyed the darkness, is searched by many but held by only one. Its power is claimed to be connected to the wielder's heart, responding to their will and increasing their resolve to fight. Abilities: 1. Sight beyond sight. When held, the Sword of Omen boosts the wielder's vision, allowing them to see hidden opponents, detect traps, and reveal illusions within a 50-meter radius. 2. Omen's Wrath. Activating this ability unleashes a devastating energy wave, dealing massive AoE damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius and stunning them for 3 seconds. 3. Future Sight. The wielder can activate this ability to glimpse 2 minutes into the future, predicting enemy movements and actions, effectively granting a temporary boost to evasion and critical hit chances by 25% for 10 seconds. 4. Lifeblood. The blade drains a portion of life from enemies with each successful hit, restoring a small amount of health to the wielder. 5. Form Change Mechanism. The wielder can change the form of the Sword of Omen by invoking the command Omen Form Change followed by the desired form's name, e.g., Omen Form Change, Katana. Cooldown. Form changes have a cooldown PRD of 10 seconds to prevent rapid switching during combat. Mana cost. Each form change requires 100 mana, ensuring that the wielder uses the ability strategically. Forms. 1. Sword Form. A balanced blade ideal for general combat, offering a mix of speed, power, and reach. Stats. Damage. 150 attack speed. 1. Critical hit chance. 20%. Special effect. Regenerates wielder's health by 5% of damage dealt. 2. Dagger Form. A sleek, deadly dagger suitable for close-quarters combat and swift strikes. Stats: damage, 100, attack speed, 1, critical hit chance, 25%. Special effect: regenerates wielder's health by 5% of damage dealt. 3. Katana form, a long, slender blade designed for precision strikes and increased reach, combining elegance with lethality. Stats: damage, 180, attack speed, 1, critical hit chance, 15%. Special effect: regenerates wielder's health by 7% of damage dealt. Warning: mastering the various forms of the Sword of Omen requires years of practice and adaptability. Each form has specific advantages and requires a different battle technique, making the wielder versatile and powerful in any combat situation. Izuku stood in awe, contemplating the sword before him. It was his first encounter with an S-ranked item aside from the Demon Castle key. He began with a powerful overhead strike, bringing the sword down in a swift, controlled motion. The blade cut through the stone, aiming directly in front of him as if targeting an opponent. Without pausing, Izuku transitioned into a horizontal slash, sweeping the sword across at chest level. He pivoted on his feet, maintaining balance and control. Next, he executed a series of diagonal strikes, alternating from left to right. Each swing was delivered with purpose, slicing through the stones. After that, he transformed the blade into a katana, announcing, "Omen form change, katana." He started with basic strikes, the blade moving in swift arcs. His form was impeccable, each strike executed with deadly precision. His movements became more complex as he continued, incorporating spins and jumps. He shifted his weight effortlessly, maintaining perfect balance. Izuku spun on his heel in one fluid motion, the katana whistling through the air as he brought it down in a powerful, controlled strike. The force of the blow created a gust of wind, slicing through the molten debris. But he didn't stop there. He declared, "Omen form change, dagger." He began with basic slashes and moves, the blade moving in swift, controlled arcs. His form was perfect, each strike executed with precision. His movements became more complex as he continued, incorporating spins, flips, and acrobatic maneuvers. He shifted his weight effortlessly, maintaining perfect balance. In one fluid motion, Izuku flipped backward, the dagger flashing in the fire as he brought it down in a powerful, controlled strike. He wanted to test more, but the menu screen popped up. "You have completed the dungeon," it read. "The dungeon will collapse in 2 minutes. Let's go, buddy. We have a lot of work to do," he said as he placed the blade in his inventory and climbed onto Kai's back, feeling the shadow dragon's strength and power beneath him. Kai Cell arose from the earth with a strong flap of his gigantic wings, gliding effortlessly into the air. Izuku gripped tightly, excitement and joy flooding over him as they soared. As they exited the dungeon, they emerged into the cool night air. The moon rose high in the sky, sending a silver glow across the area. The stars twinkled above, their light reflecting in the calm waters of the lakes and rivers below. The world was serene under the cover of night. From their position high in the sky, the world below appeared peaceful and beautiful. The scene spread out in all directions, a jumble of forests, fields, mountains, and city. Izuku looked at the beauty of it all, feeling re-energized and motivated. "This is amazing," he said as he gently patted the dragon. "You are amazing." The dragon roared gently in acknowledgement as his mighty wings took them fast into the night. As they traveled home, Izuku reflected on everything he had experienced, the battles, the hardships, and the decisions he made. He knew that his quest wasn't complete, but he felt more ready than ever to face whatever lay ahead. On Monday, the morning sun shone brightly as Izuku went through his daily routine and made his way to school. "I should have tried that years ago," he huffed as he stepped into school, headed straight for the office. Many students stared at him and whispered. Izuku was used to it since his first transformation, but his heightened sense allowed him to understand what they were saying. "Who is that?" one student asked. "I have no idea. Is someone transferring in?" another replied. "He's attractive," a third student commented. Izuku rolled his eyes while muttering under his breath and made his way toward the office. As he approached the principal's office, he knew he had to deal with the principal, but he needed to be smart about it. He couldn't allow anger to influence his thinking. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Come in," a gruff voice responded. Izuku entered and saw the principal seated behind his desk, appearing surprised when he saw Izuku. "How may I help you, young man?" the principal asked, his forced smile contrasting with his typical tone. Izuku noticed the change and realized the man was already on alert. "Sir, I'd like to take the final exam early to get out of your hair. I believe it would be beneficial for both of us if I graduated sooner," he stated, swallowing dryly. "What's your name again?" the principal inquired, staring at Izuku as if trying to identify him. "Midoriya Izuku, sir." The principal's jaw dropped. He stared at Izuku, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Midoriya? No way, that is you." Izuku looked at him with cold eyes. "It's me, sir." The principal continued to stare, struggling to reconcile the boy he once knew with the young man standing before him. He noted the one green eye and the freckles on his cheeks, but there was also his cold expression. "Why do you want to take the test early?" the principal asked, trying to regain his composure. "Sir, I believe it is in both of our best interests. I want to move forward, and I think it would be easier for you if I wasn't around," he stated calmly. The principal's eyes narrowed. "And why should I grant this request, Midoriya? What makes you so special?" "Because Katsuki is also taking the exam early. If he can, then why can't I?" The principal's attitude shifted from doubt to annoyance. "Bakugo is different. He has a powerful quirk." "So do I," Izuku countered, his voice cold. "You can't deny me this opportunity just because of your personal favoritism." The principal leaned back in his chair, his thoughts racing. He had underestimated Izuku's power and resolve. The boy he had once considered quirkless and weak had grown into a formidable young man. The principal felt an aura of fear. If Izuku discovered his secrets, it could mean the end of his career or worse. "Midoriya, I don't think you understand the consequences of what you're asking," he said, his voice trailing off. Izuku remained calm, his eyes cold. "Sir, I understand perfectly. I know what you've done, and I understand why you want me gone. I'm giving you an opportunity to make things easier for both of us." The principal's eyes widened. "You don't know anything," he stammered. Izuku leaned forward, his voice cold. "I know enough. I know about the murderers you sent. I know your fears that I'll expose you. But I am not here to threaten you. I just want to move on with my life." The principal felt a drop of sweat run down his forehead. He needed to think quickly. If Izuku had evidence, he was in big trouble. But if he agreed to allow Izuku to take the exam early, he could buy himself more time to deal with the situation. "Fine," he said finally. "You can take the final exam early. But don't let this discussion out." Izuku nodded. "Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Come here after school. I'll have your test and diploma ready." "Thank you, sir." He got up and bowed. "I will see you after school," he said as he left the room, softly closing the door before a small smile formed across his lips and he relaxed. "Hopefully, this is the last time I move through these doors," he thought as he made his way toward his classroom. He knocked on the door softly. "Sorry, I am late," he said as he opened the door, and everyone stared at his new look. He walked in and handed the teacher the late pass before taking his seat. He ignored the whispers as he sat down and pulled out a notebook, ready to finish the day. The teacher cleared his throat and returned to teaching. After school, Izuku went to the principal's office with two other instructors. They each handed him 2 stacks of papers that made up the final exam. "You have 2 hours, so no cheating," the principal said as Izuku just nodded. The exam was a little difficult, but Izuku was ready. He answered each question accurately, his mind clear and focused. Either the principal truly wanted him out of school, or he was smarter than he thought. He finished the test in 25 minutes and checked it before returning it to the principal. The principal handed it along to the teachers, who graded it quickly. They kept an eye on the boy as they failed to make a single mark on the test. Izuku sat calmly and waited, examining the teachers as they finished and looking at the principal. "He passed," they said at the same time. Izuku breathed out with relief. "Well, Congratulations, Mr. Midoriya. Here you go. The principal handed him a diploma with the school's seal and his signature. It was a pleasure to learn under you, sensei, Izuku said bitterly as he held the diploma tightly. Have a wonderful life, he said as he grabbed his things from the floor and finally left the school. After getting home, he took a shower and made lunch. When he finished lunch, he noticed a familiar blue message. Message. You have unread mail. Open mailbox. Message. Unread. Congratulations. You have made outstanding progress on your journey, and as a reward, you now have the opportunity to awaken one of your skills. A skill's power increases greatly once awakened. Steps to awaken a skill. 1. Select a skill, go to your skills menu and choose the skill you wish to awaken. 2. Confirm selection, ensure you have enough mana points, MP. 3. Activate awakening. Click the Awaken Skill button to complete the process. Once awakened, the skill will substantially boost its effectiveness and might unlock additional features. This is a rare opportunity, so select wisely. Make sure you are well prepared, as the awakening process is irreversible. Izuku read the words with a combination of excitement and focus. He saw that awakening a skill was a special and important chance. After considering his options, he reviewed them in the skills menu. 2 skills were available. 1. Kaioken, a power-up skill that could double your stats, enhancing your strength, speed, agility, and endurance for a short PRD. 2. Kamehameha, a powerful energy attack that could be charged and unleashed in a devastating beam of mana. After significant thought, Izuku decided to awaken the Kamehameha. He believed that the Kamehameha's versatility and raw power would be better suited to his long-range battle style since he was a close-range fighter. With eagerness, he confirmed his decision and began the awakening process. New skill unlocked. Final Kamehameha. When Izuku finished the awakening, he felt an ocean of energy rush through him. His Kamehameha had evolved into the final Kamehameha, a devastating energy skill with 10 times more strength. Final Kamehameha. Skill type, Ultimate Energy Skill. Description. The final Kamehameha is an awakened version of the Kamehameha skill that represents the highest level of energy control and offensive power. This ultimate move combines the Kamehameha's accuracy and force with increased energy output, producing a destructive blast capable of annihilating even the most powerful opponents. Abilities. 1. Enhanced Energy Beam. The final Kamehameha unleashes an extremely powerful beam of mana, much more powerful than the normal Kamehameha. The energy output is doubled, resulting in massive damage across a wide area. 2. Overwhelming Force. The sheer force of the final Kamehameha can penetrate through the toughest defenses and barriers, making it nearly unstoppable once unleashed. 3. Widespread Devastation. The beam can be widened to affect multiple targets simultaneously or focused to deliver a single, annihilating blow to a specific target. Usage. 1. Charge. The user gathers a massive amount of mana in both hands, resulting in 2 glowing spheres. The charge PRD is greater than the normal Kamehameha, indicating the enhanced power level. 2. Release. With intense focus and a powerful scream, the user combines the 2 spheres into a single, huge beam of energy, releasing it with overwhelming force toward the target. Stats boost. Damage output, exponentially higher than standard Kamehameha. Range, very long. Area of effect, highly adjustable, from a focused beam to wide area devastation. Mana consumption, 400. Warning, the final Kamehameha is an ultimate skill requiring an enormous mana reserve. Improper execution or overuse can lead to severe mana depletion, physical exhaustion, and possible injury. Amazing! I wonder how powerful this skill will be with Kaioken, he thought as a new message arrived. Message. Congratulations! You have unlocked the store feature. The store system provides the player access to a large range of products, such as weapons, potions, daily items, and more. The player can browse and buy products with his gold, and he can exchange them for real-world money. Store categories. 2. Potions. 3. Daily items. 4. Currency conversion. Weapons. 1. Pistols, ebony and ivory. Item class, E. Item rank, legendary. Type gun. Durability, unbreakable. Description, ebony and ivory are two legendary twin handguns. These pistols, designed for balance, accuracy, and quick discharge, are ideal for capable shooters. The dark pistol, ebony, is built for power and long-range accuracy, while the light pistol, ivory, specializes in speed and close-range battle. Ebony and ivory, created by a great gunsmith, are blessed with ancient power and are legendary for having been wielded by a famous warrior known for his unmatched shooting. Many professionals have handled the guns, adding to their legendary past. Both pistols are capable of firing bullets at an incredibly fast rate, allowing the user to unleash a barrage of shots in quick succession. Back at the gates, the other examinees were confused. One of them shouted angrily, questioning what was happening since the exam hadn't started yet. However, he was interrupted by Present Mike, who yelled for everyone to move, emphasizing that there was no countdown in a real battle. He pointed out that one examinee already had points and urged the others to follow suit, prompting them to rush into the city. Inside the city, the first one-pointer robot appeared in Izuku's path. Its sensors barely registered his presence before he swiftly pulled out his sword. The legendary blade sliced through the robot's armor effortlessly, demolishing it with a single slash. The eye of the sword glimmered faintly. Izuku continued running, his senses heightened and alert. A two-pointer loomed ahead, but he did not slow down. Instead, he activated stealth, blending into his surroundings. The robot's sensors failed to detect him as he closed the gap and sliced off the two-pointer's head. He avoided another one-pointer's swing, leaping backward just in time to dodge a laser blast. A blonde Frenchman sprinted by him, expressing gratitude for the assistance but doubting they would meet again. In response, Izuku summoned Ebony and shot at a two-pointer behind the Frenchman, preparing for an attack. The blonde yelped in fear, and Izuku simply replied, "You're welcome." Izuku glared and walked away, using his wall-climbing skill to ascend the side of a nearby building with ease. Standing atop the tower, he surveyed the surroundings, impressed by the students using their quirks to turn robots into scrap metal. Suddenly, he heard the sharp clank of metal feet on concrete. Dozens of one-pointer robots emerged from an alley, their mechanical limbs clanging as they searched for their first target. Izuku descended from the structure, landing quickly and silently. As he landed, he drew ivory in a blur, the gun's barrel glowing faintly as he channeled his mana through it. With a quick pull of the trigger, Ivory unleashed a volley of mana-infused bullets. The shots were accurate and devastating, finding their mark in the heads of the one-pointers. The upgraded bullets overwhelmed the robot's circuitry, causing them to tremble. Izuku wasted no time switching to Ebony and continued his assault, the dark pistol's powerful rounds easily piercing through the remaining robots. Without missing a beat, Izuku flipped backward, narrowly escaping a strike from a larger two-pointer robot with stronger armor. He leaped onto a nearby wall, using his wall-climbing ability for a better perspective. Hanging upside down, he fired a rapid series of bullets from Ivory, each shot striking the robot's weakest joints and skull. The robot slumped to the ground, its mechanical limbs twitching before shutting down. More one-pointers flooded the street, but Izuku's agility and pinpoint accuracy kept him ahead of the relentless wave. He rushed across the battlefield, his movements lightning fast and precise. With every jump and bound, he dispatched the robots with lethal accuracy, the sound of his pistols echoing around the field. The other examinees could only watch in amazement and fear as Izuku dominated the test. In the observation room, UA faculty members sat in a darkened space filled with monitors, watching the test unfold. The displays shifted to different angles, providing a continuous view of the applicants. Nizu murmured as he manipulated his tablet to keep track of the teacher's observations. Vlad noted that Mizo Shoji was good for intelligence gathering but would be easily spotted due to his unique appearance. Ectoplasm commented on Tenya Ida's mobility, acknowledging that he was a bit stiff but manageable. Cementos remarked on Yuga Aoyama's flashy style, expressing concern about the damage he might cause after the tests. Midnight pointed out that this year's group looked promising, and a few murmurs of agreement echoed in the room. One screen caught All Might's attention, prompting him to focus on it quickly. The screen enlarged, allowing the teachers to see Izuku jumping from rooftop to rooftop, performing acrobatic flips and shooting the fake villains below with high accuracy. Ectoplasm's eyes widened as he watched Izuku's performance. He expressed surprise, realizing that this was the same kid who had completed the written test in just 30 minutes. A collective murmur of astonishment filled the room. Midnight noted that Snipe had some competition, to which Snipe responded with admiration for Izuku's skills. He acknowledged that Izuku's accuracy and acrobatics surpassed his own abilities at that age, even now. At that moment, a cry for help reached Izuku's ears. He turned to see a fellow examinee trapped under the wreckage of a fallen three-pointer robot, with another robot closing in fast. Without hesitation, Izuku sprinted toward them, his speed a blur. He fired at the approaching robot, the bullets from ebony piercing its core and causing it to collapse just inches from the trapped student. Reaching the examinee, Izuku put his pistols away and used his strength to lift the heavy debris off him. He asked if the student could move, and the student nodded, scrambling to his feet with a look of awe and gratitude. Izuku simply nodded and turned back to the battlefield, spotting another group of examinees cornered by a trio of two-pointers. With precise shots from Ivory, he dismantled the robots, giving the students a chance to escape. Vlad remarked on Izuku's selflessness, noting that he was not just focused on himself. Nizu agreed, stating that Izuku's brilliant mind matched his physical ability, embodying the qualities they sought in a hero: intelligence, skill, and a selfless attitude. The teachers continued to be captivated by Izuku's display of talent, leaving them in awe. As the three-pointer robot collapsed, Izuku stood tall, his white hair glimmering in the light, a testament to his strength and skill. Suddenly, Nizu's expression grew serious. He remarked with a hint of anticipation in his voice that it was time to see how they would handle the real test. With a press of a button, he activated the final challenge. At Battle Station B, the ground began to shake as a giant zero-pointer robot emerged, towering over the city and casting a shadow over the examinees. The sight of the massive machine caused panic among the kids, but Izuku's eyes narrowed with determination. He exclaimed with excitement that this was the perfect opportunity to test his new skills. He jumped from the building he was standing on and landed with a thud on the street below. The impact startled him slightly, but he quickly shook it off. The thrill of the fight and the chance to use his new abilities fueled his adrenaline. As he landed, his heightened senses kicked in, allowing him to detect any remaining participants who might need help amidst the chaos. Izuku's sharp eyes spotted a familiar figure trapped under a pile of rubble, Achiko Uraraka. She had been helping others escape, but now she was in danger herself. Without hesitation, Izuku sprinted toward her, dodging falling debris and weaving through the fleeing examinees. She groaned, trying to free herself from the heavy chunks of concrete pinning her down. Izuku reached her side in an instant, calling out to her with a steady and reassuring voice. He bent down and, with a display of his extraordinary strength, lifted the rubble off her. Gently, he scooped her up in a princess carry, causing a blush to spread across her cheeks. She thanked him softly, her embarrassment evident. Izuku set her down in a safer spot, away from the immediate danger. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he turned back to face the zero-pointer. He muttered to himself that he had been itching to use these skills, his grin widening. Izuku unleashed two of his most powerful abilities. His body vibrated with energy as he activated Kaioken. His aura flared up, turning a bright red as the air around him crackled with energy. But he wasn't done yet. With a focused breath, he concentrated even more of his mana toward a single, devastating attack. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and opened his arms wide, palms facing outward. The energy around him grew stronger, whirling like a hurricane as he gathered it in his hands. He began to chant, his voice a deep, resonant growl. The ground beneath him cracked and trembled under the sheer force of his power. In one swift, fluid motion, he brought his palms together. A massive surge of blue and yellow energy began to coalesce between his palms, the air around him humming with anticipation. He roared the name of his attack and moved his hands forward. The combination of Kaioken and final Kamehameha produced a blinding beam of dual-color energy aimed straight at the zero-pointer. The impacts were rapid and devastating. The upper half of the enormous robot was enveloped by the energy burst and crumbled under the overwhelming force. The ground shook, and a shockwave spread throughout the entire area, sending debris flying in all directions. The sky darkened as clouds gathered, the sheer force of the attack altering the weather itself. As the dust settled, Izuku stood at the epicenter of the destruction, breathing heavily but triumphant. His grin remained, the thrill of his newfound power coursing through him. He turned to check on Uraraka, who was staring at him in awe. He asked if she was okay, his voice softer now as the intensity of the battle faded. She nodded, still wide-eyed, and expressed that it was amazing to see him in action. Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his head, and replied that he was just glad she was safe. Meanwhile, on the other side of the exam center, Katsuki watched the display with gritted teeth. His hands clenched into fists as he seethed with a mixture of anger and frustration, feeling that only he was capable of such feats. Back at Battle Station B, all examinees began to emerge from their hideouts, some celebrating Izuku's victory, while others were relieved that the immediate threat had passed. However, Izuku's joy was tempered by a surge of anger as he noticed something troubling. Despite the chaos and danger they had just faced, none of the other examinees hurried to help Uraraka. They had scattered or hidden, focusing solely on their own survival. The realization struck Izuku hard. A hero ought to always focus on helping others, especially during times of trouble. His fists clenched at his sides, and his expression hardened. He called out, demanding to know what everyone had been doing when Uraraka needed help. Some of the examinees looked aside shamefully, while others avoided his gaze entirely. A few made excuses, but none of them met his eyes with honesty. Uraraka, sensing Izuku's frustration, gently touched his arm and reassured him that it was okay, as everyone reacts differently in emergencies. Izuku shook his head, his disappointment palpable. He insisted that a hero must protect and save others, emphasizing that they couldn't just look out for themselves. His words hung heavily in the air, reinforcing his belief that being a hero is more than just having power, it is also about taking responsibility and being selfless. The event served as a call to action, solidifying his commitment to be the type of hero who always protects others. For Uraraka, the experience had been eye-opening. She had admired Izuku's determination and kindness, but witnessing his overwhelming power and hearing his words deepened her respect for him. She silently vowed to work even harder to improve her abilities, inspired by him. As the dust settled from the battle with the zero-pointer, a much older voice called out from the gate, praising their efforts. Izuku turned to see Recovery Girl approaching. Lowering himself while still holding Uraraka, he explained that she had been trapped by the zero-pointer. Recovery Girl inspected the bruise on Uraraka's ankle and gave it a gentle kiss, assuring her that she would be fine and advising her to eat some candy before leaving. She handed over some of her recovery candy as Izuku helped Uraraka to her feet. Uraraka thanked her softly, still a bit shaky. Recovery Girl asked if anyone else was hurt, but seeing no one else injured, she thought it interesting and decided to watch the tapes later before heading off to the other exam sites. As Izuku and Uraraka walked back to the bus together, she broke the silence to express her gratitude. He dismissed it, saying it wasn't her fault. Plus, you were helping people out before you got caught, he responded, his tone casual but sincere. Achiko said that he wasted his time on her, not whining but with a slight pout. Izuku shook his head. He told her that no time helping someone is wasted, especially when it's someone as kind and brave as her. Uraraka blushed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and gratitude. As they sat down on the bus, she gathered her courage. She asked him if she could have his number, in case they needed to talk about hero stuff or if he ever needed help, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of pink. Izuku smiled warmly and pulled out his phone, and they exchanged numbers. She thanked him, feeling a bit more at ease, and expressed that she was really glad they met. He replied that he felt the same, sensing a camaraderie and friendship forming between them. The bus started to move, taking them back to UA High School and the next step in their journey to becoming heroes. In the observation room, the scene shifted to where the pro heroes and faculty of UA High School were gathered, their reactions a mix of shock, awe, and contemplation. Nisa began to describe the year, searching for the right word to describe what they had witnessed at testing Site B. All Might suggested it was interesting, his usual optimism tinged with a hint of concern. Vlad offered that it was insane, still trying to process the sight of the zero-pointer's demolished legs. Powerloader added that it was psychotic, visibly emotional after witnessing the destruction of one of his creations. The focus then shifted to Aizawa, who was studying a tablet in his hands. He murmured Midoriya Izuku, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying footage of Izuku's remarkable feat his quirk manifested a few months ago through forced manifestation. The other teachers turned their attention to Aizawa, their expressions varying from curiosity to shock. Midnight exclaimed that he just got his quirk and could do that, pointing at the screen where Izuku had unleashed his devastating attack. All Might leaned in to examine the replay of students navigating the chaotic testing site and asked what his quirk was. Nizu replied that he named it Ready Player One, flipping through files on his desk. The description was like a video game character. That's all they had. Midoriya registered it 10 months ago. The report indicated he obtained it after a point-blank range blast. All Might's eyes widened as he read the report, muttering that it was the same kid. Vlad remarked that to have a student with such a powerful quirk and that level of control in such a short time, he had no doubt he would be a great hero in the future. Aizawa, however, remained pragmatic, stating that it didn't matter. That didn't change the fact that if he wanted to stay there, he would have to prove himself. If he didn't give his all during the apprehension test, then he would expel him right there. 1 week later, the day after the entrance exam, both Izuku and Uraraka spent time recovering from the physically demanding test. Izuku took it easy, practicing light exercises and reflecting on his performance. Uraraka, inspired by Izuku's determination, started a new training regimen to improve her abilities. They exchanged encouraging texts, sharing their thoughts and aspirations. Both dedicated their days to rigorous training. Izuku practiced using his quirk in various scenarios, pushing his limits to gain better control and understanding of his abilities. Uraraka continued her training regimen, incorporating new exercises to build her strength and stamina. They shared their progress and setbacks, offering support and advice. Izuku told her that he lived alone and why, which made Uraraka sad. After a week of anticipation, Izuku and Uraraka decided to open their results together at Izuku's apartment. Uraraka stood nervously in front of the door to Izuku's apartment, clutching a small bag of homemade cookies. She took a deep breath before knocking. A few moments later, the door opened to reveal Izuku, dressed casually in a t-shirt and sweatpants, his white hair contrasting sharply with his piercing blue eyes. He greeted her with a small smile, stepping aside to let her in. She replied, thanking him for inviting her over, stepping inside and looking around curiously. The apartment was small but tidy, with minimal decorations and a few shelves filled with books and action figures. He apologized if it was a bit messy, scratching the back of his head. She assured him it was fine and that it looked cozy, handing him the bag of cookies she made for him. He accepted the bag and placed it on the kitchen counter, asking if she wanted something to drink. He had water, juice, or tea. She replied that juice would be great, following him to the kitchen. As Izuku poured her a glass of orange juice, her eyes wandered to a small photo album on the dining table. She asked if she could look at it, pointing to the album. He handed her the glass and said it was just some old photos. Uraraka sat down and opened the album, her eyes widening in surprise as she saw pictures of a younger Izuku with green hair. He looked so different, yet there was still a hint of the determined expression she knew so well. She asked if he used to have green hair. He nodded, sitting across from her, and explained that was before everything happened. She remarked that he looked so different with green hair, smiling as she looked at a picture of a younger Izuku beaming at the camera. He softly said that a lot had changed since then, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Uraraka noticed a particular photo of Izuku with his parents, their arms wrapped around him in a loving embrace. She commented that his parents looked so kind and caring. He replied that they were, a shadow passing over his face, and added that he missed them every day. Uraraka placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and expressed her sympathy, saying they would be so proud of him and everything he had accomplished. Izuku smiled gratefully at her and thanked her, saying it meant a lot. He suggested they clear the sad moment and asked if she was ready to open their results. She eagerly bounced with excitement and asked if he wanted to go first. He replied that ladies go first, plopping himself down next to her. Uraraka eagerly ripped her envelope open, and a disc fell out. Aizawa's voice echoed from the device, introducing himself and stating that he was very tired. He then informed Ochako Uraraka that she passed the written exam, and for the practical, she scored an impressive 28 points. But that is not the end of the story. During the exam, you risked your safety to help others get away from the zero-pointer. Then, you even tried to give your points to Midoriya Izuku. He asked her seriously why she would risk her place like that, letting go of her cheek afterward. Ochako pouted while rubbing her cheek and explained that he deserved points for risking his life. She then tried to distract him, but he just shook his head. He thanked her but expressed his frustration at her willingness to give up her points. Izuku opened his package and placed the disc down, which sprang to life, showing Principal Nizu. The cheerful voice of Nizu greeted them, introducing himself and commenting on Izuku's performance. He noted that Izuku had placed first overall, including recommendation students, and that he had kept a cool head during the practical, earning 150 villain points. Nizu emphasized that rescue points were also a factor and praised Izuku for helping his fellow examinees avoid injury. He highlighted Izuku's big finale with the zero-pointer, which had not been defeated since All Might's time at UA, and how he ensured Miss Uraraka was safe. The screen then showed Uraraka trying to cover it as she decided to give away her points, which made Izuku laugh. Nizu congratulated Izuku on earning 70 rescue points overall, bringing his total to 220 points, which broke All Might's old record of he welcomed Izuku to UA High School. After the exhilarating revelation of their results, Izuku and Uraraka decided to celebrate their achievements. Izuku suggested ordering some pizza and watching a movie, thinking it would be a nice way to relax and enjoy the moment. Uraraka beamed at the idea and agreed. Izuku quickly placed an order for a couple of pizzas while Uraraka set up the living room for their impromptu celebration. They chose a light-hearted hero-themed movie to keep the mood upbeat and fun. As the pizzas arrived, they settled on the couch with plates full of slices, the aroma filling the room. They clinked their soda cans together in a toast, declaring, "To UA High School and becoming heroes." They chatted excitedly about their future at UA, discussing their hopes, dreams, and what they wanted to achieve. They also reminisced about the exam and the intense moments they experienced. As the celebration at Izuku's house wound down, the news of the exam results was spreading quickly among the other examinees. One person in particular, Katsuki Bakugo, was not taking the news well. At the Bakugo household, Katsuki stared at his acceptance letter with a sense of pride. He had scored exceptionally well, as expected. However, when he heard that Izuku had broken All Might's record and taken first place, his mood soured instantly. Katsuki crumpled the acceptance letter in his hand, his face contorting with anger. He muttered through gritted teeth about how Deku had beaten him again. His mother noticed his agitation and asked what was wrong. Katsuki snapped that it was nothing, but then he couldn't hold back, exclaiming that Deku had taken first place in the exam and broken All Might's record. His mother raised an eyebrow, smirking as she remarked that it sounded like Deku was not such a weakling after all. Katsuki barked back, slamming his fist on the table, insisting that Deku was supposed to be nothing and that he couldn't be better than him. Mitsuki sighed, shaking her head, suggesting that maybe it was time Katsuki realized that other people could be strong too. Katsuki glared at her, his frustration palpable, declaring that he would prove he was still the best and that no one, especially not Deku, would take that from him. Meanwhile, back at Izuku's house, Izuku and Uraraka were still buzzing from their celebration. Uraraka expressed her excitement for UA, and Izuku replied with a confident smile. Just then, Izuku's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and saw a message from an unknown number. Opening it, he read that Bakugo was still going to crush him at UA Izuku's side, noting that it seemed Katsuki wasn't taking the news too well. Uraraka frowned, asking if he was always so intense. She encouraged him to keep doing his best and not let Bakugo get to him. Izuku assured her that he would keep pushing forward, for himself and for everyone who had supported him. They finished cleaning up and said their goodbyes, both excited and prepared for the next chapter of their journey at UA High School. The party served as a reminder of their achievements and the exciting future that lay ahead. A few days later, Izuku and Uraraka arrived at UA High School, walking side by side. Their conversation was filled with excitement and anticipation for the day ahead. Uraraka complimented Izuku on how great he looked in his uniform, and he returned the compliment, feeling his cheeks warm up slightly. They were ready for their first day at UA. As they navigated the school, they eventually found themselves standing in front of an enormous door labeled 1A. "This is one big door," he remarked, staring at the imposing entrance. "Still, the most promising students in the country are waiting behind this door," he continued, taking a deep breath. He just hoped Katsuki and that glasses guy weren't here. Uraraka giggled at his comment. "Well, let's see what we've got," she said, pushing the door open. They stepped inside together, immediately noticing the heated argument taking place. "Take your feet off the desk now," Tenya ordered Bakugo, his voice firm and authoritative. "Huh," Katsuki responded, completely uninterested in Tenya's command. "It's the first day and you're already disrespecting the academy by scuffing school property, you cretin," Tenya scolded Bakugo. "You're kidding me, right? Your old school put a stick up your back, or were you born with it?" Katsuki retorted mockingly. "But I've been wrong before." "Dimin," Izuku muttered, shaking his head in disbelief while Uraraka giggled softly. "Let's start over. I'm Tenya Ida from Semi-Private Academy," he reintroduced himself. "Semi-huh? So you must think you're better than me. I'm gonna have fun tearing you a new one." Katsuki laughed evilly. Gasp. "You would threaten me? Your own classmate? Are you sure you're in the right place?" Tenya asked with a mix of doubt and surprise before looking toward the door and noticing Izuku and Uraraka. "It's you," he exclaimed, pointing at Izuku. The whole class turned to look at them. Izuku glanced behind him, then back at Ida. "Oh, me?" he asked, confused. "Good morning. My name is Tenya Ida from..." He began to introduce himself again, only to be cut off by Izuku. "Semi-Private Academy, I know. The name's Izuku Midoriya," he greeted, trying to keep his tone friendly. "And I'm Ochako Uraraka," she added, waving cheerfully. Ida turned his attention to her and introduced himself formally. "Good morning, I'm Tenya Ida from Semi-Private Academy." "Oh, hello. Ida-kun, it's nice to meet you," she responded with a bright smile, shaking his hand. Bakugo, watching the interaction, scoffed and muttered under his breath, "Great, more idiots." Izuku noticed Bakugo's scowl and sighed inwardly. This is going to be interesting, he thought, already anticipating the challenges ahead. "I owe both of you an apology," Tenya began, his tone earnest. "I misjudged you both during the entrance exam and acted in a way that was not becoming a hero in training. I am truly sorry for my behavior." Izuku smiled warmly. "It's okay, Ida. We all make mistakes. What's important is that we learn from them." "Yeah, don't worry about it," Achiko added, her cheerful demeanor putting Ida at ease. "We're all starting fresh here, right?" Ida nodded, relief evident on his face. "Thank you. I look forward to working with both of you." "If you're just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff now," the man inside the sleeping bag said. Ida gasped while Izuku and Uraraka looked confused. "What is that?" Tenya asked. "Mr. Aizawa?" Izuku and Achiko said in unison. "Welcome to UA's hero course," he said while skiing on a juice bag inside his sleeping bag. "What is that thing?" Tenya asked. "It took you 8 seconds to shut up. Rational students would understand that time is precious," Aizawa said before he stood up. "Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa, your teacher." "Our teacher?" the students exclaimed. "This is a little sudden, but put this on and head outside," he instructed, pulling out a blue gym uniform from his sleeping bag. Sir, permission to speak freely?" Izuku asked. Aizawa sighed. "Go ahead. Did you wear that sleeping bag from the teacher's lounge all the way here?" Izuku inquired. Yes, why? Aizawa replied. It's just. How did you move from there to here? Did you crawl? Or jump? Izuku asked. Aizawa looked at him with an annoyed expression and left. I guess I'm not gonna get the answer, Izuku thought. In the changing room, most of the guys chatted amongst themselves. The atmosphere was light and filled with nervous excitement. However, it took a turn when one of them noticed something. Dude, what the heck happened to your body? One of the students exclaimed, eyes wide with horror. All eyes turned to Izuku, who had yet to put his gym shirt on. The guys were staring in shock at the scars covering Izuku's body. Izuku had become used to them, but he knew they were going to attract attention. It's from training and some accidents, he said calmly, though he felt the weight of their stares. Man, you must have been through some serious stuff, one of the students said, a mix of admiration and pity in his voice. Izuku gave a small, reassuring smile. Yeah, but it's all part of the journey to becoming a hero. Outside at the training ground, the students were buzzing with excitement. A Quirk assessment test? Achiko asked. But orientation, we're gonna miss it, another student added. If you all want to excel, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Here at UA, we're not tethered to traditions. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. The country's still trying to pretend we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. Midoriya, you scored the highest in the entrance exam. The whole class's eyes widened in surprise, except for Katsuki, who looked visibly jealous. A bicolor teen and a raven-haired girl glared daggers at Izuku, clearly displeased that he had outperformed them in the written exam. What was your best score for the softball throw while you were in middle school? Aizawa asked. 45 to 46 meters, I think, Izuku replied. Great, try doing it with your quirk, Aizawa said as he passed a softball to Izuku. Izuku nodded in understanding before walking to the circle. He pulled his arm back before throwing the ball with his strength. As he released the ball, a shockwave from the force sent the ball flying into the air at amazing speeds. The students watched in awe as the ball flew far beyond the previous marks. Uraraka's eyes widened in amazement, while Ida adjusted his glasses, clearly impressed. Bakugu, on the other hand, clenched his fists, and his rage was obvious. Aizawa checked the reading device, his face remaining neutral. 3,000 meters, he announced. The class erupted in murmurs and gasps, as the sheer power surprised them. 3,000 meters? That's amazing, a boy with yellow hair yelled in surprise. He's so manly, a boy with red spiky hair exclaimed. But we can use our quirks, right? I want to go. That looks like fun, a girl with pink skin yelled excitedly. This is what I'm talking about. Using our quirks as much as we want, a boy with circular elbows said, smiling. So this looks fun, huh? Idiots. Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential, Aizawa stated. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately, Aizawa said with a creepy smile, surprising the students. You can't send one of us home. I mean, we just got here. It's only the first day, and even if it wasn't, that isn't fair. Achiko protested, with the others agreeing. Oh, and you think natural disasters are fair? Or crimes? Aizawa asked, leaving the students confused. Izuku stepped forward, adding, wake up to reality. Nothing ever goes as planned in this world of heroes and villains. The longer you live, the more you realize that in this reality, only struggle, conflict, and disillusionment await. The only ones who can truly enjoy life are the ignorant, the reckless who disregard consequences, and the wise who see the bigger picture. So, in the end, as long as there are heroes, there will be villains, and as long as there are villains, there will be suffering in this world. The world is not all rainbows and sunshine, and if you can't grow up from that, then I'm afraid none of you can survive alone in the world, not just as a hero but as a normal person as well. Heh, nice one, Midoriya, Aizawa said silently. It's a hero's job to overcome that unfairness. So go beyond, plus ultra style. Show me it's no mistake that you're here, he smirked while pointing at the shocked students. I don't approve of this kind of hazing, but UA's the top hero program. I have no choice, Tenya thought, then took a sip from his water bottle. Time to blow these nerds away, especially the Deku over there. He dared to take away my spotlight. He'll pay, Katsuki thought, smirking while glaring at Izuku. Now then, we're just wasting time by talking. Let the games begin, Aizawa announced as the physical exam started. The first test was the 50-meter dash. Runner on your mark, ready, a camera bot said as Ida and a girl with frog features prepared to run. Go! The camera bot shouted, and both Ida and the frog girl took off. 3.24 seconds, the camera bot announced Ida's score. At 50 meters, I can only get to third gear, Tenya thought. 5.58 seconds, the camera bot announced the frog girl's score. Caro, she said as she finished. I'll lighten up my clothes. And my shoes. 2, Achiko said as she used her quirk on her clothes and shoes. She then began to run alongside a boy with a tail. 5.49 seconds, the camera bot announced the boy's score. 7.15 seconds, the camera bot announced Uraraka's score. Well, at least that's higher than in middle school, Uraraka thought, smiling. Next, a pink girl with horns and a French boy with a strange belt stepped up. Nice attempts, my friend, but you're just not showing enough flair. Let my power shine, the boy with the strange belt stated as he fired off his laser, propelling himself backward to the finish line. However, the laser stopped, and he halted as well, allowing the pink girl to catch up. 5.51 seconds, the camera bot announced for both the pink girl and the boy with the strange belt. Testing the upper limits of their power helps me assess their room for growth. It becomes clear what they can and can't do, their true potential, Aizawa thought as Izuku and Bakugo were next. Sometimes pros have to be creative to succeed, he thought as both Bakugo and Midoriya started their race. Izuku sprinted forward as Katsuki called out his move. Burst speed, he yelled as he used his explosions to propel himself to the finish line. 1 second, the camera bot announced Izuku's score, surprising Bakugo, who thought Izuku was far behind him. 4.13 seconds, the camera bot announced Bakugo's score. At that speed, the class's collective jaws dropped. The small pervert looked at him with slight fear, a yellow-haired boy with awe and Ida with disbelief. No one in his family could even come close to Izuku's speed. He is holding back, Aizawa narrowed his eyes. What the do you mean him? My quirk has more uses than anyone else in this school. Katsuki gritted his teeth. The second test was grip strength. A boy with 6 arms got a reading of 540 kilograms. Wow, you hit 540 kilograms. You're such a beast, a boy with circular elbows complimented. Yeah, like a muscly octopus, a short midget with purple ball hair commented. Crunch. Everyone turned to look at Izuku. One of the grip tests was in his hand. It was now mostly dust. Guess I overdid it, he said. How powerful is he? The others wondered. The third test was the standing long jump. The students were jumping as far as they could with their quirks. The boy with the strange belt used his laser to get across. Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself. Uraraka used her zero-gravity quirk to float across. The frog girl jumped all the way across. Izuku jumped and nailed it. The fourth test was the repeated side step. The boy with ball hair used his hair to bounce back and forth. Well, that's unique, Izuku thought, looking at the bouncing boy. The fifth test was the ball throw. Since Izuku already did it, he didn't participate. Bakugo prepared himself to throw, looking at Izuku with a stink eye before he screamed, "Die!" using his explosions to propel the ball into the air. "Die, Katsuki." Really? Izuku paused before remembering his past encounters. Never mind. I got it. He stared at Aizawa, who was turning his phone for the students to see. Bakugo gained 705.2 meters. Wow, that's far, the boy with yellow hair claimed. Yeah, that was awesome, the boy with circular elbows said in awe. Bakugo gritted his teeth at such a low score. Uraraka was next. She used her quirk on the ball and threw it. The ball climbed higher and higher until it disappeared from sight. Aizawa then showed her score, surprising everyone. Infinity! The students yelled, shocked at the score, if that could be considered a score. That's insane. How's that possible? The boy with yellow hair asked, surprised. Even if she floats the ball to space, it's still only 100 kilometers, and if she floats it around the world, it's still 40,075 kilometers, not infinity, Izuku said, confused by the measurement device's logic. The sixth test was the endurance run. The students lined up at the starting line. "Runner on your mark, ready?" the camera bot said, and they all prepared to run. "Go!" the camera bot shouted, and they all began to run at top speed. Bakugo used his explosions, the boy with the strange belt used his laser, Ida went up to his fifth gear, and the frog girl jumped around. Everyone was using their quirks to the best of their abilities to run as far as possible. One by one, the students began to slow down. Even Bakugo started running because his hands were hurting, Ida's engine began to overheat, and he started running in a lower gear. Meanwhile, Izuku kept on running because it was his daily routine. "On your left," he said as he ran past the students, who were stunned by his stamina. The students began to run at a lower speed, but then Izuku called out again, "On your left," as he kept on running faster than them, not even dropping his pace. "Oh, okay, on my left," the boy with yellow hair said, panting. The students were still running when Izuku was about to pass them again. "Don't say it. Don't you say it," the pink girl yelled, but then Izuku called out, "On your left," as he ran past them. "Oh, come on," the students groaned, some of them trying to chase down Izuku, but unfortunately he was already leaving them in the dust. Aizawa looked at Izuku with awe, wondering just how much stamina this boy had. Just how much can this boy run without getting tired? He thought, stunned by the answer that wasn't present. The students were resting under a tree, some looking exhausted, some looking like they were about to be sick, and some just plain worn out when Izuku approached them. "Need a medic?" he asked as he approached them. "Ha ha ha, I need a new set of lungs," the boy with red spiky hair claimed. "Dude, you just ran like 20 kilometers in just 30 minutes, the boy with yellow hair said, panting. "Guess I got a late start," Izuku claimed, surprising them. "Cough. Really? You should be ashamed of yourself," the boy with circular elbows said. "Yeah, you should take another lap," the pink girl recommended. "Did you just take it?" "I assume you just took it," an invisible girl said. "Midoriya, how are you able to do that? Even I, who have an engine in my legs, cannot run that long," Tenya asked, along with the others, hoping for an answer. "It's simple. I trained hard, really hard. Besides, this run is not the longest run I have ever done," Izuku explained, surprising the students even more. "You have run longer and further than this?" Achiko asked, astonished, as others echoed her surprise. "Yup," he responded, and just then, Aizawa called them to do another. "Okay folks, it's time to move on. And don't complain to me but to him," Aizawa instructed. "He's right. Let's move, my fellow friends," Tenya claimed, then started walking away. "Well, thank you for the run. If you want to call it running, that is," Izuku joked. "Oh, that's how it is?" the boy with red spiky hair asked, stunned. "That's how it is," Izuku replied with a smirk. "Before I show you scores, Midoriya, I want you to throw the ball again," Aizawa commanded, his tone stern. Izuku looked at Aizawa before asking, "May I ask why?" Aizawa answered with a glare. "Because throughout the entire test, you haven't even been trying. You keep getting top scores, but I can tell that we haven't even seen more than 10% of your full power." The students whispered amongst themselves, shocked by Aizawa's comment. "With all due respect, Eraserhead," Izuku said, catching Aizawa by surprise since there weren't many who knew his hero name, much less recognized him. He then disappeared from his spot in a blue blur, reappearing right in Aizawa's face in less than a second, covering 30 meters effortlessly. His cold blue eyes were burning into Aizawa's. "You can't expect me to get fatigued by these little tests," Izuku stated. Aizawa blinked, not expecting the sudden display of speed. "However, I am confused as to why you're singling me out among the entire class." The students looked at each other in confusion. "Todoroki has only been using half of his power, yet for some reason, you seem to focus solely on me when talking about full power." Aizawa's eyes widened slightly at being caught before Izuku continued, "There's nothing my eyes can't see, so it wasn't hard to see how you were focusing on me so intensely. If you are going to force me to use my full power, then the same will have to apply to Todoroki. That's not to mention the fact that I'll need a lot of space to ensure that I don't accidentally hurt someone. Todoroki glared at Izuku for dragging him into the situation before Aizawa commented, "The reason why I'm not asking Todoroki is obvious." Izuku then said, "Oh, well then in that case." He unzipped his jacket before pulling up his shirt to reveal scars. The girls all gasped and covered their mouths in horror at the sight. Uraraka was on the verge of tears, while Aizawa's eyes widened in shock. The boys were still disturbed by the sight even after seeing it in the changing room. "If that's not enough for you, then how about this? I was 6 years old when my parents died. About a year ago, I got my quirk." Everyone except Bakugo and Uraraka's eyes widened in shock. Bakugo, however, looked away uncomfortably. "I was beaten, bullied, neglected, and mistreated by my teachers and peers. All I ever wanted to be in life was a hero because I believed that saving and helping others was the most amazing thing a person could do. But according to some of my former bullies, I didn't know my place." Everyone reeled back in disgust at the behavior he had to endure. If you wish to hear an example, before I got my quirk, I was told by one of my bullies, "If you want to be a hero so badly, there might just be another way. Pray for a quirk in your next life, then take a swan dive off the roof of a building." Once the words left Izuku's mouth, Aizawa and the students stepped back in horror at the words they had just heard. That's not the worst part. Not too long afterward, I met a top-ranking hero, and I asked him if it was possible to become a hero even without a quirk. The hero told me that it's okay to dream, but that I had to be realistic and that he didn't think anyone without a quirk could become a hero. Aizawa clenched his fist in righteous anger. At the time, I was overcome by so much pain, despair, and hopelessness. My entire life, I was told that I was worthless and useless and that I was nothing but a burden to everyone around me. But still, I didn't lose hope. The only reason why I'm here and trying to be a hero is because of my parents' last wish. I still want to be a hero because I remember how it felt to be hurt, to be lost, to be left out in a cold, dark, unfeeling world. I want to ensure that no one ever has to feel like I did for all those years when I was quirkless. That's why I'm here." Aizawa stood there, frightened, attempting to process all he had just heard before pulling himself together. He said that he wouldn't make Izuku retake the test. Izuku clarified that he hadn't mentioned his past to avoid taking the test, but rather because he didn't want to be expelled for not using his full power. Aizawa wondered if Izuku had said all that to avoid expulsion. When Aizawa saw the scars on Izuku's body, it was enough to keep him from using his full power. After hearing Izuku's story, he wanted nothing more than to confront everyone who had previously hurt him while also blaming himself for being so cruel. Izuku moved to the center of the circle as he spoke, advising everyone to stand about 10 meters back behind some cover and use soundproof earmuffs. Aizawa and the students all ran behind cover, while the raven-haired girl made soundproof earmuffs for everyone. Izuku formed a series of hand seals and called out, "Earth Wall Jutsu." A massive wall of earth erupted from the ground, forming a protective barrier around the students. Satisfied that everyone was safe, he stepped forward, channeling energy into his right hand. Lightning crackled around his fingers as he prepared his next move. "Chidori!" he shouted, his hand glowing with a fierce blue light. At the same time, he infused his left hand with fire, calling out, "Blast Burn!" The students watched in awe as Izuku combined the two powerful techniques. He launched the ball with explosive force, the combined power of Chidori and Blast Burn propelling it at incredible speed. The impact created a massive shockwave, but the earth wall held firm, protecting the students from the blast. The ball shot into the sky, disappearing from view almost instantly. The measurement device began to calculate the distance. Moments later, it beeped and displayed the result: infinity. The class was stunned into silence, unable to comprehend the sheer power behind the throw. Bakugo remained frozen in place, a tornado of emotions rushing through him. His fists clenched and cracked repeatedly, his knuckles going white from the strength of his grip. Anger and fear struggled for dominance within him, driving each other in a never-ending cycle. He glared at Izuku, his mind racing. How had Izuku gained such power? His heart. pounded as he recalled the countless times he had belittled Izuku, called him worthless, and mocked him for being quirkless. Now, the same Izuku was displaying a power so immense that it left him both enraged and terrified. He wanted to confront Izuku, yell at him, or demand answers. But for the first time, he felt actual fear. The overwhelming power and cold resolve in Izuku's eyes scared him to his core. "DMN, Deku. What are you?" he muttered under his breath, his voice trembling. Aizawa then announced that it was time to see the results, displaying a hologram of the scores. The rankings were as follows. 1. Izuku Midoriya. 2. Momo Yaoyorozu. 3. Shoto Todoroki. 4. Katsuki Bakugu. 5. Tenya Ida. 6. Fumikage Tokoyami. 7. Mizo Shoji. 8. Mashireo Ojiro. 9. Eijiro Kirishima. 10. Achiko Uraraka. 11. Mina Ishido. 12. Rikido Sato. 13. Tsuyu Ajui. 14. Hantasiro. 15. Yuga Oyama. 16. Denki Kaminari. 17. Kyokujiro. 18. Koji Koda. 19. Toru Hagakure. 20. Minoru Mineta. Mineta yelled in agony, expressing his disbelief at being in last place. Aizawa then revealed that he had been lying. No one was going home. He turned off the hologram, and the students, except for Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Bakugu, Tokoyami, and Izuku, looked at him in shock. He explained that it was just a tactic to ensure they gave their all in the tests, accompanied by a creepy smile. Momo expressed surprise that the others hadn't figured it out sooner and felt a little regret for not saying something. Everyone agreed that she should have. Izuku, however, believed Aizawa was sincere. Siro lightened the mood by commenting that it had been nerve-wracking, while Kirishima exclaimed that it was a good challenge. Bakugu scoffed and turned away. Aizawa concluded the session, instructing everyone to pick up a syllabus in the classroom and read it over by the next day. He warned that things would be tougher when their actual training began and urged them to be prepared. Then he called Izuku aside. Aizawa apologized for his earlier comments, admitting he had thought Izuku wasn't using his strength because he believed he could get by without it. He acknowledged his mistake and expressed regret for causing a misunderstanding and bringing up unpleasant memories. Izuku shrugged it off, understanding Aizawa's perspective and assuring him that there was no harm done. Aizawa looked at Izuku with concern, prompting Izuku to ask if something was wrong. Aizawa remarked that Izuku shouldn't have had to go through so much, especially at his age. Izuku responded that many things are outside of our control, so we must focus on what we can control to improve society as a whole. Aizawa smiled, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder, and told him he would make a great hero, with or without a quirk. Izuku's eyes widened, and a small smile spread across his face as he nodded in appreciation. Aizawa retracted his hand, telling him he was free to go. As Izuku left the school, he noticed Uraraka resting against the gate, waiting for him. She approached him hesitantly, tears in her eyes, her expression a mix of sorrow and empathy. "Izuku," she began softly, her voice trembling. "Uraraka-san, what's wrong?" Izuku asked, concerned. Without another word, Uraraka threw her arms around Izuku, pulling him into a tight embrace. She buried her face in his shoulder, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry, Izuku. I had no idea your life was so difficult. You've been through so much, and yet you're still so strong." Izuku flinched at the unexpected contact, but then softly placed his hands on her back, gently patting her in an attempt to comfort her. He reassured her, saying it was okay and that it was in the past now. Uraraka pulled back slightly, looking up at him with tear-filled eyes. She expressed her concern, saying it wasn't okay and that no one should have to go through what he did. She admired his bravery for enduring all of that and still wanting to be a hero. Izuku's blue and green eyes softened further as he met her gaze. He thanked her for her kindness, noting that it meant a lot to him. He paused, glancing at the other students who were watching the scene unfold, and asked her not to cry, explaining that he was trying to move forward and focus on becoming the best hero he could be. Uraraka nodded, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, and assured him that if he ever needed someone to talk to or lean on, she would be there for him. Izuku gave her a small, grateful smile and suggested they walk to the station together. She agreed, and he reflected on how he had survived the first day at UA. He noted that Mr. Aizawa was a unique guy, but at least he had a friend. He thought about how this was his high school life for now. The next day, Izuku narrated about UA High School's hero course, a place where students train to become heroes, but also have to focus on academics. He and his classmates were having a normal English lesson with Present Mike, who wrote 4 sentences on the class board before turning to the class. Izuku and Achiko were waiting outside the building, examining the layout. Izuku was focused on the plans, scrutinizing every detail. He noted that the building had 2 main entrances, one at ground level and another on the roof, with additional access points through the windows. He speculated that the bomb might be located on one of the middle floors. Knowing Katsuki, he figured that Katsuki would come directly for him, leaving Ida to guard the bomb alone. This could work to their advantage, he thought. Izuku turned to Achiko and shared his plan. Once the match began, they would enter the building through a window. Katsuki would likely confront him immediately, allowing Achiko to search for the bomb. She was instructed to avoid attacking Ida and instead keep hidden, signaling which floor the bomb was on so Izuku could join her, and they could take Ida down together. Achiko was impressed by how well Izuku had formulated the plan. She responded enthusiastically, but then her expression changed as she recalled something. "He is the one who makes fun of you, right?" she asked, remembering how Katsuki had given Izuku the name Deku as an insult, a name Izuku despised despite her efforts to change its meaning. Izuku acknowledged her concern, admitting that Katsuki could be annoying and a JRK, but he also recognized Katsuki's determination, confidence, and strength. He clenched his fists, declaring that those were things of the past. Now, he had his own power and goals, and he refused to lose to someone like Katsuki. As he spoke, his eyes glowed blue, and a blue aura surrounded him. Achiko stood in awe of Izuku's aura, feeling a sense of security wash over her. She smiled and remarked, "So it's a fated battle between rivals, huh?" Izuku smiled softly in response, and Achiko raised her fist high, cheering, "All right then, let's do our best. We are a team, right? So let's work together and win." Just then, All Might's voice came through the intercom at Ground Beta, announcing the start of the indoor 2-on-2 combat training with Team A and Team D. In the control room, All Might informed the class that they needed to think strategically as they gathered around the monitor screens, which displayed various angles of the building. This setup allowed All Might and the students to observe the action and evaluate their performance. He felt a wave of remorse as he recalled Izuku's words during the Quirk apprehension test, wondering how he could make amends for his past actions that had caused Izuku so much pain. Meanwhile, Izuku and Achiko successfully infiltrated the building through an open window. Achiko noted their successful entry as they landed on the floor. Izuku warned her to be cautious of the numerous blind spots as they navigated the hallways. His senses picked up Ida's signature on the top floor, indicating he was stationary and guarding the bomb. A smirk appeared on Izuku's face as he realized everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, Izuku quickly grabbed Achiko and pulled her out of the way just before Katsuki rounded the corner, launching an explosion aimed directly at him. The blast hit the wall instead. Izuku asked with genuine concern if Achiko was all right, and she thanked him for the save as she dusted herself off. As the smoke cleared, Katsuki emerged, demanding that Izuku stop dodging and fight him like a man. Izuku stood tall, smirking as he acknowledged Katsuki's approach. In the control room, Mineta expressed surprise at the unexpected attack, while Ejiru criticized Katsuki for his lack of honor. All Might reminded them that a surprise attack was a valid strategy in a real battle. The students watched in anticipation as Katsuki charged toward Izuku. Katsuki declared that he wouldn't cause too much damage to stop the fight but intended to get close. Before he could land a hit, Izuku countered by grabbing Katsuki's arm, lifting him above his head, and slamming him down with such force that the ground cracked beneath them. Katsuki was taken aback, wondering how Izuku had read his moves, as he felt the impact reverberate through his body. Achiko was thrilled to see Izuku standing up to Katsuki, while the students in the monitor room were astonished by Izuku's swift movements. Izuku addressed Katsuki, explaining that he had studied his fighting style and had written an analysis of all the heroes he admired in his hero journals, including the notebook that Katsuki had thrown out. Katsuki, now fully on his feet, expressed disbelief at Izuku's growth. He acknowledged that despite the fear he had instilled in Izuku, Izuku had never backed down and had continued to pursue his goals. Katsuki recognized the transformation in Izuku, noting that he no longer cried and was willing to fight regardless of the odds. His hands ignited with small explosions, fueled by a mix of rage and respect for his rival. Tenya called out to Bakugo through his earpiece, asking for his status. "Hey, Bakugo. What happened?" he inquired. Bakugo, frustrated, replied, "Just shut up and defend. I'm really angry right now," and promptly turned off the earpiece. Tenya, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, what is wrong with him? He can't just go off on his own like that. In the control room, Ejiru expressed his confusion. What were Bakugo and Midoriya saying? I can't tell with just the cameras in a fixed position and no sound. All Might responded, young Bakugo was communicating with his partner over the small wireless radio. You can bring that, plus the building's floor plan and this capture tape. Once you wrap this around your opponent, it shows that you've captured them. Mina chimed in, the time limit is 15 minutes, and the heroes don't know where the nuclear weapon is located, right? All Might confirmed, yes. Mina noted, the heroes are clearly at a disadvantage here. All Might reassured her, heroes should be able to turn the tables in their situations. Besides that, didn't Mr. Aizawa also tell you? Here we go. The students cheered their school's motto, plus ultra. Yuga attempted to speak, Monsieur, Bakugo is, but All Might interrupted, looking towards the monitors, curious about the ongoing battle. Back in the battle, Katsuki positioned his left hand behind his back, preparing to ignite an explosion. Izuku, noticing this, shouted to Achiko, Uraraka-sen, go. Follow the plan. Achiko responded, right? As she made her way toward the upper floors. Katsuki, filled with rage, roared, Deku, and launched himself at Izuku, his left hand crackling with explosive energy. Izuku reacted instantly, sidestepping the attack with grace. As Bakugo shot past him, Izuku spun on his heel, swinging his right leg in a wide arc. The Beowulf gauntlets and greaves materialized over his hands and feet, glowing faintly. His foot landed hard on Bakugo's side, sending shockwaves through the air and knocking Bakugo against the wall. Bakugo, roaring in pain, pushed himself off the wall, eyes blazing with fury. He clenched his fists, and the sweat on his palms burst into small explosions. Demon it, Deku. Stand still and fight me, he shouted, charging again with fists extended, ready to unleash another wave of explosions. Izuku studied him intently, calculating every move as he began to dodge Bakugo's attacks. A hint of amusement flashed in Izuku's eyes as he looked at Bakugo. Pitiful loser, he remarked sharply. Bakugo's face flushed with a mix of rage and humiliation. What did you just call me? He shouted, furious. Izuku's smirk widened as he taunted. It's barely 2 words in, and you already look like you want me dead. You get that praise over nothing. You've changed, Katsuki. You're getting weak. Bakugo's eyes blazed with fury, fists clenched tightly. I'll kill you, Deku. You think you're better than me? I'll show you who's weak. As Bakugo closed the distance, Izuku activated his doppelganger skill, creating a blue clone of himself that mimicked his every move perfectly. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise but did not hesitate. He swung his right arm in a wide arc, aiming to explode Izuku and his clone. However, Izuku was already in motion, jumping over the attack with a burst of speed. His real self landed gracefully behind Bakugo while his clone vanished into shadows, only to reappear to Bakugo's left. The clone struck first, landing quick punches to Bakugo's ribs, each intended to weaken his defenses. Bakugo screamed in pain, swinging his left arm in retaliation, but the clone vanished again, reappearing behind him. Before Bakugo could respond, Izuku charged in, his Beowulf-enhanced speed allowing him to close the gap instantly. Izuku's right fist, wrapped in the glowing gauntlet, delivered a powerful uppercut against Bakugo's jaw, knocking him off his feet. Bakugo collapsed to the ground, stunned but stubborn. He rolled to the side to escape Izuku's follow-up kick before pushing himself to his feet, breathing heavily. In the monitor room, the students remained glued to the screen, recalling details Izuku had shared. Kirishima voiced his thoughts. Didn't Midoriya say he only got his quirk about a year ago? How can he be this strong already? Momo added, it's true, the level of control and power he's showing is far beyond what someone should have with just a year of experience. It's almost like he's been training his whole life. Shiro shook his head in disbelief. If Midoriya's only had his quirk for a year, and he can do all this, what's he going to be like in another year? Or even by the end of this semester? The students continued to watch in awe as Izuku used his doppelganger skill, creating a shadowy clone that moved with speed and precision. The clone and the original Izuku worked in perfect unison, overwhelming Bakugo with a barrage of coordinated attacks. Shoji, his multiple arms twitching with excitement, commented, "This is unreal. It's like he's fighting with a twin. Bakugo can't keep up with both of them." Toru, invisible but excited, added, "I can't believe we're seeing this on the second day. Midoriya's like a one-man army." Shoto observed, his mind racing as he analyzed the fight. Just a year ago, Izuku was quirkless. To develop this level of skill and power in such a short time was almost unbelievable. He recalled his struggles with his dual quirk and his reluctance to use his firepower. "I've been training my whole life, yet Midoriya, who only recently gained his quirk, displays skills and abilities that rival my own." All Might stood by, watching the fight unfold, his mind racing with a mix of emotions, from shock and disbelief to pride and guilt. The next day, Aizawa addressed the class. For today's hero basic training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might, me, and one more person. The students were surprised. Izuku wondered aloud, 3 teachers? Did they find out what that villain was searching for? Shiro raised his hand and asked, "Excuse me, what will we be doing?" Aizawa held up a card with the word rescue written on it. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. "It's rescue training," he explained. Denki groaned. "Rescue looks like it'll be a lot of work this time too." "Right." Mina agreed. Ejiro corrected them. "Idiot, this is the duty of a hero. My arms are ready to rumble." He clenched his fists in determination. Tsuyu added, "No one can beat me in water, Karo." Aizawa raised his voice. "Hey, I'm not done." The students fell silent. "You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities too." He pressed a button, and the costume rack appeared from the wall. "The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready." With that, he walked out. Outside, Ida asked Izuku for permission to manage their classmates' boarding of the bus in an orderly manner, but the open seating setup ruined his plan, much to the delight of most of the class. Izuku patted the taller man on the back, calming him while the other students chuckled. Inside the bus, as Aizawa slept at the front, the students began to pass the time with light conversation. As they traveled along the road, Izuku couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. His instincts were screaming at him to prepare for a fight. Tsuyu turned to Izuku and said, "I say whatever comes to mind, Midoriya." "Yes, Tsu," he replied. "What is your quirk?" she asked. Her simple question made everyone inside the bus fall silent, as they were all eager to know the answer, especially Katsuki and surprisingly Aizawa. Izuku paused, feeling the weight of their expectations. He took a deep breath before answering. "It's called Ready Player One. My quirk allows me to access a game-like interface where I can level up, gain skills, and equip different items. Think of it as a real-life RPG." Bochako's eyes widened. "Wow, that's amazing, Midoriya-kun. So you can gain different abilities and skills like a video game character?" "Yes. I can also summon weapons and items that I've earned or purchased through the interface. It's like having an entire arsenal at my disposal, depending on how I've progressed in my game." Tsuyu nodded. That sounds really useful, Midoriya-chan. Do you have any limitations? Not really. I can keep leveling up and gaining new abilities with only stamina loss. The shock on everyone's faces was palpable. A quirk with only stamina loss was almost unheard of. Ida remarked, fascinating. So your quirk is essentially a continuous learning and adaptation process. Izuku nodded, while Aizawa, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. It's a powerful quirk, Midoriya, but remember that with great power comes great responsibility. Use it wisely and continue to grow, both as a person and a hero. Katsuki could barely contain his fury as he glared at Izuku. He wanted to scream, to punch something, to do anything to vent his frustration. The rest of the class watched, caught between awe and tension. Mina asked, So, you've only had this quirk for a year, Midoriya? Yes. I've spent every day training and learning how to use it effectively. Denki exclaimed, Dude, that's insane. How did you get so strong so fast? I pushed myself to the limit every single day. It wasn't easy, but I had to catch up to everyone else. Momo added, It's remarkable, Midoriya. To achieve so much in such a short time. You truly have an exceptional quirk. Ochako, sitting next to Momo, smiled at him. You know, Midoriya-kun, I think you're going to make an incredible hero. Thanks, Uraraka-san. That means a lot. Finally, Katsuki snapped. Why do you always have to praise this nerd? He is just a loser with it. Cheat quirk. The sudden outburst caused Uraraka to flinch while the bus fell silent. Izuku's eyes turned icy blue, and he felt a cold fury rising within him. He had had enough of Katsuki's bullying and disrespect, especially toward his friend. Without a word, Izuku activated his bloodlust skill. The air around Katsuki grew heavy and oppressive, a palpable sense of danger emanating from him. Katsuki's eyes widened, his bravado faltering. Izuku pointed his hand at Katsuki, summoning his mirage blades. Several ethereal swords materialized around Katsuki's throat, hovering menacingly close to his skin. That's enough, Katsuki. If you can't keep a civil tongue, then I'll have to shut you up myself, he stated coldly. Katsuki's breath hitched, his fiery temper subdued by the sight of the blades and the deadly aura surrounding Izuku. Why you wouldn't dare? Katsuki stammered. Izuku's gaze hardened. Try me. The tension was thick in the air, and everyone on the bus was frozen in shock. Even Aizawa opened his eyes fully, taking in the scene with a critical eye. Midoriya, that's enough. Bakugu, keep your comments to yourself. This is a class, not a battleground, Aizawa commanded. Izuku nodded, his gaze still locked onto Katsuki's, before dismissing the mirage blades. The atmosphere lightened slightly, but the message was clear. Izuku was not someone to be trifled with. The class exchanged nervous glances, the display of power a clear reminder of how powerful Izuku had become. Thank you, Midoriya-kun, Ochako said softly. Anytime, Uraraka-san. Aizawa announced, We're here. He was already at the front of the vehicle, stepping out and instructing the students to exit. They all got off the bus to find an enormous circular building, followed by someone dressed in a large spacesuit. Hello there, everyone. I've been waiting for you, said the figure. Ochako exclaimed, The space hero, 13. The brave pro who has saved thousands of people all in 1 year. She is my favorite hero. Thank you for the pleasant introduction, students. Welcome to Japan's most advanced rescue training facility, 13 said, turning her attention to the building. This is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, short for USJ. Let's go inside, and I'll show you what you'll be working with. The hero turned around and stepped inside, followed by Class 1A. The 20 students stopped as 13 turned around near the top of the steps to address them. Welcome to the USJ. We have 6 different divisions here to help you train to rescue people in a variety of circumstances. She directed her finger to the kids' right. From left to right, we have the storm zone, the flood zone, the fire zone, the mountain zone, the landslide zone, and the ruin zone. Once you have approval, you can go down these steps behind me to one of these zones. This is like Universal Studios of Japan, one of the students remarked. Aizawa asked. 13, where's All Might? He's supposed to be here. About that. 13 replied. She held up 3 fingers before continuing in a lower voice. It seemed that he had overdone it on hero work on the way here and had already reached his limit. He was currently resting in the lounge back at Aizawa let out a tired sigh, expressing his frustration. He remarked that the students should know better and that there was nothing they could do now, they had to start training without him. 13 interjected, stating she had 2 points to make, holding up 2 fingers before raising more. The class sweat dropped collectively, realizing she was counting too many fingers. 13 explained her quirk, Black Hole, which allowed her to SCK up anything and turn it into dust. Achiko chimed in, noting that 13 had used her quirk to save people from various disasters. 13 acknowledged this but cautioned that her ability was powerful and could easily kill. She reminded the students that personal quirks had been certified and strictly regulated in their superhuman society, emphasizing the dangers of using their powers against others. She hoped they would learn to use their quirks to help others and leave with an understanding of their responsibility. After finishing her speech with a bow, the students applauded. Achiko expressed her admiration for 13, while Tenya enthusiastically applauded as well. Moved by the moment, shed manly tears. Aizawa then announced that they would divide the class into groups for the day, adjusting the numbers for better organization. However, he was interrupted when the lights flickered in the dome. Izuku glanced forward and saw the same purple mist that had appeared the day before, this time opening in the center of the dome beside a fountain. He watched as a hand emerged, followed by another that covered a villain's face. Izuku recognized the decaying aura and began to approach the edge, focusing on the villains as they emerged from the warp. He lost count as more villains appeared, but his gaze remained fixed on the main 3, who emitted an immense aura. Ejir remarked that they had fake villains, but Aizawa quickly instructed everyone to stay together and for 13 to protect the students, confirming that those were real villains. One of the villains, Tamura Shigaraki, noted that the only heroes present were Eraserhead and 13, expressing his frustration that All Might was not there as expected. Shigaraki wondered if All Might would show up if they harmed a few kids, revealing his malicious intent. Upon hearing this, Izuku tightened his fists, angered by the thought of his friends being in danger. He was determined not to let the villains have their way. An emergency quest activated, informing him that there were players with killing intent in the area. The quest required him to slay, push back, or defeat them to ensure safety. Izuku realized that he could push back or defeat them without necessarily killing them, but he was still filled with anger as he advanced forward. Shota Aizawa instructed Midoriya to step back and stay with the others, emphasizing that he was the class representative and needed to help 13 evacuate their classmates. Momo raised a concern about the intruder detecting sensors, to which 13 confirmed they had them but were unsure of their status. Shoto speculated that the villains might have someone with a quirk capable of disabling the sensors, indicating that the surprise attack was carefully planned. Aizawa ordered 13 to start the evacuation and to contact the school to ensure everyone's safety. He turned to Denki, instructing him to use his quirk to reach out to the school as well. Denki acknowledged the command. Izuku then questioned Aizawa's plan to confront the villains alone, pointing out the disadvantage of a head-on assault. Aizawa reminded Izuku that one could not become a pro by relying on a single tactic. Izuku argued that while Aizawa could handle most of the villains, the 3 at the end, especially the one he referred to as Bird Brain, could pose a significant threat. He mentally urged Aizawa to avoid any contact with him, knowing the danger involved. Aizawa instructed 13 to take charge, and she nodded, beginning the evacuation of the students. Aizawa then leaped down the stairs and charged toward the mob of villains. As he descended, the villain with holes in his fingertips rallied his team, while a female villain with long gray hair questioned who Aizawa was, underestimating him and the situation. The tension in the air was palpable as the confrontation loomed. But if he believes he can take us out from a distance on his own, he's a complete moron. Another villain stated as they prepared to confront the teacher. Eraserhead responded by activating his quirk, turning his eyes blood red and staring at all the villains in his line of sight. One of the villains attempted to shoot from his fingertips but became confused as to why his quirk was not working. "Wait, my quirk. The bullets aren't coming out," he exclaimed. The other two villains experienced the same issue, their quirks failing to respond. Aizawa seized the opportunity, grabbing all three of them with his scarf and throwing them into each other, effectively knocking them out cold. "He's Eraserhead, you idiot. He can get rid of quirks simply by looking at them," one of the villains shouted in realization. "Erase? Will he take away the quirks of heteromorphic-type villains like us?" A gigantic villain with numerous stone-like arms charged toward Eraserhead. "I'm afraid I can't," Aizawa replied as he dodged the strike and hit the villain in the face with his fist. "But the skill sets of men like you are much more likely to show themselves during close combat." He wrapped his scarf around the villain's leg, dodging another attack and countering with a kick. "So I've taken defensive measures." He easily pushed aside the cannon fire minions, stating confidently, "He's also skilled in hand-to-hand combat, and because he's wearing goggles, you can't tell whose quirk he's deleting. When he battles against a group, it makes it more difficult for them to work together," Tamura observed as he watched Eraserhead defeat his goons. He realized that a pro at Aizawa's level was far superior to the low-level villains he had brought with him. "That's why I hate pro heroes. The masses have no chance against them." Back to the students. As they reached the exit, a purple mist expanded in front of them. "I'm not going to let you go away," a figure said as he appeared in their way. "Oh no. I only blinked once, and the one who appeared to be the greatest trouble escaped." "Crap," Aizawa thought as he found himself surrounded by a swarm of villains blocking his path. "It's an honor to meet you. We are the League of Villains, and my name is Kurojiri. We may seem rude, but we have welcomed ourselves into the House of Heroes, UA High School, to witness the death of All Might, the symbol of peace." The atmosphere fell silent after Kurojiri's words, his form made of dark purple mist with glowing yellow eyes that made him look intimidating. "Our sources told us he would be here. Was there a schedule change?" he asked with an elegant and formal voice that unsettled the students and the hero. "Everyone back off, I'll handle this," 13 declared, pointing her hand at the villain. However, two students ignored the order and attacked the villain. "Die!" Katsuki shouted, launching an explosion at the mist while Kirishima threw a punch, hoping to damage the villain. "Huh? You're just a third-rate extra," he added with an arrogant smile. "You didn't expect us to attack, did you?" Kirishima said with a small smile as well. Some students felt relieved, thinking the villain had been captured, but neither Todoroki nor Midoriya, much less 13, let their guard down. Shigaraki's eyes widened with shock and fear. What is he?" he stammered, his voice trembling with terror. His fingers twitched nervously, scratching at his neck in a compulsive gesture. This kid didn't just beat Nomu, he completely overpowered him. Something that Master created to beat All Might. Nomu had all the quirks needed to kill him, and yet this brat took him down like it was nothing. What kind of monster is he? Kurojiri stood motionless, his eyes wide as he swallowed dryly. This is impossible. No one should be able to move that fast," he murmured, his voice a low, rumbling whisper. Meanwhile, the girls and Mineta reacted with awe, fear, and admiration. Did he just? Momo trailed off, unable to find the words to describe what she had just seen. "That was insane. I didn't even see his last move," Kyoka added. "Midoriya-chan is amazing," Tsuyu said. Mineta, on the verge of tears, shook uncontrollably. "We're saved. We're actually saved. Midoriya's a monster. In a good way." Todoroki, standing a bit apart from the others, remained stoic. His eyes, however, betrayed a hint of fear and respect. "He's on a different level," he noted. Bakugu, who watched the whole battle, was a storm of emotions. His eyes blazed with rage and frustration, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "Deku, imminent." He gritted his teeth, seething with anger. "How the hell did you get so strong?" Aizawa, injured and struggling to stay conscious, watched the scene with one good eye. A hint of pride and relief flickered across his face despite the pain. "Midoriya, you've come so far. Before Izuku could turn his attention to Shigaraki and Kurogyari, a group of random thugs, driven by a mixture of fear and desperation, blocked his path. Shigaraki's voice echoed through the ruins of the USJ. "Kill him, or I'll turn you into dust," he threatened, his red eyes gleaming with malevolence and fear. The thugs, terrified of their leader, reluctantly prepared to attack Izuku. Despite their fear, the thugs charged at Izuku, their weapons drawn. Izuku, now fully in control of the battlefield, knew he had to dispatch them quickly to reach Shigaraki and Kurogyari. With a calm, focused demeanor, he reached into his inventory and pulled out his warp daggers. As the thugs closed in, Izuku's movements were a blur. He threw the first warp dagger with pinpoint accuracy, embedding it into the ground behind one of the thugs. In an instant, Izuku vanished from his initial position, reappearing behind the thug. With a swift, calculated motion, he delivered a powerful punch to the back of the thug's head, knocking him unconscious. Without pausing, Izuku threw another warp dagger toward a group of 3 thugs. The dagger landed near their feet, and Izuku teleported again. He appeared in the group, his movements fluid and precise. A series of rapid punches and kicks followed, each one landing with devastating force. The thugs crumpled to the ground, unable to react to his speed and strength. As Izuku dispatched the thugs with ease, Shigaraki's confidence began to waver. His hands trembled, and a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. The sheer power and efficiency with which Izuku fought were unlike anything he had ever seen. Shigaraki muttered to himself, his voice shaking with fear, questioning how Izuku could be so strong. He turned to Kurogyari, urging him to act quickly. Kurogyari, sensing his leader's panic, suggested using one of Izuku's friends to distract him. He offered to teleport any of them to grab Izuku's attention. Shigaraki nodded, his fear momentarily replaced by a twisted sense of satisfaction, and instructed Kurogyari to proceed. In a flash of dark energy, Kurogyari opened a portal behind Ochako, who was standing among her classmates. Before she could react, she was pulled through the portal and vanished from sight, reappearing near Shigaraki. Izuku shouted in panic upon seeing Ochako near the villains, his eyes blazing with fury as he subconsciously activated his Sharingan. Shigaraki smirked and raised his hand towards Izuku, threatening that if he wanted to see his friend again, he would have to comply with his demands, or else Ochako would suffer. Ochako, held by Shigaraki, focused on Izuku's safety despite the immediate threat to her life. Her eyes, filled with fear and determination, locked onto Izuku as she pleaded with him not to come any closer, not wanting him to get hurt because of her. Seeing her fear ignited Izuku's rage, the air around him crackling with energy. His 3-tomo Sharingan began to transform, the tomos spinning rapidly and merging into a new, more intricate pattern. His eyes now blazed with the distinct, powerful design of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. With his vision sharpened, every detail of the battlefield became crystal clear. The new power surged through him, enhancing his abilities and giving him an even greater sense of control. He shouted in fury, leaping at Shigaraki with a swift motion. Drawing the Sword of Omen, he executed a perfect strike, cutting through Shigaraki's raised hand and grabbing Ochako to pull her away from danger. Shigaraki screamed in pain, clutching the stump where his hand had been. Izuku's voice turned cold and menacing as he warned Shigaraki not to touch her again, promising that he would do more than just take his hand. Izuku's classmates watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock and fear at the sight of his swift, brutal action and his red eyes. Ejiro remarked on how terrifying it was, while Mina noted that she had never seen him so angry. Momo commented on his incredible precision, and Kyoka observed that this was a whole new side of him. Mineta expressed relief that he was on their side. Bakugu trembled as he recalled a past encounter with Izuku, the memory sending a shiver down his spine. Izuku stood over the defeated Shigaraki, breath steady and gaze cold. He sheathed the Sword of Omen, the blade still glowing faintly from the intensity of the battle. The threat to his friends had unleashed a side of him that few had ever seen, driven by a fierce determination to protect those he cared about. Kurogyari, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly opened a portal and retrieved Shigaraki, who was still writhing in pain. Shigaraki vowed that it wasn't over and that they would be back. With Shigaraki and Kurogiri gone, Izuku turned his attention to Achiko, who was trembling with fear. He hugged her, gently touching her head and asking if she was okay, his voice filled with concern. Achiko nodded weakly, her eyes still wide with fear, admitting how scared she had been and that she thought he was going to kill her. Izuku's gaze hardened for a moment, but he quickly pushed the anger aside, focusing on comforting his friend. He reassured her that it was okay now, that Shigaraki was gone, and promised he wouldn't let anyone hurt her. Achiko managed a small, shaky smile, grateful for Izuku's presence. Izuku encouraged her to stay with the others while he took care of the rest. Achiko nodded, her fear slowly subsiding, and reminded him to be careful. Izuku gently broke the hug, his resolve steeling as he declared he had a quest to complete. He turned and walked back towards the battlefield, scanning the area for any remaining threats. In the distance, he spotted a group of villains. Without hesitation, Izuku pulled out his warp daggers once more, throwing one and teleporting instantly behind one of the thugs. He delivered a powerful kick to the back of the thug's knee, causing him to collapse. Before the others could react, Izuku teleported again, reappearing in their midst. With a series of rapid punches and precise sword slashes, he took down each thug in quick succession. His movements were a blur of speed and strength, every strike landing with devastating accuracy. The next minutes were filled with the villain's screams as Izuku fought fiercely and saved his classmates. After 20 minutes, Izuku sat on a plastic chair created by Momo, near a mountain of defeated villains, taking a moment to catch his breath and drink a few potions. He received a notification about completing an emergency quest, detailing the number of players defeated and the rewards he could accept. Izuku muttered to himself about the new meaning of the number he had just encountered, deciding to check his newly awakened skill later. The Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan was the ultimate evolution of the 3 Tomio Sharingan, granting him unparalleled visual prowess and a suite of powerful abilities. Achieving it significantly enhanced his perception, reaction time, and overall combat abilities. One of the abilities, Kamui, allowed him to manipulate space-time, enabling teleportation and phasing through objects. This ability can be used for both offense and defense, making it highly versatile. The user can perfectly replicate any technique they witness, including physical movements and combat skills, as long as the technique does not require unique or mystical attributes. This form of Sharingan enhances the user's ability to cast and dispel illusions, allowing them to trap enemies in powerful illusions and disrupt their senses effectively. By analyzing subtle cues such as muscle tensions and movement patterns, the Sharingan can anticipate an opponent's next move, significantly increasing the user's evasion and reaction time during combat. It can trap the target in a powerful genjutsu, subjecting them to an illusion where time is drastically altered. This ability can be used to incapacitate or manipulate enemies. It summons black flames that can burn anything and cannot be extinguished by normal means. The user can control the flames to target specific enemies or objects. It summons a gigantic, humanoid avatar made of pure energy that acts as an extension of the user. The Susanoo provides both offense and defense, capable of delivering devastating attacks and shielding the user from harm. It significantly enhances the user's perception and reaction time, allowing them to predict and counter enemy movements with incredible accuracy. While his classmates stood around him, their expressions were a mixture of awe, shock, and fear. They couldn't believe that in just 20 minutes, Izuku had managed to defeat so many opponents. The sight of their fallen foes, along with the pieces of the Nomu scattered around, was overwhelming. As the students tried to process what they had just witnessed, a familiar voice boomed from the top of the stairs. All Might appeared at the top of the stairs, his presence commanding immediate attention. He looked down at the mountain of fallen villains and the scattered pieces of the Nomu, his eyes widening in shock and horror. He asked what had happened there, his voice filled with disbelief. Izuku looked up at him, his expression cold. He explained that they had some unexpected guests but assured All Might that everything was under control now. All Might's gaze swept over the scene, taking in the sheer number of defeated villains. His eyes returned to Izuku, filled with concern, and he asked if Izuku had done all this by himself. Izuku nodded, standing up from the chair. He stated that he had to act because they threatened his friends. All Might stepped forward, his expression softening as he placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, expressing his pride in Izuku's actions. However, Izuku shrugged off All Might's hand, maintaining his cold expression, and told him he didn't need his approval, just to make sure he could arrive on time. He turned away, heading back towards his classmates without waiting for a response. Once the teachers and police arrived, they started taking statements. A man stood before Izuku with a notepad away from everyone else. He introduced himself as Naomasa Tsukachi, a detective from the city's police department, and requested to take Izuku's testimony about what had happened at the USJ. Izuku acknowledged him and indicated he could start. The detective began asking several questions regarding the incident, and Izuku answered honestly. At one point, the situation became a bit tense when Naomasa asked if it was true that after leaving the shipwreck area, Izuku had left 2 of his classmates and gone to the mountain area. Izuku confirmed this and explained that he had seen a yellow light similar to the rays produced by one of his classmates' Quirks, prompting him to go help. Naomasa nodded, satisfied with the answer, and inquired what Izuku did upon arrival. Izuku recounted how he had seen 3 of his classmates surrounded by several villains and how he had neutralized one who was about to take a classmate hostage. He then neutralized the rest of the villains to save his classmates. Naomasa continued with his questions, asking what happened after Izuku had neutralized the villains. Izuku explained that he had talked to his classmates and helped one who had overused his quirk before returning to where he had left the others. Upon arrival, they found the situation critical, with their sensei subdued by the villain called Nomu, and the villain Shigaraki attacking the classmates he had left there. Naomasa asked what happened next, and Izuku stated that he saved his classmates and then they took their sensei and retreated. The detective noted that witnesses claimed Izuku stayed to fight the Nomu and asked why. Izuku explained that the Nomu was too fast and would have caught up with them unless someone stayed to match it equally. He believed he had the best chance against the creature. Naomasa acknowledged the witnesses' claims that Izuku could match the Nomu's speed and congratulated him on his skill. He then asked why Izuku had to eliminate the Nomu. Izuku's expression grew serious as he explained that the Nomu was a threat that needed to be eliminated, created with the sole purpose of killing All Might. He emphasized that allowing it to continue would pose a danger to everyone around, including his classmates and teachers, and mentioned that he had received permission for lethal force from Aizawa-sensei, noting that the Nomu had multiple quirks. Naomasa took a deep breath, trying to process the information. He recalled the reports and intelligence files he had reviewed earlier, realizing the mastermind behind the creation of the Nomu might still be alive. He kept his silence, not wanting to alarm the young hero further. He thanked Izuku for his honesty, stating that his testimony was crucial for their investigation and assuring him they would do everything possible to ensure the safety of everyone at UA and beyond. With that, he stood up, offering Izuku a reassuring smile. "Take care of yourself, and if you remember anything else, please let us know." Izuku replied, his expression serious but grateful for the detective's understanding. After the chaotic events at the USJ, the students of Class 1A were given a few days to rest and recover. Izuku found himself walking toward the train station with Achiko. The sun was setting, casting a warm, orange glow over the city. The two walked silently for a while, each lost in their thoughts. Finally, Izuku broke the silence. He asked Achiko how she was holding up after everything. Achiko looked up at him, her eyes reflecting a mixture of exhaustion and lingering fear. She forced a small smile and replied that she was doing okay, but everything had happened so fast and it was so intense. She never expected their training to turn into something so dangerous. Izuku nodded, understanding exactly how she felt. He reassured her that she was amazing out there and mentioned that he heard from other classmates that she did her best to help everyone, as well as help Ida escape and call for reinforcement. Achiko looked down, her voice barely above a whisper as she expressed her feelings of helplessness when Shigaraki got close to her, saying that if it wasn't for him. Izuku stopped walking and turned to face her. He told her not to say that, emphasizing that she did what she could. Tears welled up in Achiko's eyes as she looked at him, admitting that she was scared and thought she might not make it. Izuku's expression softened as he reassured her that it was okay to be scared. What mattered was that she didn't let it control her. She was strong and she survived, and that was what counted. Achiko wiped her eyes, a small smile breaking through as she thanked him. They continued walking in silence, the only sound being their footsteps on the pavement. Achiko then broke the silence again, tentatively asking Izuku how he stayed so calm in situations like that, as if he weren't scared at all. Izuku sighed, his gaze distant, and explained that it wasn't that he wasn't scared, he had just learned to push through it. After everything he had been through, his mind went into a focused state when things got tough. Achiko's curiosity was piqued, and she asked him to elaborate. She mentioned that he had told her a bit about his past, like how he got his quirk a year ago, but he never explained its requirements in detail. Izuku took a deep breath, ready to share more of his story. He explained that a year ago he was just an ordinary quirkless kid with high dreams, but everything changed when he got his quirk called Ready Player One. It was like something out of a video game, giving him abilities with conditions. He had to complete missions and fight monsters, and if he failed, there were penalties. Achiko's eyes widened in surprise as she realized how intense that sounded. She asked if he had been fighting all this time, and Izuku nodded. He explained that at first, it was just survival, but as he got stronger, he realized he could use his power to help people and become a hero. That thought kept him going, the hope that he could make a difference. Achiko smiled softly, her admiration for him clear. She told him that he already had made a huge difference to all of them. Izuku returned her smile, thanking her for her kind words. As they reached the station, the rest of their classmates were already gathering there. While they waited for the train, Izuku noticed that Achiko seemed more at ease. He gently told her that if she ever needed to talk about anything, he was there for her. Achiko nodded, a slight blush coloring her cheeks, and thanked him, reminding him not to keep everything bottled up either. Izuku smirked, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks as well, and promised he would try not to. The train arrived, and they all boarded, the day's events still fresh in their minds. Achiko found a seat next to Izuku, their shoulders occasionally brushing against each other. Each time they made contact, Achiko felt her heart skip a beat, and she noticed Izuku's cheeks reddening as well. They shared a quiet moment, the bustling sounds of the train and their classmates fading into the background. In that brief, shared silence, they found comfort in each other's presence, a small beacon of hope amid the chaos they had faced. The next day, in one of UA's rooms, specifically in the teacher's meeting room, all the heroes who worked at the academy gathered along with the principal and a detective. Nizu noted that everyone was present and began the meeting about what happened at the USJ. He introduced Detective Nao Mesa, who was in charge of the investigation into the incident. The detective stepped forward and greeted everyone. Nao Mesa explained that they had taken the testimony of all the students and teachers, including the captured villains, about what happened at the USJ. A holographic screen formed next to him, showing the faces of 3 villains. He stated that all the villains told a similar story. They had heard a rumor about an attack on All Might with a weapon capable of killing him and joined in to help kill him. The villains identified as Tamura Shigaraki and Kurojiri were said to be the ones who directed them to gather, with Shigaraki being the leader. Nao Mesa continued, explaining that when the villains gathered for the attack, they appeared thanks to Kurojiri's quirk, accompanied by the so-called Nomu, which none of the villains knew anything about. When they checked the place where the villains had gathered, there was nothing, just abandoned warehouses or buildings about to be demolished, so they couldn't find anything useful. However, thanks to the testimonies of some students about what happened at the USJ, they were able to uncover certain details. Nao Mesa mentioned that they also managed to recover the security camera recordings to see what happened, capturing everyone's attention in the room. He warned that some scenes might be unpleasant. With that, the holographic screen started to play everything that several cameras had recorded from different areas of the USJ. Everyone watched with concern as the students were divided and transported to other areas, having to fight to survive against the villains. They saw how Aizawa was easily subdued by the Nomu and how he, along with 2 other students, was saved by the strongest student of UA. They also witnessed Aizawa giving permission for lethal force, and they were shocked by the fight with the Nomu, where he used various weapons. She covered her mouth, both amazed and disgusted, when Izuku cut the Nomu into several parts without moving, and she and the others saw the reality shattered. When the recording ended, the room was left in total silence as the heroes processed what they had just seen. Nizu commented, breaking the silence, that it was interesting. Vlad, incredulous, questioned if that was really what happened. Nizu then moved on to the next topic, emphasizing the severity of what they had witnessed and the need to discuss measures to ensure their students' safety. He proposed implementing a dormitory system to provide better security and oversight. Ectoplasm agreed, noting that while the students were incredibly brave, they needed more protection. The staff nodded in agreement, understanding the importance of this decision. Nizu continued, addressing Izuku Midoriya's actions. He acknowledged that while Izuku's methods were unorthodox, he acted with the intent to protect his classmates and teachers. Given the severity of the threat and Aizawa's prior permission to use lethal force, Nizu concluded that Izuku's actions were justified. Mike added that the kid was just doing what he thought was right and couldn't be faulted for that, especially considering the situation. Midnight agreed, praising Izuku's remarkable bravery and skill. Nizu then revealed that the DNA test results from the hand Shigaraki lost in the battle were unexpected. The sample matched that of the pro-heroine Nana Shimura, which had significant implications. The room fell silent again, the weight of this revelation sinking in. All Might, who had been quietly listening, seemed particularly affected by this news. He murmured Nana Shimura's name, filled with a mix of shock and sorrow. Nizu stated that this discovery raised many questions, but for now, their priority was the safety and well-being of their students. A fresh sense of intensity and purpose filled the room at the end of the meeting. The heroes realized that in addition to investigating the secrets surrounding their adversaries, they also needed to protect their students. 1 week later, it had been 8 days since the USJ attack. The week had been thrilling for Izuku. Because of the rewards he received after defeating the Nomu, he awakened a new skill and obtained an A-rank dungeon key from the mystery box. He received new rewards after clearing the dungeon, including access to a daily use segment from the store where he could buy items. Class 1A stood next to the recently built UA dormitories, which they named Class 1A Heights Alliance. The dorms, intended to provide students with a safe and comfortable place to live, were an impressive sight. However, not every parent accepted the idea right away, leading to some heated conversations over the previous few days. Tsuyu mentioned that her mom was really worried, but after talking to the teachers and seeing how safe the dorms were, she finally agreed. Ejiro added that his parents were against it at first too, but they came around once they understood how important it was for their safety and training. Mina chimed in, saying her parents needed a lot of convincing, and she had to promise to call them every day. As the students continued to share their experiences, Izuku couldn't help but remember his conversation with Nizu from the day before. Flashback, 1 day ago, Izuku's footsteps echoed off the walls as he walked through the calm hallways of UA. He felt nervous after being called to Nizu's office. Taking a deep breath, he arrived at the door marked, Principal Nizu, and knocked. A cheerful voice called from inside, inviting him to come in. Izuku opened the door to find Nizu sitting behind his desk, a warm smile on his face. The principal's small stature and animal-like appearance often belied his sharp intellect and commanding presence. Nizu gestured for Izuku to take a seat. Nizu greeted him, hoping he was feeling better after the USJ incident. Izuku replied that he was, thanking him as he took a seat. Nizu's smile widened as he expressed his desire to talk to Izuku personally about his actions during the USJ attack. He praised Izuku's bravery and quick thinking, which saved not only his classmates but also their teacher Aizawa. For that, they were immensely grateful. Izuku smiled slightly, saying he just did what he thought was necessary to protect everyone. Nizu continued, stating that Izuku's actions, though different, were necessary for the safety of the students and teachers. Given the gravity of the situation, the teachers and he decided to express their gratitude practically. Curious, Izuku asked what Nizu meant. Nizu's eyes twinkled with amusement as he explained that as an act of gratitude, They wanted Izuku to have a personal floor in the new dormitory building. This space would be his alone, providing the privacy and resources he needed to continue his studies and training. Izuku's mouth fell open in shock, and he stammered, asking if it was really for him. Nizu nodded, clearly pleased with Izuku's reaction, affirming that they believed this would give him the necessary environment to focus on his growth as a hero. Overwhelmed by the generous offer, Izuku expressed his gratitude, saying it meant a lot to him. Nizu's expression grew more serious as he leaned forward slightly, indicating there was one more thing he wanted to discuss. He asked Izuku to explain his quirk in more detail. Izuku nodded, feeling the weight of the conversation shift. He explained that his quirk, called Ready Player One, allowed him to explore dungeons and complete quests as if he were in a video game. He gained experience points, leveled up, and unlocked new abilities and items. Nizu listened intently, his sharp eyes never leaving Izuku's face. He found it fascinating and inquired if the dungeons existed in a separate dimension. Izuku confirmed that they did, explaining he could access them through portals that appeared when he received a quest. The dungeons were incredibly challenging, often requiring time to fully explore and complete the quests. Nizu leaned back in his chair, pondering Izuku's words. He acknowledged that this explained a lot about Izuku's rapid growth and ability to handle situations like the one at the USJ. He asked how much time Izuku typically needed to explore these dungeons. Izuku explained that it varied. Some dungeons could be completed in a few hours, while others might take days, depending on the complexity and difficulty of the quest. Nizu nodded thoughtfully, thanking Izuku for sharing this information. He assured him that his academic schedule would be adjusted to accommodate his need for dungeon exploration. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him as he spoke with Principal Nizu. He expressed his gratitude, appreciating the understanding and support he received. Nizu smiled warmly, assuring Izuku that the school was there to support him, recognizing his great potential and dedication. As Izuku was lost in thought, Midnight and Present Mike arrived to address the group, filling in for Aizawa, who was still recovering. Present Mike greeted the students energetically, hoping they were excited to see their new living quarters. Midnight stepped forward, dressed in a more formal outfit than her usual hero costume, and explained that the dorm system had been implemented for their safety and to provide a better training environment. She announced that they would be giving the students a tour of the dorms. The students followed Midnight and Present Mike inside, their eyes widening in amazement as they entered the common area on the first floor. It was spacious and well-furnished, featuring comfortable couches, large tables, a big-screen TV, and a kitchen. The bathrooms and laundry rooms were clean and modern, equipped with all the amenities they could need. Midnight explained that the first floor was a common area for relaxation, studying, or hanging out with classmates, while the dorm rooms began on the second floor and continued up to the fifth floor. Each floor had 8 rooms, with 4 assigned to males and 4 to females. Present Mike added that every student would have their own room equipped with air conditioning, a closet, and a balcony, providing plenty of space to personalize. The students were already impressed by the facilities, marveling at the common area and the modern amenities. As they explored, one student noticed an additional floor listed on the elevator panel and inquired about it. Midnight exchanged a knowing glance with Present Mike before revealing that the 6th floor was a special accommodation. Present Mike continued, informing the students that one individual had been granted a personal floor. There was a collective gasp of surprise. Midnight confirmed that due to his exceptional performance and the special circumstances surrounding his quirk, Izuku Midoriya had been awarded a personal floor. The reaction was immediate, with classmates turning to Izuku with wide eyes, a mix of astonishment and envy on their faces. Ejiru expressed his amazement, while Mina's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Achiko congratulated Izuku on his accomplishment. Meanwhile, Katsuki stood to the side, visibly upset. He clenched his fists, muttering under his breath about Izuku always receiving special treatment. Noticing Bakugo's reaction, Izuku felt a sense of satisfaction and turned to face him, playfully taunting him about the benefits of hard work and saving people. Before Bakugo could respond, Midnight explained that Izuku's unique quirk and contributions to the safety of his classmates warranted this special accommodation. present mic attempted to diffuse the tension, encouraging everyone to focus on getting settled in and directing them to check their room assignments on the board in the common area. The students began to disperse, excited to explore their new living spaces. Izuku lingered for a moment, feeling a mix of pride and relief, knowing that the personal floor would provide the perfect environment for him to train and manage his quirk. As night fell, Class 1A gathered in the common area, buzzing with excitement. Mina proposed a fun competition to help everyone bond and get to know each other better. She announced that they would take turns showcasing their rooms, followed by a vote for the best one. Katsuki scoffed, stating he had better things to do, and headed to his room, followed by Shoto, who also opted out. Each room tour was filled with laughter, compliments, and playful teasing as everyone enjoyed the chance to see how their classmates had personalized their spaces. When it was Izuku's turn, he led the class to the elevator and pressed the button for the 6th floor. Anticipation filled the air as they ascended. Upon stepping out, the students were immediately struck by the grandeur of Izuku's personal floor. The living room was beautifully furnished, featuring a comfortable seating arrangement and a large shelf displaying pictures of Izuku's family, creating a warm and welcoming atmosphere. Mina exclaimed in amazement at the incredible space, while Achiko looked around, feeling overwhelmed by the impressive decor. Izuku quickly caught her as she nearly fainted, expressing concern for her well-being. Achiko blushed, apologizing for her reaction. The class spread out, exploring the different areas of Izuku's floor, which included 4 stylishly designed bedrooms, each with attached bathrooms. The gaming room was a highlight, complete with a screen, various gaming consoles, and a collection of games. A small library filled with shelves of books and a cozy reading nook added an intellectual charm to the floor. Kaminari, unable to contain his curiosity, asked how Izuku managed to remodel the entire floor in just one day. Izuku sheepishly admitted that it was due to hard work. The response caused the class to comically fall over in disbelief, while internally, Izuku felt a pang of regret about the money spent on the renovations. As the students continued to explore, they gravitated toward the shelf adorned with photographs. Some pictures caught their attention, showing a younger Izuku with bright green hair and a wide, happy smile. Mina squealed in delight, calling him cute, and the other girls crowded around, echoing similar sentiments. Izuku felt his face heat up with embarrassment. He admitted that it was how he looked when he was younger, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. Momo gently asked if the picture was of his family, picking up a photo of Izuku's parents. The image showed a loving couple, their faces radiating warmth and kindness. Izuku's father had his arm around his mother, both of them smiling at the camera with young Izuku between them. The room grew somber as the students took in the photograph. They knew Izuku's backstory, but seeing the faces of his parents made it more real, more poignant. Tsuyu softly remarked that Izuku's parents looked kind, her large eyes filled with empathy. Izuku nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat, and quietly replied that they were always supportive of him, even when he was quirkless. They believed in him. There was a moment of respectful silence as the class processed the weight of Izuku's words. They had seen his strength and determination firsthand, but now they understood the depth of his resilience. Tenya expressed his condolences, his voice tinged with sincerity. Izuku gave a small, grateful smile and thanked everyone, saying it meant a lot. The room grew quiet as the students shared a moment of silence in respect for Izuku's parents and the hardships he had endured. The weight of the memories hung in the air, making the atmosphere heavy with unspoken emotions. Uraraka, standing close to Izuku, noticed the subtle tremble in his hands as he looked at the photos of his family. She stepped closer and wrapped her arms around him from the side, offering a comforting hug. She whispered that it was okay and that they were all there for him. Izuku felt the warmth of Uraraka's embrace and the sincerity in her words. He took a deep breath, feeling a mix of sadness and gratitude. Her support, along with the presence of his friends, gave him the strength to face the painful memories without being overwhelmed. He quietly thanked Uraraka, leaning into the hug for a moment. The other students watched the interaction, their expressions softening with empathy and understanding. They knew that despite his incredible strength and determination, Izuku still carried the weight of his past. After a few moments, Uraraka gently released Izuku. Seeing the somber mood lingering in the air, Izuku decided to do something to lift everyone's spirits. He pulled out his phone and quickly ordered pizza for everyone. He called out, trying to sound cheerful, and suggested they have a pizza party before curfew, offering to treat everyone. The suggestion was met with enthusiastic cheers, and the mood in the room lightened almost immediately. The students gathered around, chatting excitedly as they waited for the food to arrive. Shiro exclaimed in delight about the pizza, and Mineta eagerly agreed to join in. When the pizza arrived, they gathered in the common area, resulting in a vibrant and welcoming atmosphere. They sat across the couches and chairs, grabbing slices of pizza and talking excitedly. Laughter filled the room as they shared stories, joked around, and even started a friendly debate over the best pizza toppings. Izuku found himself surrounded by his friends, the earlier somber mood lifted by the simple joy of sharing a meal together. Momo thanked Izuku for organizing the gathering, smiling appreciatively, while Denki added that it was awesome and gave Izuku a thumbs up. Izuku replied that he just wanted to do something nice for everyone, feeling slightly embarrassed by the praise. It had been a tough day, and they all deserved a little fun. The night continued with laughter and camaraderie, the bond between the students growing even stronger. As the clock inched closer to curfew, they finished their pizza and began to clean up. Tenya suggested they head to bed, stifling a yawn while doing one-arm chops in the air. Shiro then proposed they declare the room king, and everyone looked at each other, nodding in agreement. Mina declared that it was definitely Midoriya, and Izuku's face turned a deeper shade of red as everyone clapped and cheered for him. He tried to protest that it was no big deal, but the enthusiastic applause drowned him out. Denki teased him to accept his crown, making everyone laugh. Feeling both embarrassed and touched, Izuku smiled and thanked everyone, glad they liked it. One by one, the students began to make their way to their rooms, saying their goodnights and thanking Izuku once more for the pizza. As Uraraka was the last one to leave, she teasingly called out, "Good night, room king." Izuku waved and wished everyone good night before heading to his floor via the lift. As he settled into bed, Izuku couldn't help but feel grateful for his friends. Despite the challenges and the heavy memories, they managed to end the night on a positive note. Surrounded by the support and camaraderie of his classmates, Izuku felt ready to face whatever lay ahead. With a contented sigh, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, feeling more connected to his friends than ever before. 2 days later, it had been a day since Class 1A had a small interview session with the local news. The media wanted to cover the recent events at the USJ and highlight the students' bravery. Toru asked if anyone had watched the news last night, sounding curious. Ojiro confirmed that he had. Toru lamented that she didn't stand out at all, sounding a bit depressed. Shoji bluntly agreed, further depressing the invisible girl. Ojiro wondered how it was hard to stand out looking like that, imagining a pair of floating gloves among the girls of 1A. Denki excitedly claimed that all the channels made a big deal out of it, and Ejiro agreed, surprised by the coverage. Kyoka replied that they couldn't blame the media, as the hero course that keeps producing pro-heroes had been attacked. Shiro nervously remarked about what could have happened if Midoriya hadn't won. Mineta yelled at Shiro to stop, saying just thinking about it was making him anxious. Katsuki yelled at Mineta to be quiet, causing him to shrink back in fear. Izuku sat in his chair, massaging his face, trying to focus on the upcoming day. Sato claimed that Midoriya was great, having pushed back those strong villains, punching the air in excitement. Tokoyami noted that Izuku's strength and speed were worth wondering at. Tenya ordered everyone to take their seats as morning homeroom was about to start. Edger pointed out that they were already in their seats, while Shiro noted that Tenya was the only one not seated. Izuku thought it amusing to see Ida and his theatrics. He sat down, feeling fully embarrassed. Achiko assured him not to worry about it. Mina turned around to face Tsuyu and asked who would be teaching homeroom today. Tsuyu placed her finger on her chin, thinking about Mina's question. She replied that Aizawa-sensei was supposed to be in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Suddenly, the door to the classroom opened. Aizawa greeted the class, hoping they were all doing fine. His face and arms were completely wrapped in bandages, clearly the result of the wounds he suffered against Nomu and Shigaraki at the USJ. The students shouted in unison that he was back too soon. Denki admired Aizawa's work ethic, calling him too much of a pro. Tenya asked if Aizawa was alright, raising his arm robotically. Achiko questioned whether they could really call that alright, not convinced Aizawa was in a suitable condition to teach. Aizawa made his way to the teacher's podium and stated that his well-being did not matter. More importantly, the fight was not yet over. Katsuki asked about the fight, intrigued. Izuku's eyes widened in excitement as he realized what was coming, but Mineta interrupted in a panic, asking if it was the villains again. Aizawa took a moment to stare at all of his students and announced that the UA Sports Festival was drawing near. The class erupted in relief, shouting that it was a super normal school event. Izuku thought excitedly that this was his chance to show the world what he could do. Denki calmed down the classroom, asking them to hold on. Kyoka curiously asked if it was okay to have a sports festival so soon after the villains had snuck inside. Ojiro expressed concern about the possibility of another attack. Aizawa reassured them that the event was a demonstration of UA's solid emergency planning system, with security increased 5 times compared to previous years. He emphasized that the sports festival was a huge opportunity and should not be cancelled because of a few villains. Mineta questioned whether that was a good reason, not wanting to be attacked by villains again. Izuku turned to him, surprised that Mineta had never seen the UA Sports Festival. Mineta insisted he had seen it but clarified that was not what he meant. Aizawa continued his announcement, explaining that the UA Sports Festival was one of Japan's biggest festivals, a replacement for the Olympics, which had lost their former glory. Momo added that all the top heroes around the country would be watching for scouting purposes, determined to stand out in the festival. Mineta still had doubts, prompting Izuku to question why he was even in the hero course. Denki pointed out that after graduation, it was typical to join a pro agency as a sidekick. Kyoka remarked that many people missed their chance to become independent and became eternal sidekicks, bluntly suggesting that Kaminari might be one of them. Kaminari felt depressed hearing her words. Aizawa explained that joining a famous hero agency would bring more experience and popularity. He stressed that time was limited and that the path to their future would open up at this event. He reminded them that they had only one chance a year, a total of just 3 chances, and that no aspiring heroes could afford to miss this event. He urged them not to slack off on their preparations, as the entire world would be watching them. The class shouted in agreement, and Aizawa dismissed them for homeroom. At lunchtime, Ejiro expressed his excitement despite everything that had happened, pumping both fists in the air. Siro agreed, saying that if they put on a good show, they would take the first step to becoming pros. Sato declared it was definitely worth coming to UA. Tokoyami emphasized that they could not afford to miss this opportunity. Toru admitted she was getting nervous about standing out at the sports festival, dancing with excitement. Ojiro replied that the pros might not notice her unless she tried really hard. Yuga expressed his concern, claiming he stood out just by standing still, pointing at Koji, who started sweating nervously. Yuga sought reassurance from Koji, who earnestly nodded, not wanting to hurt Yuga's feelings. Denki envied Shoji's impressive muscle mass, while Izuku reminded everyone that it was not just about standing out. They needed to show they had what it took to be heroes. Everyone had their own strengths, and this was their chance to prove it. Kyoka playfully told Kaminari she thought he would stand out too, giggling at the thought of his goofy side when he overused his quirk. Izuku glanced around the classroom, observing his peers discussing the upcoming sports festival until he felt a murderous aura. Someone called out to him, and he turned to see Achiko, who declared they should do their best at the sports festival with a determined grin and an intense aura surrounding her. Izuku gulped at the sight and remarked on her expression. Mina noticed something was off and asked what the matter was. "You don't look carefree at all, even though that's what your name means," she said, perplexed at Achiko's sudden change in personality. Achiko raised her fist high and declared, "Everyone, I'm going to do my best." The others responded with enthusiasm, raising their fists in solidarity. "Yeah," they shouted. Achiko turned to her other classmates and repeated, "I said, I'm going to do my best." Their responses were less enthusiastic, accompanied by nervous sweat drops. Zero asked. What's wrong? Your personality is all over the place. A few moments later, Izuku and Achiko were walking down the hallway toward the cafeteria for lunch. Achiko had something on her mind. Midoriya-kun? She called out. Izuku turned to her. Yeah, Uraraka-san? She hesitated for a moment, then spoke with determination. Do you think? Could you train me? After what happened at the USJ, I realized how much I need to get stronger. I don't want to feel that helpless again. Izuku smiled gently, understanding her feelings. Of course, Uraraka-san. I'd be happy to train with you. We can work on your quirk and your combat skills together. Achiko's face lit up with a grateful smile, a slight blush tinting her cheeks. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. Izuku nodded, feeling a warmth in his cheeks. Maybe I can ask Principal Nizu? He can find a place in UA for us to train without too many distractions. That sounds perfect, she agreed, her smile widening. Thank you again, Midoriya-kun. Izuku smiled back, feeling a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect. No problem, Uraraka-san. In the afternoon, classes had officially ended for the day, and it was dismissal time. However, a crowd of students blocked their exit, the hallway buzzing with chatter and curious glances directed at them. Kaminari, wide-eyed with surprise, exclaimed, "Whoa, what the heck is going on?" Tenya asked sternly, "What business do you have with Class A?" Mineta yelled, "We can't get out. What did you come here for anyway?" Katsuki scoffed, scouting out the competition. Purple grapes. We're the ones who made it out of the villain's attack. They probably want to check us out before the sports festival. There's no point in doing stuff like that. Out of my way, extras. He tried to push through the crowd. Stop calling people extras just because you don't know them, Tenya exclaimed. From the throng, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed student stepped forward, exuding arrogance. He smirked as he surveyed Class 1A. Competition? The way I look at you, none of you seem special. Are you sure that you fought with villains? Do any of you actually deserve to be in the hero course, much less in Class 1A? Tensions rose quickly, and several students from Class 1A bristled at the insinuation, fists clenching as a confrontation seemed imminent. Before things could escalate, Izuku stepped forward, commanding attention with an intense glare. Could you have done any better? He challenged, his voice cutting through the noise and silencing the corridor. The blonde student blinked, caught off guard. Huh. Izuku took another step closer, his eyes locked on the other student. Could you have done any better? His voice was louder now, the anger palpable. The students around them fell silent, drawn into the intensity of the moment. You think you're special because you can stand here and mock us? We faced real villains. Lives were at stake. And you're here, making petty comments, thinking it makes you superior? The blonde student's smirk faded, replaced by fear. Do you have any idea what it feels like to be in the middle of a real battle? To see your friends in danger and feel the weight of responsibility? We fought to protect each other, to survive. And you stand here, sneering, without any understanding of what we've been through. The corridor was deathly silent, every eye on Izuku. His words struck hard, each one a hammer blow to the arrogance of the blonde student. And let me make something clear, he continued, his voice steady but filled with quiet fury. We didn't survive that attack to be mocked by someone who wasn't even there. So unless you have something constructive to say, keep your opinions to yourself. The blonde student's face flushed, embarrassment, anger, and fear battling for dominance. He opened his mouth to retort, but no words came out. The confidence he had moments before shattered. Izuku turned back to his classmates, his expression softening slightly. Come on, let's go. As Class 1A continued down the corridor, the tension eased momentarily, but a new voice cut through the murmur of students. Is this how the hero course acts? The speaker was a boy with wild purple hair and heavy bags under his eyes, his expression one of disdain as he regarded the hero course students. His appearance suggested exhaustion, but his eyes were sharp and calculating. All eyes turned to him as he continued, his voice carrying a weight of challenge. I figured that you all would be more heroic, but so far I'm unimpressed. It seems to me that the two hero course classes only know how to start fights. But don't forget that the sports festival is a chance for everyone else too. If any of you so much as fall, the rest of us won't hesitate to take your place. You can consider this a declaration of war. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he studied the boy, sensing something unsettling about him, an aura suggesting a powerful quirk, possibly one involving the mind or voice. The boy's lanky frame indicated he hadn't trained his body much. Without warning, Izuku's presence darkened, a cold, suffocating aura filling the corridor as he activated his bloodlust skill. The purple-haired boy visibly stiffened, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Izuku stepped forward, his expression icy and his voice low and dangerous. You think declaring war is as simple as spouting a few words? If you want to challenge us, if you want to take our place, then start by training your body. Right now, you look like you'd break if someone tapped you on the shoulder. The boy's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to respond, but Izuku didn't give him the chance. Look around you, he gestured toward his classmates, his gaze cold and unyielding. Every one of us has pushed ourselves to the limit. Hagakure stood confidently, having trained relentlessly to get into the hero course, despite her quirk making it difficult. She didn't rely on luck or intimidation, she put in the effort, something Izuku believed others clearly hadn't done. The corridor remained silent, the weight of Izuku's words hanging heavy in the air. The purple-haired boy looked away, unable to meet Izuku's piercing gaze. Izuku continued, his voice steady, stating that if anyone wanted to declare war, they should prepare for it properly. He warned that if they came at them with anything less than their best, they would be the ones who fell. The purple-haired boy swallowed hard, his earlier confidence shattered. Izuku turned away, the cold aura dissipating as his classmates watched him with newfound respect. The next day, Izuku found himself standing in front of Principal Nizu's office. He had been thinking about how to train Uraraka effectively before the upcoming sports festival and knew Nizu might have the best advice on where to train. Nizu greeted him warmly, his characteristic smile brightening the room. Izuku bowed slightly before speaking, asking Principal Nizu if there was any place where his friends and he could train before the sports festival, somewhere they could really push themselves and improve. Nizu's eyes twinkled with amusement as he led Izuku through the corridors of UA High and out into the school grounds, stopping in front of a building. He explained that this was the training gym, equipped with various facilities that should meet their training needs, and they could use it until 6 p.m. each day. Izuku's eyes lit up with gratitude as he thanked Principal Nizu. With permission granted, he couldn't wait to tell Achiko. He found her in the dorms taking notes and excitedly shared the news about Gym Gamma, where they could train together until 6 p.m. every day. Achiko's face brightened with excitement at the prospect. They wasted no time and headed to the training gym after classes. The facility was impressive, with state-of-the-art equipment and ample space for various types of training. Izuku and Achiko decided to start with physical training to build their strength and endurance. Over the course of a week, Achiko trained diligently with Izuku in the gym. Under his guidance, she learned the basics of martial arts, improving her physical strength and combat skills. Izuku also helped her push the limits of her quirk, zero gravity. By the end of the week, Achiko had significantly increased her quirk's capacity and was now able to float up to 3 tons without feeling nauseated. The combined training sessions brought noticeable improvements in her confidence and abilities, making her more prepared for the upcoming sports festival. As the UA Sports Festival approached, excitement filled the air among the students. Mina lamented about wanting to wear her costume, but Ojiro explained that to keep everything fair, they couldn't. If everyone wore their P uniforms, it would level the playing field. Sato, brimming with anticipation, wondered what the first round would be, while Tokoyami stated that no matter what came, they had no choice but to deal with it. Shoji agreed, emphasizing the need to overcome whatever obstacles were thrown at them. Tenya burst into the room, excitement in his voice, asking if everyone was ready as they would be entering soon. Izuku finished his warm-up stretches and rallied his classmates, urging them to prepare themselves because there was no going back beyond this point. Most of Class 1A shouted in unison. Then, Izuku heard his name called and turned to find Shoto Todoroki standing there. Surprised to see the son of the number 2 hero addressing him, Izuku asked what he wanted. Everyone in the room turned their heads, curious about the interaction. Shoto stared at him for a few seconds before speaking, suggesting that they were the 2 strongest in the room. Izuku raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the possibility but questioning why Shoto brought it up now. Shoto's expression hardened as he stated that all the teachers had their eyes on Izuku, and while he wasn't trying to pry, he intended to beat him. The sudden declaration shocked everyone, including Bakugo, who was listening intently. Kaminari couldn't resist teasing, suggesting that the hybrid prodigy was making a declaration of war against the class president. Kirishima quickly intervened, placing a hand on Todoroki's shoulder and urging him not to pick a fight, especially since they were friends and about to start the festival. Shoto pushed Kirishima's hand away and continued to stare down Izuku, stating that he wasn't there to make friends and was only focused on winning. Izuku laughed loudly, drawing everyone's attention, and questioned if that was all, a half-baked challenge. He expected more from Shoto, noting that if he wasn't using his full power, he wasn't even worth his time. Shoto's eyes narrowed, but he remained composed, simply stating that they would see. Bakugo, overhearing the exchange, snorted in disdain. Present Mick's voice boomed across the stadium, announcing the start of the UA Sports Festival. He encouraged the audience to pay attention as the first-year students prepared to enter the stage. Aizawa, still injured and wrapped in bandages, groaned beside Present Mike, questioning why he let himself be talked into this. Mike enthusiastically replied that Aizawa was the only one who could be his color commentator. The spectators eagerly watched as the participants emerged from the tunnel, with Izuku and his classmates from Class 1A leading the way. Mike announced the UA Sports Festival, emphasizing the significance of the event where fledgling heroes sharpen their skills once a year. He announced as the crowd erupted in cheers. Izuku looked out at the massive audience, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. He thought to himself that there were so many people. Tenya, scanning the crowd, reflected on whether they would be able to give their best performance being watched by so many. He reminded himself that this was also part of the training required to become a hero. Kirishima, feeling the tension, turned to Bakugo and asked if he wasn't nervous about the praise being heaped upon them. Bakugo simply responded with a maniacal grin, saying he was just getting more into it. Present Mike continued, announcing that while they hadn't been getting as much airtime, Class 1B was also full of talent. He called out the names of the general studies classes and the support and business courses as they entered through the tunnel. All the other freshman classes received a positive but less enthusiastic reception compared to the hero course. Present Mike exclaimed that all of UA's first years were present. One of the general studies students remarked that they were just there to make the heroes look better. Another student expressed that they weren't really feeling it. Suddenly, a loud whipping sound captured everyone's attention. A feminine voice declared it was time for the player pledge. The crowd's focus shifted to Midnight, the R-rated hero. Male students, including Kirishima and Mineta, blushed at her revealing outfit. Tokoyami questioned whether it was really okay for her to be at a high school, given her R-rated status. Mineta enthusiastically agreed that it was. Midnight silenced the crowd with a swing of her whip, commanding everyone to be quiet. She announced that representing the students was Izuku Midoriya, class president of 1. Katsuki, shocked and irritated, demanded to know why it was Deku. Siro explained that Izuku had ranked first in the entrance exams and was one of the strongest students. As Izuku walked toward the center of the stage, his nerves rattled. He took a deep breath and looked around at the sea of spectators, his classmates, and the other students. The weight of the moment settled on him, but he knew he had to push through. He was representing not just Class 1A, but everyone who believed in him. He took another deep breath and began speaking into the microphone handed to him by Midnight. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, class president of 1A, and shared that he had received his quirk at 14 after being quirkless for so long. He paused, allowing the audience to absorb his words, feeling the ripple of surprise and curiosity wash over them. He spoke about the challenges of growing up without a quirk in a world where having one was the norm, and how he had been bullied and looked down upon. Despite that, he never gave up on his dream of becoming a hero. He studied hard, trained harder, and kept pushing forward, even when things seemed impossible. With the help of his uncle and aunt, he finally obtained his quirk and began his journey at UA. Izuku took a moment, the crowd hanging on to his every word. He posed a question about those who still didn't have a quirk and those who felt they would never achieve their dreams because of it. He emphasized that being a hero isn't just about having a powerful quirk, it's about heart, determination, and the will to help others. He assured the audience that quirkless individuals could be heroes too. He shared a personal story about losing his parents and how his uncle and aunt supported him when no one else did. He expressed the loneliness and difficulty of his journey, but how he fought against the odds every single day. His voice grew stronger and more confident as he spoke from his heart, declaring that everyone has the potential to be a hero in their own way. As he concluded, he urged everyone to give their all, not just for themselves, but for everyone who believed in them. He inspired them to show that heroes come in all shapes and sizes, with or without quirks, and to make the sports festival unforgettable. As Izuku finished, the crowd erupted into applause and cheers. His classmates looked at him with admiration and pride. The entire stadium buzzed with newfound energy and determination, all thanks to his powerful and heartfelt speech. Present Mike could hardly contain his enthusiasm, praising Izuku as a shining example of what it means to be a hero. Aizawa, despite his usual demeanor, managed a small smile, acknowledging Izuku's passion and determination. Present Mike grinned at Aizawa's response, ready for the action to unfold in the sports festival. The sports festival was about to get underway. Bakugo stared in disbelief at Izuku, who was being congratulated by the students of Class 1A as well as students from other classes. The sound of a whip echoed throughout the arena, capturing everyone's attention. Midnight announced, "All right. Thank you, Midoriya, for that beautiful student pledge. You have inspired the hearts of everyone in this arena. But we have to get back on track. While the speech was a work of art, we still have a schedule to follow." Achiko thought determinedly, "Midoriya-kun, I understand what you've gone through, so I swear I'll do whatever it takes to help you with what you're facing. The first game is a qualifier. Every year, many are reduced to tears at this stage. And now, here's the fateful first game." Midnight dramatically swiped her whip, revealing a spinning wheel behind her. The wheel spun rapidly, causing a ripple of anxious anticipation among the participants. "This year it's going to be." The wheel slowed down and finally stopped on the words, "Obstacle Race." Izuku exclaimed, "An obstacle race?" Midnight continued, "All 11 classes will be participating. The course is the outer circumference of this stadium, about 5 kilometers long." The participants exchanged nervous glances, realizing the length of the race. "Our school prides itself on freedom. As long as you stay on the course, you can do whatever you like. Now, take your positions, everyone." Excitement erupted from the crowd as the first years prepared for the race. As Izuku looked into his classmates' eyes, he saw nothing but unshakable motivation to do their best and excel. He recognized the impact his remarks had on his classmates, sparking a fire in their hearts and inspiring them to work even harder. A smile spread across his face, pleased that his words had a positive effect. The first green light at the top of the tunnel, marking the countdown, turned off. "Time to make a promise," Izuku declared as the second light went out. "I'll show them what someone without a quirk can do with real power," he added as the final light went out. "Start," Midnight called. At the sound of her command, all students charged toward the tunnel, eager to get a good start. Present Mike shouted, "All right, time for the play-by-play. Mummy Man, are you ready for commentary?" Aizawa replied, "You're the one who dragged me into this." "Let's get started, Mummy Man. What should we focus on in the early stages?" Present Mike asked. "This part right now," Aizawa said, his eyes focused on the tunnel. The participants were crammed together, running toward the tunnel. The narrow passage was a bottleneck, seemingly constructed to test the first year's problem-solving abilities. Aizawa muttered, "The first setting." Suddenly, the temperature dropped dramatically as ice covered the entire tunnel. Many students found themselves trapped, unable to move, while a bicolored teen effortlessly ran past them. "Sorry, But I have to get a move on, Shoto said, leaving a trail of ice behind him. Students yelled out in distress, trapped by Todoroki's ice. Katsuki shouted, "Take that!" using explosions from his hands to launch himself over the other students and past Shoto's ice trail. Naive Todoroki! Momo huffed, effortlessly creating a staff to propel herself over the ice. "Your frost can't escape my sparkle," Yuga stated simply, shooting a laser beam to get over the crowd of students. Kirishima's hardening quirk allowed him to break through the ice without any trouble. "I won't let you get away so easily. You half and half BC," Katsuki yelled, igniting stronger explosions for an extra speed boost. "You got me with that once. You won't get me again," Ojiro said, jumping over Todoroki's ice. "Whoa, that was close," Mina exclaimed, skating across the ice using her acid quirk to melt it with each step. "I can't use my special move yet," Achiko said, easily crossing the ice trail as a result of her training. "They are used to using their quirks, huh?" Shinso observed, being carried by 4 participants over the ice trail. Shoto looked back, surprised at how many people were able to bypass his ice trap. "More people outside of Class A were able to dodge that than I expected," he thought, then looked ahead, eyes widening in shock. He saw Izuku running at an unbelievably fast pace, having passed everyone else at the start of the race. What? Nobody even saw him move. How is he running that fast without using his quirk? He questioned internally. Whoa. It seems like Midoriya is already in the lead. I didn't even notice until now. Mike shouted, the spectators equally confused by Izuku's sudden lead. Aizawa stated, "That's what happens when you don't pay attention." If you were looking carefully, right when the race began, Midoriya had already run past all the other competitors. He figured out the tunnel would be too narrow for all the students at once, so he made the smart decision to be the first through. Izuku looked back to see Shoto trailing behind him. "Nice trick with the ice back there, Todoroki. But you'll need to do better than that to fool me," he called out. Shoto's eyes hardened. "Why yo, what is that?" Izuku looked ahead and saw the first obstacle. This obstacle consisted of several robots, including small 1-pointers, 2-pointers, 3-pointers, and gigantic 0-pointers. Obstacles have shown up suddenly. Starting with the first barrier, Robo Inferno. Mike announced as multiple 0-pointers emerged, targeting the participants. "Aren't those the 0-point villains from the entrance exam?" Denki asked in horror, seeing the horde of robots. "Seriously? The hero course had to fight those?" another student exclaimed. "This is what they meant by obstacles?" Another added. "There are too many. I can't get through," one student cried. Shoto noted, "So this is what the rest of my peers had to fight in the entrance exams, seeing the 0-pointers for the first time. I wonder where they got the money for it?" Momo remarked, observing the expensive-looking robots. Izuku smirked as he remembered the A-rank dungeon he cleared after the USJ incident. As he ventured deeper into the dungeon, he wandered through the destroyed city, the ruins of buildings casting long shadows in the dim light. The air was thick with dust and the remnants of past battles. This city was a graveyard of forgotten dreams and lost hopes, now serving as the battleground for Izuku's final challenge in this dungeon. His senses were on high alert, his body tensed with anticipation. The first wave of knights appeared, their armor clanking as they moved in unison. With their swords raised, the knights charged at Izuku. A smirk crept onto Izuku's face as he assessed their predictable movements. With a swift motion, he drew his twin pistols, ebony and ivory. The knights closed in, but Izuku was quicker. He unleashed a flurry of bullets, each shot finding its mark with pinpoint accuracy. Armor shattered, and knights fell one by one. The lack of challenge was almost disappointing. He leveled up multiple times, but his focus remained on the battle. He taunted, his voice echoing through the cavernous halls, asking if that was the best they had. Holstering his pistols, he summoned Mirage Edge, ready for the next wave. The second wave consisted of knights slightly more armored, their swords glowing with a faint magical aura. They surrounded Izuku, but he remained unimpressed. He dashed forward with incredible speed, weaving through their ranks, his blade a blur as it cleaved through metal. Knights crumbled to the ground, their attacks missing entirely as Izuku danced around them with ease. He sighed, barely breaking a sweat, and remarked that it was getting old. The final wave before the boss was a mix of archers and heavily armored knights. The archers launched volleys of arrows, but Izuku's agility rendered their efforts futile. He deflected arrows with his blade, each movement precise and calculated. As he closed the distance, he dispatched the archers with a few swift strikes. The heavily armored knights proved to be just as disappointing. Their sluggish movements made them easy targets. Izuku utilized his Mirage Blade skill, impaling them in an instant with multiple ethereal swords. With the last of the knights defeated, Izuku stood amidst the fallen, his expression one of boredom. He put Mirage Edge in his inventory and stretched, yawning slightly. He leveled up again, feeling the familiar thrill of progress. He remarked that the encounter had been underwhelming. Suddenly, the ground trembled. From the shadows emerged a towering figure encased in demonic armor, exuding an aura of menace and power. This was the loyal knight, Cavalier Angelo. Izuku felt a thrill of excitement and stood his ground, a confident smirk on his face. He muttered to himself that finally, something was worth his time. Without warning, Cavalier Angelo hurled a motorcycle at Izuku with tremendous force. Izuku's eyes flashed with determination. He summoned Mirage Edge and cut the motorcycle clean in half with a swift, precise motion. The two halves of the bike clattered to the ground on either side of him. He taunted the knight, asking if that was his best shot. Cavalier Angelo, unfazed by the taunt, charged forward. His enormous greatsword sparked with energy as he wielded it with deadly fury. Izuku dodged with ease, his agility and reflexes allowing him to avoid the attacks effortlessly. He responded with fast slashes of his katana, each aimed at the knight's weak areas. His movements were a blur as he danced around Cavalier Angelo, striking and retreating with practiced precision. The knight's fury was evident in the intensity of his attacks, but Izuku's confidence remained unshaken. He taunted the knight again, saying he was too slow. Cavalier Angelo responded with a barrage of lightning strikes, the energy crackling through the air. Izuku used his abilities to phase through the attacks, reappearing behind the knight and landing a powerful kick that sent him stumbling forward. He mocked the knight, asking if that was all he had. Realizing he needed to up the ante, Cavalier Angelo summoned a shield of dark energy, blocking Izuku's attacks and launching counterstrikes with increased ferocity. Izuku's excitement grew as the challenge intensified. He unleashed a series of powerful techniques, each one pushing the knight closer to his limits. With a burst of speed, he closed the distance between them, his katana slicing through the air with deadly precision. He aimed for the gaps in Cavalier Angelo's armor, exploiting every weakness he could find. The knight's movements became more desperate, his attacks more erratic as he tried to keep up with Izuku's relentless assault. Despite the knight's efforts, Izuku remained unfazed. He continued to taunt his opponent, his confidence unwavering. He declared that Cavalier Angelo was nothing but a stepping stone, just another obstacle in his path. As the battle reached its climax, Izuku decided it was time to end it. He leaped back, summoning Susanoo in its full form. The towering figure of white armor, its left eye glowing red and its right eye glowing blue, dominated the battlefield. Cavalier Angelo seemed almost insignificant in comparison, but the knight continued his relentless assault. Izuku's Susanoo grabbed Cavalier Angelo with a single, powerful motion. The knight struggled, but Izuku's grip was unyielding. He remarked that it had been fun, but playtime was over. With a casual, almost dismissive motion, Susanoo stepped on Cavalier Angelo, defeating him instantly. The energy dissipated, and the city fell silent. As Susanoo faded away, Izuku saw a familiar screen indicating he had unread mail. He opened his mailbox to find a message congratulating him on unlocking the store feature for daily use items. He muttered to himself about the new section, a small smile tugging at his lips. Then he noticed something unusual. Cavalier Angelo's remains began to glow and merge with the two halves of the motorcycle he had cut earlier. The metal twisted and reformed, Within moments, a new motorcycle stood before Izuku. It was the Cavalier bike, a fusion of the knight's power and the original motorcycle. The Cavalier was a massive, dual-bladed motorcycle weapon known for its brutal strength and versatility in combat. This legendary weapon could transform between a high-speed motorcycle and a powerful dual-bladed battle mode, making it a formidable tool for both mobility and offense. The Cavalier was once wielded by a legendary warrior known for their unparalleled strength and ability to dominate the battlefield. Tales of their exploits became the stuff of legend, and their weapon, imbued with ancient enchantments, was passed down through generations to those deemed worthy of its power. The Cavalier possessed several remarkable abilities. In its dual-blade mode, it transformed into a dual-bladed weapon, allowing the wielder to perform powerful and wide-reaching attacks that could cleave through multiple enemies at once. In motorcycle mode, the Cavalier provided incredible speed and mobility, enabling the wielder to traverse the battlefield quickly and launch high-speed attacks. The blades could be revved up, increasing their cutting power and unleashing a series of devastating strikes that dealt additional damage. The wielder could perform a spinning attack with the Cavalier, creating a whirlwind of blades that dealt massive area of effect damage to surrounding enemies. In motorcycle mode, the Cavalier could grind its wheels against enemies, creating sparks and dealing continuous damage while stunning opponents. The wielder could also slam the Cavalier into the ground, causing shockwaves that knocked back and damaged all nearby enemies. Additionally, in motorcycle mode, the Cavalier could be used to ram into enemies at high speed, dealing massive impact damage and sending foes flying. The stats of the Cavalier were impressive. It had a damage rating of plus 200, mobility of plus 50, impact power of plus 75%, stun efficiency of plus 25%, strength of plus 200%, and agility of plus 250%. Izuku approached the bike, amusement on his face. He muttered, "Well, this is interesting," running a hand over the sleek, dark surface. The bike thrummed with energy, its aura palpable. He realized that this dungeon had one last surprise for him. Swinging a leg over the bike, he revved the engine, which roared to life, the sound echoing through the deserted city. A smile spread across Izuku's face. This new toy was a fitting reward for his efforts. With a final glance at the ruined city, he rode off, ready for whatever challenges awaited him next. Izuku Midoriya was at level 82, classified as a ninja devil hunter, and known as the Shadow Monarch. His HP was 18,250 out of 18,250, and his MP was 2,700 out of his strength was 250, vitality 150, agility 210, intelligence 100, sense 110, and he had no fatigue or remaining points. Flashback end, Izuku smirked as he summoned Cavalier. This demon bike appeared before the astonished spectators and pro-heroes, emanating power and menace. Present Mick's voice boomed through the stadium speakers, filled with excitement and curiosity. He exclaimed that Midoriya had summoned a motorcycle out of nowhere, declaring it insane. Surging forward, the motorcycle's wheels ground against the ground as Izuku aimed directly at the minor bots. The 1-pointers, 2-pointers, and 3-pointers swarmed ahead, but Izuku showed no hesitation. With a sharp turn of the handlebars, he rammed into the first wave of 1-pointers. The front wheel of the motorcycle lifted slightly, and the bots crumpled under the immense weight and speed of Cavalier, sparks flying as their metal bodies were crushed beneath the tires. Present Mike continued, his voice full of awe, stating that he had seen a lot of quirks and weapons in his time, but this was extraordinary, emphasizing how Midoriya was using that bike like a weapon. Izuku grinned, adrenaline pumping through his veins as he expertly maneuvered through the horde of minor robots. Approaching a cluster of 2-pointers, he revved the engine and performed a high-speed ram. The impact sent the robots flying, their limbs and parts scattering across the field. The audience erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Switching tactics, Izuku shifted Cavalier into its dual-bladed mode. The motorcycle split in half, the tires transforming into large spiked buzzsaws. The handlebars slid to the spot where the gas tank met the seat, creating a fearsome, dual-bladed weapon. Izuku gripped the handles tightly, a determined glint in his eye. Present Mike expressed his shock, marveling at the motorcycle's transformation into a pair of giant buzzsaws, questioning what kind of monster weapon this was. With a swift motion, Izuku swung the dual blades in a wide arc, cleaving through a group of three-pointers. The robots stood no chance as the spiked buzzsaws sliced through their metal frames with ease. Pieces of robots flew in all directions, the sound of metal grinding and breaking filling the air. Izuku continued his assault, targeting the zero-pointers next. These massive robots were formidable, but he was unfazed. He activated the spinning slash ability, the blades rotating rapidly to create a whirlwind of destruction. Charging at the nearest zero-pointer, the spinning blades cut through its legs and torso in a seamless motion. The robot collapsed in a heap, its parts falling apart like a dismantled toy. Izuku muttered to himself, acknowledging one down as his eyes scanned for the next target. Next, he used the ground crusher ability, slamming Cavalier into the ground. The impact created shockwaves that knocked back and damaged all nearby robots. Several one-pointers and two-pointers were caught in the shockwave, their circuits fried as they were thrown back. For the final zero-pointer, Izuku switched back to motorcycle mode and performed another high-speed ram. The bike accelerated with incredible speed, the front wheel lifting off the ground as he aimed directly at the robot center. The impact sent the massive machine toppling backward, and the crowd watched in stunned silence as the zero-pointer hit the ground with a thunderous crash. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Izuku felt Cavalier purring beneath him. He looked around at the field, now littered with the remains of countless robots. The audience erupted in cheers, their admiration for his skill and power evident. Present Mick's voice boomed over the stadium speakers, filled with excitement and energy as he announced that Class 1A's very own Izuku Midoriya had turned the Robo Inferno into scrap metal with that weapon, praising his incredible display of power and skill. Aizawa, sitting next to him, nodded approvingly, noting Midoriya's adaptability and resourcefulness, emphasizing that he was not just powerful but knew how to use his abilities to their fullest potential, embodying what it meant to be a hero. As the rest of the students began to catch up, Izuku noticed more robots emerging from various parts of the obstacle course. He understood he couldn't let his guard down, not even for a second. With a determined expression, he revved Cavalier and sped towards the second obstacle. The crowd's cheers and Present Mick's commentary echoing in the background. Present Mike announced that the other students were trying to catch up, noting that more robots were coming out, but Midoriya was already on his way to the next challenge, questioning if anyone could match his speed and skill. Shoto, watching from a distance, felt annoyance as he saw Izuku driving his bike. He thought to himself that he couldn't let Izuku outperform him. With his right hand emitting frost, he expressed his wish that they would have prepared something better since his father was watching. With a swipe of his arm, Shoto froze a horde of zero-pointers with ease, stopping them in their tracks. Other participants noticed the opening he created and began to go through it. Shoto warned them not to, explaining that he had frozen them while they were off balance on purpose. The zero-pointers collapsed, effectively immobilizing several students. Present Mike announced Todoroki's actions, praising his elegant attack and defense in one hit, noting that he was now right on Midoriya's trail, catching up in second place. Aizawa observed Todoroki's strategic advances toward Izuku, acknowledging the logic behind his actions. Present Mike commented on Todoroki's elite moves, emphasizing how impressive they were. Katsuki, determined not to be outdone, yelled that he wouldn't let them get past him. He used his explosions to propel himself toward the head of the zero-pointer. Present Mike announced Bakugo's clever maneuver as he landed on top of the zero-pointer. Siro remarked on Bakugo's approach, noting that he seemed like the kind of guy who would plow straight through but could go around when necessary. Tokoyami exclaimed that he was going to hitch a ride, using Dark Shadow to glide over the zero-pointer. The crowd cheered as the students successfully navigated through the first obstacle of the race. Snipe commented from the teacher's box that most of the group that had gone ahead was Class 1A, while All Might noted that Class B and the other courses were not bad either. Aizawa observed the scene, noting that Class A did not spend much time standing around. He finished All Might's thought as more students began to make their move. The crowd could see more students from Class 1A taking charge, such as Tenya, who kicked away a couple of two-pointers, Jiro, who used sound waves to short-circuit the robots, and Kaminari, who fried the robots with yellow electricity. Aizawa reflected on those who had experienced the world above them during the incident at USJ. Achiko yelled, "Release!" as one-pointers fell from the air behind her. Aizawa continued his thoughts about those who had fear planted in their hearts. Ojiro used his tail to swipe through the robots, destroying them with ease. Aizawa felt proud that his students were using their experience at USJ to fuel their drive in the sports festival. A multitude of explosions echoed as several zero-pointers collapsed. Momo stood by a smoking cannon, declaring, "Piece of cake." She had her PE shirt open to reveal some skin to use her quirk, creating a cannon to effortlessly destroy the zero-pointers. Observers commented on her ease in defeating the zero-point villains, realizing why she had been accepted through recommendations. Another voice urged, "Less gawking, more running. Come on, she made a path for us. Let's get a move on." Snipe noted that during the entrance exam, the robots were to be avoided. He explained that if they were seen as things to be defeated, they would appear as dumb hunks of metal, revealing obvious openings. He was intrigued by Class 1A's battle prowess. Just as he reached the second obstacle, Izuku glanced back and saw his classmates engaged in various states of combat with the robots. He smiled to himself, thinking they were catching up fast, as expected from his classmates. Turning his focus back to the path ahead, Izuku suddenly stopped. Mick's voice rang out, Hey, the first barrier's a piece of cake, huh? Then what about the second?" Izuku widened his eyes in excitement as he looked ahead. In front of them was what seemed to be a bottomless pit, with tall platforms spaced so far apart that it seemed impossible to jump from one to the next. Long, narrow trails of rope hung between the platforms, appearing unstable. Mike warned, "If you fall, you're out. If you do not want to fall, then you have to crawl. It is the fall." Izuku murmured to himself, "All right, it's time to show them what I can do," gripping the handlebars of his legendary weapon-turned motorcycle. The crowd watched with bated breath as Izuku revved the engine, the roar echoing through the arena. With a burst of speed, he accelerated towards the tightropes. As he neared the first rope, he performed a wheelie, lifting the front wheel off the ground. The motorcycle's back wheel landed perfectly on the rope, balancing precariously as Izuku navigated across. The audience gasped, eyes wide with disbelief at the audacious maneuver. Competitors behind him watched in awe, some wondering how he managed to maintain such perfect balance. Izuku focused intently, his sharp reflexes and heightened senses guiding him across the rope. The tightrope wobbled slightly under the weight of the motorcycle, but he adjusted seamlessly, moving in sync with the bike. He could feel the eyes of everyone on him, but he blocked out the distraction, zeroing in on the next pillar. With a quick shift, he transitioned to the next rope, landing perfectly once again. He continued this way, moving from rope to rope with incredible precision and control. The crowd's cheers grew louder with each successful traversal, their admiration and excitement palpable. As he approached the final rope, Izuku knew he had to make it count. He revved the engine once more, pushing the motorcycle to its limit. The bike's back wheel spun faster, gripping the rope with unwavering strength. With one last burst of speed, he reached the end of the obstacle, the motorcycle landing smoothly on the solid ground of the next platform. The stadium erupted in applause, the spectators on their feet, cheering wildly. Izuku took a moment to catch his breath, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He had successfully passed the second obstacle, proving once again his incredible skill and determination. President Mick's voice boomed over the speakers, filled with enthusiasm and awe. "Ladies and gentlemen, Midoriya Izuku has just defied gravity and conquered the fall with his motorcycle. What a spectacular performance!" Izuku was moving at high speeds but abruptly stopped as he saw the final obstacle ahead of him. Some signs read, "Danger Mines." Mike announced, "And now we have quickly arrived at the final barrier. The reality here is that it is a minefield. It's set up so that you can tell where the mines are if you look carefully. So you have to exploit your eyes and legs. By the way, these landmines are for games, so they are not that powerful, but they are loud and flashy enough to make you wet your pants. Aizawa commented that it depended on the person, not realizing that the mines would cause everyone to panic. Izuku thought to himself, I get it. They put this as the last obstacle so that those in the lead would be at a disadvantage, allowing others lagging to have the opportunity to catch up and possibly take the lead themselves. But that won't work in my case. He could see the minefield stretched out before him, small, circular landmines scattered across the ground, each ready to explode at the slightest touch. It was a treacherous path, but Izuku was undeterred. He had one last trick up his sleeve. Taking a deep breath, his eyes narrowed as he activated his EMS, a skill that heightened his perception and allowed him to detect the mine's exact locations. Alright, Cavalier, let's finish this, he whispered to his trusty weapon-turned motorcycle. He revved the engine, the roar echoing across the arena as Izuku took off at full speed. His eyes glowed red with intense focus as he weaved through the minefield, each move precise and calculated. With EMS, the mines appeared as glowing red spots in his vision, allowing him to navigate through the challenging terrain with ease. He leaned forward, urging Cavalier to go faster. The motorcycle responded, its powerful engine propelling them forward at breakneck speed. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest, but his mind was calm and clear. He dodged left, then right, avoiding the mines with hairbreadth precision. The crowd gasped and cheered, unable to believe the speed and accuracy with which he was navigating the field. Mike exclaimed, "Incredible! Midoriya Izuku is completing the minefield with lightning speed. Eraserhead, your students are amazing." Aizawa sighed as his nap was interrupted again. He remarked that he hadn't done anything. The students had gotten each other fired up on their own. The cameras focused on Izuku, and Mike exclaimed that Eraserhead was a bad teacher. As he neared the center of the minefield, Izuku knew he had to maintain his momentum. He leaned into the handlebars, pushing Cavalier to its limits. Mike announced the UA Sports Festival, first-year stage. Aizawa, comically sweat-dropping, asked if anyone was listening, his usual stoic demeanor slightly cracked by the enthusiastic chaos around him. Izuku maintained his focus, expertly navigating the minefield. With a final burst of speed, he cleared the last row of mines, his path now clear to the finish line. Mike shouted that the first person back in the stadium was Izuku Midoriya, who had made a huge splash. Rainbow-colored confetti dropped as the audience erupted into wild applause, their cheers echoing across the stadium. Izuku crossed the finish line, and Cavalier came to a smooth stop as he dismounted. In a dark room, the leader of the League of Villains was watching the sports festival from a computer screen, eyes narrowed in irritation. After Izuku crossed the finish line, he took a moment to look around and observe all the cheers and applause he was receiving from the viewers in attendance. The roar of approval was almost overwhelming. Katsuki made it through the tunnel a few minutes later, panting hard and boiling with anger. He cursed Izuku, frustrated at not being in the lead. Mike announced that they were finishing one after another and that they would make a list of the results later. Shoto caught his breath as he glared at Izuku, who was smiling slightly. Achiko ran towards him to congratulate him, with Yaoyorozu and Jiro not far behind. Tenya was sulking in the background, comically depressed over falling behind with a quirk that was supposed to be dominant in a racing environment. Izuku greeted his friends, genuinely glad they were advancing to the next round with him. Momo praised his first place but asked if he had to pull that stunt with the bike. Izuku smiled sheepishly and apologized, explaining he had to. Kyoka complimented his bike, and Izuku thanked her while rubbing his back. Midnight began to speak as she saw the last people who could advance through the first round. She announced that the first game of the first-year stage was finally over and revealed the results. The top 42 made it through to the next round, and although it was unfortunate for those who didn't make it, she assured everyone that a special event was prepared where anyone could showcase their skills. The real competition was about to begin. Katsuki growled in anger, still mad about ending up in third place instead of first. Midnight then swiped her whip as the spinning wheel began rotating at high speeds to determine what the next game would be. She teased the audience about the upcoming event, and when the wheel landed on Cavalry Battle, Denki expressed his lack of enthusiasm for the event. Tsuyu wondered how the cavalry battle would work, and Midnight explained that participants could form teams of 2 to 4 people. Each person had been assigned a point value based on the results of the last game. Sato quickly grasped the concept, and Achiko concluded that each team was worth different points depending on its members. Mina finally understood the gist of it. Midnight made a dramatic swipe of her whip and explained that the points assigned would increase by 5 starting from the bottom. Izuku calculated that since he got first place, he would have 210 points. Midnight then gained a sadistic smirk and pointed at Izuku, revealing that the point value assigned to first place was 10 million. The entire stadium erupted in gasps and murmurs as the significance of the numbers sank in. Shoto strategized that if anyone took down Izuku's team, they would automatically take the lead. Katsuki saw it as an opportunity, declaring that all he needed to do was crush Izuku for those 10 million points. The atmosphere in the stadium shifted dramatically, with some participants growing cocky at the prospect of taking down the top contender. Izuku sensed the change in the crowd, his expression shifting as he generated a pressure that radiated across the field, causing many participants to sweat. Nervously, he coldly stated that if they wanted it, they would have to take it, gesturing for them to bring it on with a confident and unyielding stance. The intimidating display made many rethink their initial confidence, and they began to murmur among themselves, doubting their ability to take on Izuku and the 10 million points he carried. The target on his back was too significant, and no one wanted to team up with someone who would draw so much attention. Katsuki Bakugo stood amidst a crowd of eager classmates, all clamoring to join him for the upcoming cavalry battle. His explosive quirk and fierce competitive nature made him a popular choice for a teammate. "Wait a minute," he demanded, his expression a mix of confusion and irritation. "Remind me what all of your quirks are." "Oh yeah, and your names too." Mina Ishido, visibly annoyed, exclaimed, "What kind of question is that? We're your classmates. I can understand not knowing Class B's, but come on, this is ridiculous." Sato, agreeing with Mina, added, "He doesn't pay attention to what's around him at all, huh? How can you be that self-centered?" From the teacher's box, All Might observed the interactions. Even though his personality is really mean and rude, he still came in third and has 200 points. Considering the all-purpose use of his quirk, it makes sense that he's still pretty popular. "Hey, Bakugo!" Ejiro Kirishima called out as he approached the crowd. "I was going to ask Todoroki, but he chose his team already. So what do you say? Let's team up." Katsuki glanced at him casually. "Oh hey, weird hair." Kirishima's frustration bubbled over. "My name is Kirishima. At least have enough decency to remember the names of your classmates. And my hair is not even that different from yours." He pointed at Bakugo's spiky hair. "You want to be the rider, right? Then who will be the front horse that can take your blasts?" He activated his hardening quirk to emphasize his point, and Katsuki regarded him with curiosity. "Someone with guts?" Katsuki replied. "Not really, but yeah. Me with my hardening. I will be the horse that will never waver. You want to get it too, right? Midoriya's 10 million points." At the mention of his rival's name, Katsuki's eyes widened. "Listen," Kirishima continued, "we all know that Midoriya has a lot of power on his side. So we need a team that can handle his super powerful punches. Come on. If we team up, we can definitely overwhelm him and steal his 10 million points, no problem." Katsuki's face morphed into a sinister grin as he thought about defeating Izuku. "All right, you've convinced me. Let's do it." Kirishima beamed, thrilled to have convinced Bakugo. They quickly began strategizing, knowing they needed more teammates to complete their formation. "Okay, we need 2 more for our team. Any volunteers?" Kirishima asked, scanning the crowd. "Hey, how about me?" Hantasiro stepped forward. "My tape quirk could be useful for mobility and keeping our formation tight." "And I'll join too." Mina added enthusiastically. "My acid quirk can help with offense and defense, plus I can make the ground slippery for anyone trying to get too close." Katsuki evaluated them, then nodded. "Fine. You 2 are in. Let's make this quick and efficient." The team quickly formed up, with Bakugo as the rider, Kirishima as the front horse, and Siro and Mina on the sides. They huddled together, discussing their plan to take down Midoriya. Remember, our main target is Deku. We're going to go all out and take his 10 million points. No holding back. Katsuki barked, his fiery determination clear in his eyes. Meanwhile, 3 figures approached Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Achiko Uraraka, and Kyokujiro. They stood before him with determined expressions. Izuku raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Why do you want to team up with me?" he asked, his tone calm but curious. "Everyone will most likely be after me because of my 10 million points. I don't want to place such a burden on you 3. Momo spoke first, her voice steady. "Because we believe in your strength and leadership, Midoriya. With you, we have a chance to win." Achiko nodded, her eyes filled with resolve. "We've seen what you can do, Midoriya. I want to prove myself and get stronger, and I know that teaming up with you is the best way to do that." Jiro added firmly, "Besides, you were there when we needed help, so it's our time to repay you." Izuku looked at them for a moment, then smiled slightly and nodded. "All right, let's do this." He surveyed his newly formed team, a plan already forming in his mind. "Yaoyorozu, your role is to keep our defenses high. Use your quirk to create barriers and insulate us from any attacks. Your resourcefulness will be crucial to our survival." Momo nodded, determination in her eyes. "Understood, Midoriya. I'll make sure we stay protected." "Jiro, your job is to handle offensive attacks. Use your earphone jacks to disrupt and disorient our opponents. Create openings for us to exploit," he continued, turning to the purple-haired girl. Jiro smirked confidently. "Got it. I'll keep them on their toes." Izuku then turned to Achiko, his expression softening slightly. "Uraraka, you'll wear the headband. You're lighter, and this way we can protect the points better. I'll be the horse since I'm faster than any of you." Achiko's eyes widened, and a blush crept up her cheeks. "Wait, you want me to sit on your shoulders?" she asked, feeling embarrassed. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, slightly flustered. "Yeah, I don't really like the idea of sitting on anyone's shoulders, especially not a girl's. So this is the best way." After a moment of hesitation, Achiko nodded. "Okay, Midoriya. I trust you." The buzzer went off, signaling that the 15 minutes for gathering cavalry teams were finally over. "Time's up. Now then, it's about time to get started." Midnight announced to the students, stretching her arms to prepare herself. Hey, come on, wake up, Eraser. The second round is about to start." Present Mike called out, nudging Aizawa awake. After 15 minutes to form teams and talk strategy, 12 cavalry teams are lined up on the field, he yelled, attempting to hype up the crowd. Aizawa took a moment to survey all the teams. There are some interesting teams out there. Izuku stood tall with Achiko on his shoulders, Momo and Jiro flanking him. "Now raise those battle cries. It is time for UA's battle." Present Mike shouted. Aizawa commented dryly, "You're dragging it. I don't think there is going to be any bloodshed." "Light the signal fire," Present Mike exclaimed. He shouted as he ignored Aizawa's comment. A 10-second countdown began as everybody got into their positions. Mike announced loudly, "All right. You've all made your teams, right? I'm not going to ask if you're ready or not." The audience was on the edge of their seats, eagerly anticipating the second round of the sports festival to begin. "Now let's go. Counting down to the showdown." Aizawa remarked, "You're dragging it again." Mike continued, 3. Katsuki cracked his knuckles and declared, "We are aiming for." Mike shouted, 2. Shoto focused intently on Team Achiko, observing them like a predator stalking its prey. Mike yelled, 1. The final countdown concluded, and Midnight's voice echoed across the stadium. "Begin." In an instant, chaos erupted as all the teams rushed toward Team Achiko, seeing them as the biggest threat due to the 10 million point headband. Izuku smirked confidently and shouted, "We'll be running away now." However, before they could move, Juzo Hananuki from Class 1B used his quirk to soften the ground beneath them. The earth turned to sludge, and Team Achiko began to sink. Izuku's eyes widened as he quickly assessed the situation. Reacting swiftly, he grabbed both Jiro and Momo by their waists, much to their embarrassment, and leaped into the air with a powerful jump. "Hold on tight," he shouted as they soared above the sinking terrain, landing on the platform with a forceful impact that caused the crowd to gasp. Achiko urged, "We need to keep moving." She gripped the headband tightly as she balanced on Izuku's shoulders and used her quirk on herself to make her lighter. "Right," Izuku responded, focusing his energy on their next move. He dashed forward with incredible speed, his agility allowing him to weave through the chaos. Teams from all directions continued their assault. Jiro's earphone jacks lashed out, creating shockwaves that disrupted their attacks. Momo generated barriers to block incoming projectiles and enhance their defenses. Achiko kept her focus, her determination evident despite the precarious position. As they sped through the battlefield, Izuku used his agility and quick thinking to outmaneuver their opponents. He dodged attacks with incredible precision, using his reflexes to stay ahead of the competition. Juzo tried to soften the ground again, but Izuku anticipated the move. He jumped, landing on solid ground just in time. The crowd erupted in cheers at the display of skill and coordination. "Nice try, but it's going to take more than that to stop us," he declared, his voice filled with unwavering confidence. They continued their evasive maneuvers, staying ahead of the competition. Izuku's strategy and quick thinking, combined with his team's unwavering support, kept them in the lead. As the game progressed, it became clear that Team Midoriya was not just running away. They were executing a well-coordinated and strategic retreat, using every advantage to stay ahead. As the cavalry battle continued, Team Hagakure quickly found themselves in trouble. Amid the chaos, Nito Monoma from Class 1B swiped their headband with a smug grin. "Better luck next time," he taunted, leaving Team Hagakure frustrated and without points. Mike announced, "Now then." Even though barely 2 minutes have passed since we started, it has already turned into a free-for-all. Fights over the headbands are breaking out all over. Ignoring the 10 million points and going for second to fourth place is not bad either. Sometimes it is best to sneak up from behind an unsuspecting opponent. The crowd was now enjoying the cavalry battle as they witnessed many different quirks on display. The battlefield turned into a free-for-all as teams scrambled to gain points. Team Mineta, consisting of Mineta, Shoji, and Tsuyu, and Team Tetsutetsu, with Tetsutetsu, Juzo Hananuki, Yosetsu Aways, and Ibara Shiozaki, both converged on Team Achiko, seeing them as the prime target. Izuku called out, "We've got company on all sides. Stay sharp." His eyes flickered with determination. Kyoka encouraged, "We've got this, Midoriya. Just keep moving." Her earphone jacks twitched in readiness to disrupt any incoming threats. Team Mineta and Team Tetsutetsu closed in from either side, trying to corner them. Mineta, riding on Shoji's shoulders, threw his sticky pop-off ball to try and trap them. Tsuyu used her tongue to snatch at their headband, but Jiro's quick reflexes and offensive attacks kept them at bay. Meanwhile, from above, Katsuki soared through the air, propelled by his explosions. "You're not getting away, Deku," he roared, aiming a powerful blast directly at Izuku. Izuku sensed Katsuki's approach and smirked. "Brace yourselves," he warned his team. As Katsuki flew toward them, Izuku dodged the explosive attacks with agile movements, easily avoiding the blasts. "You're too slow, Katsuki," he taunted, his eyes gleaming with excitement and challenge. Katsuki's attacks were relentless, but Izuku's quick reflexes and precise movements kept them just out of reach. Achiko clung to the headband, her heart pounding. "Midoriya-kun, they're all coming at once," she exclaimed, her grip tightening. "We're not giving up." Izuku declared, his voice resolute. "Jiro-san, Yaoyorozu-san, be ready for Bakugo's attacks. Uraraka-san, prepare to lighten our load if needed." Jiro unleashed another shockwave, pushing back Team Mineta and disrupting their formation. Momo reinforced their defenses, creating a series of barriers that shielded them from incoming attacks. As Katsuki's explosions intensified, Izuku knew he had to take a risk. "Hang on, everyone," he shouted. With a powerful leap, he launched them into the air, dodging a particularly intense blast from Katsuki. The crowd cheered as they finally got to see some hand-to-hand action. "He's gotten separated from his horses," someone exclaimed. "What's with this guy?" another person wondered. "Is that even allowed?" someone else questioned. A long gray tape then wrapped around Katsuki before he touched the ground, pulling him back to his team. Eder commented, "Nice catch, Zero." Midnight clarified, "It's a technicality, so it's okay. It wouldn't have been if he'd touched the ground though. So as long as he stays in the air and above the ground, leaving your team is okay." Team Mineta and Team Tetsu pressed on, but the combined efforts of Izuku's team kept them at a distance. Jiro's shockwaves, Momo's creations, and Achiko's vigilance proved to be an effective defense. Seeing an opening, Izuku decided to turn the tide. "Time to go on the offensive," he warned his teammates. With a sudden shift, Izuku summoned Cavalier in its dual-bladed mode. He swung the massive blades with precision, creating a whirlwind of attacks that forced their opponents to back off. The chaos intensified as teams scrambled to recover from the assault. Team Mineta and Team Tetsu regrouped, but the damage had been done. Izuku's bold move had bought them valuable time and space. Bakugo, however, was undeterred. "I won't let you win, Deku," he shouted, launching himself at them with another explosion. Izuku anticipated the attack, shifting Cavalier into motorcycle mode. He executed a daring maneuver, dodging Bakugo's strike and using the momentum to propel them forward. Mike announced enthusiastically, "Now, let us take a look at each team's points. It has been 7 minutes. Here are the current rankings up on the screen." The rankings were displayed on the Jumbotron. Confusion spread among the audience members. "What?" Mike continued, his voice filled with surprise as he noted, "What? Wait a minute. Other than Team Achiko, Class A isn't doing so well." The standings showed that while Team Achiko was in first place, Team Monoma was in second place with 1,360 points, and Team Tetsu was in third place with 1,125 points. "Wait a second. Team Bakugo has 0 points. What happened?" Seemingly out of nowhere, Monoma appeared behind Bakugo, snatching his headband cleanly off. Bakugo didn't realize what had happened until a couple of seconds later. Nito taunted with a smug smile, "Class A is too simple-minded." Mina exclaimed as they realized that Monoma had stolen their points right from under their noses. "Crap! He got us." Furious, Katsuki shouted, "What did you say, Bisudi? Give that back or I'll come over there and take it back." Nito continued, ignoring Bakugo's threats. Since Midnight said that it was the first game, it wouldn't make sense for them to cut a ton of people in the qualifier, right? Katsuki growled, "Huh? What nonsense are you spouting, Extra?" Nito smirked. "Assuming they'd keep about 40 people for the next stage, we just made sure we stayed within that number as we ran, observing from the back the quirks and personalities of those who would be our rivals. There's no point in being obsessive over winning in the prelims, right?" Zero asked. "You did this as a class?" Nito replied, "Well, it wasn't a consensus, but it was a good idea, right?" One of his teammates whispered, "Hey, Monoma, they're coming," noticing a couple of teams circling them. Monoma continued his monologue, "It's better than going after a temporary top, like a horse with a carrot waving in front of its face. And speaking of that, looks like Midoriya's doing a lot better than you, Bakugo. He's always been better, hasn't he?" Kirishima's eyes widened in horror as he looked up at Bakugo. Monoma also turned his attention toward the ash-blonde student. Around Bakugo was an aura of pure red, filled with absolute hatred and anger. Katsuki stated, seething with rage as he glared at Monoma, "Kirishima, change of plans. Before we get Deku, we're going to take care of these guys." Kirishima gulped, nodding in agreement as he braced himself for the imminent confrontation. Zero and Mina exchanged worried glances but steeled themselves, knowing they had to support their teammate. Ru said firmly, despite the tension in the air, "All right, Bakugo. We'll make sure to teach them a lesson they won't forget." The intensity of the situation escalated as Bakugo's team prepared to launch their counterattack against Monoma and his team. The arena was filled with an electrifying atmosphere, the spectators on the edge of their seats, eager to see how this clash would unfold. Meanwhile, Team Ochako was maintaining their lead, but Izuku couldn't help but notice the rising tension among the other teams. He glanced back, seeing the fierce determination in Bakugo's eyes as he targeted Monoma. Izuku muttered, "Looks like things are heating up," his mind racing with strategies to keep his team in the lead and avoid getting caught in the crossfire. As the game reached its halfway point, Team Todoroki, comprising Shoto, Ida, Tokoyami, and Kaminari, confronted Team Ochako. Shoto relied solely on his ice powers, refusing to use his left side due to his disdain for his father. Izuku, still maintaining his composure, nodded to his team. "Stay focused. We're in for a tough fight." Shoto said coldly, his breath visible in the air around him, "Midoriya, you won't get away this time." Ida, standing behind Shoto, adjusted his glasses. "Our strategy is simple. We will overwhelm him with speed and precision." Tokoyami and Kaminari stood ready, their determination matching that of their leader. Izuku gripped Cavalier's handles tighter, his eyes narrowing. "We'll see about that, Todoroki," he replied. With a sudden burst of speed, Tenya activated his engines, propelling Team Todoroki forward. Shoto launched a barrage of ice attacks, aiming to freeze Team Ochako in their tracks. "Defensive formation," Izuku called out. Momo quickly generated a large shield, blocking the initial ice attacks. Jiro used her earphone jack to send shockwaves through the ground, disrupting Ida's footing and slowing their advance. Ochako, still perched on Izuku's shoulders, kept a keen eye on their surroundings. "We've got this, Midoriya-kun." Izuku nodded. "Let's go on the offensive." He charged forward, swerving around Shoto's ice attacks with expert precision, closing the distance between their teams. "Get ready," he shouted to his teammates. As they neared Team Todoroki, Izuku used Cavalier in dual-bladed mode. The massive blades spun with a menacing hum, creating a whirlwind of destruction. Shoto tried to create a barrier of ice, but Izuku's spinning blades shattered through it. Jiro and Momo coordinated their attacks, with Jiro sending shockwaves to disorient their opponents and Momo using her creations to protect their headbands. Tokoyami's dark shadow lashed out, trying to grab their headband, but Ochiko's quick reflexes allowed her to dodge the attack. "Nice try, but we're not losing this headband," she declared. Denki attempted to unleash a burst of electricity, but Jiro's counterattacks kept him at bay. The battle was fierce, with both teams showcasing their skills and determination. The crowd watched in awe, captivated by the high-stakes clash between two of the strongest teams. Despite their efforts, Team Todoroki struggled to gain the upper hand. Izuku's strategic thinking and Cavalier's versatility proved to be formidable obstacles. As the minutes ticked by, it became clear that Team Ochako was not going down without a fight. On the other side, Team Monoma found themselves in a precarious position. Monoma, their leader, decided to let the clock run out, aiming to protect their remaining headband and secure their fourth-place spot. However, Katsuki had other plans. Katsuki leaped from his horse and flew towards Team Monoma, propelled by his powerful explosions. Cozy-eyed Tsuburaba, using his quirk to create an invisible wall of air, tried to block Katsuki's advance. But Katsuki, fueled by his relentless determination, shattered the air wall and snatched two headbands from Team Monoma in a swift, decisive move. With those points, Team Bakugo surged into third place. The chaos of the battle only intensified as other teams, sensing an opportunity, tried to capitalize on Team Monoma's weakened state. Nito fought back valiantly, copying Cozy-Eye's quirk to hold off their attackers. Despite their efforts, Team Monoma still clung to their last headband, desperately trying to protect it until the clock ran out. Even though Team Bakugo had secured third place, Katsuki's competitive spirit wouldn't let him rest. He roared, his eyes blazing with intensity, declaring that they were not stopping until they reclaimed their original headband from Team Monoma. Mina stepped up, using her acid to clear a path through the battlefield. Siro then utilized his tape to pull their team swiftly toward Team Monoma. Cozy-Eye attempted to defend with another air wall, but Katsuki blasted through it with ease. In a dramatic confrontation, he reclaimed his original headband from Nito, securing second place for Team Bakugo while Team Monoma lost all their points. Mina cheered for Katsuki's success, though he remained far from satisfied. His gaze shifted toward the two remaining major competitors, Team Achiko and Team Todoroki. He barked that they were not done yet and that they were going after Deku and Icy Hot, determined to finish strong. Team Bakugo rallied, their sights set on the top two teams. The tension in the stadium reached a fever pitch as the remaining minutes of the cavalry battle promised an explosive and unforgettable climax. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Izuku smirked, knowing it was time to reveal his trump card. With a swift gesture, he summoned his shadow dragon, Kaisel, from the depths of his Quirk's power. The ground trembled as Kaisel emerged, its massive, ethereal form casting a dark shadow over the battlefield. The dragon's scales shimmered with an eerie glow, and its piercing eyes seemed to bore into the souls of those who dared to look directly at it. The audience fell silent, their eyes wide with awe and fear. One of the students gasped, their voice trembling, questioning what they were witnessing. Pro-heroes in the stands were equally stunned. All Might's jaw dropped, while present Mike and Aizawa exchanged shocked glances. Even Endeavor couldn't hide his surprise, though he quickly masked it with a scoff. Present Mick's voice rang out, filled with a mix of excitement and disbelief, announcing that Izuku had pulled out something big. He declared that the audience was witnessing history as Izuku Midoriya summoned a massive dragon, calling it beyond incredible. Kaisel let out a deafening roar, its sound reverberating across the stadium, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. The remaining students, including those on Team Todoroki, paled at the sight of the colossal beast. Katsuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the enormous dragon, his fiery confidence faltering. He muttered that the creature was massive, unable to hide the edge of fear in his voice. Clenching his fists, his anger boiled over as he declared they were not backing down, but acknowledged that it was one formidable monster. Shoto shouted for everyone to stay focused, though his voice betrayed a hint of fear, insisting they couldn't let it intimidate them. Ida tried to keep their team steady, but the sheer presence of Kaisel made it difficult to concentrate. He questioned what Midoriya was capable of. Momo's eyes widened in amazement, expressing her disbelief that Izuku had something like this up his sleeve. Jiro looked up at the massive beast with a mix of awe and fear, commenting that it was next level. Achiko, sitting on Izuku's shoulders, tightened her grip slightly, her heart pounding, and remarked on how full of surprises Izuku was. Izuku commanded them to show what they could do, while Kaisel circled above, ready to strike at any opponent who dared approach. Present Mike continued his commentary, filled with awe and admiration, stating that Izuku Midoriya had completely turned the tables with his dragon and questioned if any team could stand against such an incredible display of power. With Kaisel providing both protection and an intimidating presence, Team Achiko charged forward, navigating through the chaos of the battlefield. The Shadow Dragon's powerful form deterred most teams from approaching, allowing them to maintain a significant lead. As the battle continued, Team Todoroki and Team Bakugo fought fiercely for second place. Shoto and his team managed to hold their own, using their skills to outmaneuver their opponents. Meanwhile, Katsuki, driven by sheer determination, pushed his team to their limits, relentlessly attacking anyone in their way. Despite their best efforts, neither Team Todoroki nor Team Bakugo could overcome the sheer advantage that Kaisel provided to Team Achiko. There was a moment when Shoto almost used his fireside due to frustration, which shocked him. As the final moments of the battle ticked away, the positions solidified. Present Mick's voice boomed over the stadium, filled with excitement, announcing that the cavalry battle had come to an end. He urged the audience to cheer for the top four teams, praising Team Achiko for their incredible display of strategy and power. The audience erupted into applause and cheers, their eyes still fixed on the massive shadow dragon that hovered protectively over Izuku's team. The pro-heroes exchanged impressed glances, acknowledging the extraordinary feat they had just witnessed. Present Mike continued, announcing Team Todoroki in second place, Team Bakugo in third, and then expressing shock at Team Shinso's unexpected fourth-place finish. No one had noticed Shinso's quiet yet strategic moves. Throughout the cavalry battle, Shinso thanked everyone for their hard work, walking away with a smug smirk, though inwardly shaken by Kaisel's presence. Present Mike declared that these 4 teams would advance to the final round, and the crowd's cheers grew louder in anticipation of the main event. Meanwhile, Izuku and his team gathered together to celebrate their victory. Momo, Jiro, and Achiko were all smiling and congratulating each other. Kyoka exclaimed that they did it, high-fiving Achiko. Momo expressed her disbelief that they managed to pull it off, her eyes shining with excitement. Izuku looked at his teammates with a sincere expression, stating that he couldn't have done it without them, emphasizing that it was their win. Momo nodded, saying they believed in him and that his leadership and strategy made it possible. Jiro gave him a thumbs up, affirming that he kept them focused and determined. Achiko added that it was a team effort, expressing her gratitude for their collaboration. Kaisel watched the celebration with a pleased expression. The girls approached him, their curiosity getting the better of them. Achiko asked if they could pet him, looking at Izuku. He nodded, encouraging them to go ahead, noting that Kaisel seemed to like the attention. As Momo, Jiro, and Achiko began to pet Kaisel, the massive dragon let out happy noises, enjoying the affection. To everyone's surprise, Kaisel suddenly shrank down to the size of a baby dragon, letting out a contented purr. Momo gently stroked Kaisel's tiny head, her eyes sparkling with delight as she remarked on how cute he was. Jiro chuckled, scratching behind Kaisel's small ears, while Kyoka expressed her surprise at how adorable a dragon could be. Achiko leaned down, carefully petting Kaisel and declaring him the cutest little thing, her voice filled with affection. Kaisel responded with happy, contented noises, delighting the audience. The entire stadium erupted in a chorus of "us" and cooing, captivated by the unexpected transformation of the formidable shadow dragon into an endearing, baby-sized creature. Izuku watched the scene in amazement, a mixture of surprise and amusement on his face. He murmured to himself, having no idea Kaisel could do that. Present Mix's voice cut through the air, filled with excitement and disbelief as he announced the incredible display of power and strategy from Team Achiko, followed by the unexpected twist of the fierce shadow dragon transforming into the most adorable creature ever. As the girls continued to pet the tiny Kaisel, Izuku felt a warmth in his chest. The bond he shared with his shadow dragon was deeper than he had realized, and Kaisel's ability to adapt and connect with his friends only strengthened that bond. Izuku and Shoto were currently in an empty tunnel, standing across from one another, looking directly into each other's eyes. Izuku decided to break the silence, asking what Shoto wanted to talk about. Shoto made no response, continuing to coldly stare at Izuku, his eyes unwavering. Izuku tried a different approach, thinking that if they didn't hurry, the cafeteria would likely be crowded. Still, there was no response. As Izuku narrowed his eyes at Shoto, the son of Endeavor finally spoke, admitting that he had been overpowered. Confused, Izuku asked for clarification. Shoto continued, stating that he had broken his pledge, shame evident in his voice. When Izuku inquired about the pledge, Shoto lifted his left hand and explained that Endeavor, the number 2 hero, was his father. He elaborated on Endeavor's strong desire to rise in the ranks and how All Might was a great eyesore to him. Since he could not surpass All Might, Endeavor had moved on to his next plan. Izuku's expression grew serious as he listened intently. Shoto mentioned Quirk marriages, explaining that they had become a problem for the 2nd and 3rd generations after superpowers appeared. He described how choosing a spouse was based solely on strengthening one's quirk and passing it on to children, forcing people into marriage. Shoto revealed that his father had won over his mother's relatives and acquired her quirk, intending to raise Shoto to be a hero who could surpass All Might. Izuku gritted his teeth, realizing that Shoto was the result of a quirk marriage, created solely to surpass All Might because Endeavor could not do it himself. Angrily, he expressed his desire to confront Endeavor. Shoto nodded, sharing his annoyance at being treated as a tool. He revealed that his mother had caused him harm, showing the scar on his face and recounting a traumatic memory from his childhood. Izuku's eyes widened in horror at the revelation. He could not believe that Shoto's mother would say something so hurtful to him at such a young age. He expressed his disbelief, knowing no mother should ever treat their child that way. Shoto explained that he had picked a fight with Izuku to prove himself without using his father's quirk, vowing to win first place without it. As Shoto turned to leave, he declared that he would rise above Izuku with just his right side. Izuku felt a pang of sympathy but also irritation, bluntly calling Shoto's actions childish. Shoto stopped and turned back, narrowing his eyes. Izuku reiterated that rejecting his power because of his father allowed endeavor to control him. He encouraged Shoto to embrace all of his abilities if he truly wanted to surpass his father and become his own person. For a moment, the tunnel was silent, the weight of Izuku's words hanging in the air. Shoto's eyes softened slightly, the coldness melting away just a bit. He quietly agreed to think about it before turning and walking away. Izuku watched him go, hoping his words had reached him. He sensed a familiar energy signature nearby, realizing someone had been hiding and listening the entire time. He firmly stated that everything discussed would remain between the three of them, expecting the listener to keep Todoroki's personal information confidential. Katsuki sighed as Izuku made his way to the cafeteria, aware that the next battle would be even more intense. An hour later, Present Mike announced to the crowd, "Now that lunch is over, it's finally time to reveal the last game. But before that, there's good news for all of you who did not make it to the finals. This is just a sports festival. So we have prepared recreational games that everyone can participate in, too. We've even brought real cheerleaders from America to liven things up." As Mike was about to continue, he and the rest of the audience noticed something peculiar. Aizawa lazily asked, "What are they doing?" The center of attention was all the female students of Class 1A, dressed in orange UA cheerleader uniforms that showcased their figures. Mike exclaimed, "What's the matter, Class 1A? What kind of fan service is that?" The majority of the males in the stadium were captivated by the sight. Mineta and Kaminari exchanged thumbs up, both wearing mischievous grins. Momo yelled in fury, "Mineta! Kaminari! You tricked us, didn't you?" A giant red tick mark appeared on her forehead as she realized the two had deceived her and Jiro into wearing cheerleading outfits for a cheer battle. The vice president of Class A dropped to her knees with a sad sigh. "Why am I always caught up in Mineta's schemes? I even used creation to make the outfits." Izuku, maintaining a straight face but feeling flustered inside, watched the scene unfold and felt a surge of irritation. "Kaisel," he called out, summoning his shadow dragon. "Give those two what they deserve." Kaisel loomed over Denki and Mineta, who instantly paled and began to plead for mercy. Mineta cried, "We won't do it again. We swear." Denki added, "Please call off the dragon." The girls of Class 1A watched in satisfaction as Kaisel growled menacingly, and the entire stadium erupted in laughter at the sight of the two boys begging for their lives. Mina remarked, "Now that's what I call justice," giving Izuku a thumbs up. Momo sighed in relief. "Thank you, Midoriya. That was very kind of you." Izuku smiled back. "No problem. We should all be able to enjoy the festival without any issues." Mike continued, "All right, everyone. Let's have fun competing in the recreational games. When that's over, the 16 from the 4 teams that made it to the final round will duke it out tournament style, one-on-one." Edru exclaimed, "The last round is a tournament where we fight one-on-one? I will stand on the stage I watch every year on TV." Mina asked, "Was it a tournament last year?" Ciro replied, "It's different every year, but there's a one-on-one competition at the end of it all. Last year, it was a sports chamber match." Midnight announced, "Now, let's prepare to draw lots to determine the bracket. Once the bracket is determined, we'll have the recreational games and then start. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not they want to participate in the recreation. I'm sure some of you want to rest or save your strength. Now from the first place team." Ojiro suddenly called out, raising his hand, "Excuse me, I am withdrawing." Everybody gasped. Izuku asked, "Ojiro, but why?" Tenya exclaimed, "This is a rare chance for pros to see you." Ojiro explained, I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until almost the end. I think it was that guy's quirk. Nairenjiki Shota from Class 1B also requested to resign, feeling he did not deserve to participate in the finals. Midnight allowed them to withdraw and decided that the newly opened spots would be filled with members from the 5th place team, Team Kendo. However, Itsuka Kendo allowed Team Tetsu to take their place because they fought harder during the cavalry battle. Kendo stated, "It's only fair. They gave it their all, and they deserve the chance." Tetsu expressed gratitude. "Thanks, Kendo. We won't let you down." Midnight nodded. "Very well. Now let's continue with the drawing of lots." The matchups were announced. Match 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. Match 2. Shoto Todoroki vs Hantasiro. Match 3. Ibara Shizuki vs Denki Kaminari. Match 4. Tenya Ida vs Mei Hatsum. Match 5. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Match 6. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. Match 7. Mina Ishido vs Achiko Uraraka. Match 8. Katsuki Bakugo vs Kyokujiro. Izuku stared at the matchups on the board, particularly focused on his own. Hitoshi Shinso, he muttered to himself, considering the opponent he was about to face. From what he had observed, Shinso had a mysterious aura, and his lack of physical strength seemed to be compensated by something much more dangerous. As Izuku was deep in thought, Shinso approached him with a smirk. "So, you are Midoriya. I've heard a lot about you." Before he could continue, Ojiro quickly intervened. "Don't answer him, Midoriya. You mustn't engage with him." Nearby, Shoto watched Izuku with an intense gaze. "Midoriya, you'd better win your match," he murmured to himself, filled with determination. "Because I plan to defeat you myself." Meanwhile, Katsuki stared at the bracket with a look of utter disinterest. "Kyokujiro? Who the hell is that?" he grumbled, oblivious to the rising irritation of the girl in question. Kyoka fumed. "Are you kidding me? We've been in the same class for weeks." Ignoring her outburst, Katsuki clenched his fists, his thoughts already focused on winning. "Doesn't matter. I'll crush her and then take down whoever gets in my way." On the other side of the stadium, Ida was approached by Mei Hatsum, who looked at him with a mischievous grin. "Hey Ida, how about we make a little deal before our match? I could showcase some of my babies and you could." Before the matches began, Ojiro pulled Izuku aside to tell him about Shinso's quirk. "During the cavalry battle, I was under Shinso's control. I don't remember much, but I know I was moving against my will until I bumped into Ibara Shiozaki. That's when I snapped out of it." Izuku frowned, the pieces falling into place. "So I was right. Shinso has a powerful mind-type quirk. That meant he had to be extra cautious. Katsuki would probably try to use his quirk the moment he responded." Mashireo placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Ojiro warned him to be careful, stating that Katsuki's quirk was no joke. If he got Izuku under his control, it could be over before he even realized it. As the arena buzzed with anticipation, Katsuki Bakugo stood with his usual fierce demeanor, glaring across at his opponent, Kyokujiro. The stadium was packed, and the crowd's energy was palpable. The tension in the air was almost as explosive as Katsuki himself. Present Mike announced the match, introducing Katsuki as the explosive, unpredictable, and downright terrifying hero from Class 1A, and facing off against him was Kyokujiro, the mistress of sound and rhythm, also from Class 1A. Jiro took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves as she walked onto the stage. She glanced up at the bleachers and saw her classmates cheering her on. Achiko had given her a reassuring nod, and Izuku and Momo were all there, watching her intently. She couldn't let them down. As she faced Katsuki, she replayed in her mind the conversation she had with her friends in the waiting room. In the waiting room, Jiro had been pacing nervously when Achiko entered, her victory over Mina still fresh. Jiro congratulated her, though her voice trembled slightly. Achiko smiled but then noticed Jiro's anxious expression. She asked if Jiro was okay, noting that she seemed really nervous. Jiro sighed, expressing her fears about facing Bakugo, calling him a beast. Achiko nodded, understanding her fears, and reassured her that she was strong and could handle it. Just then, Izuku and Momo entered the room. Momo thoughtfully remarked that she didn't think even Bakugo would use a full-strength explosion on a girl. Izuku quickly interjected, shaking his head and stating that Bakugo wouldn't hold back against anyone. He was aiming to win, and he didn't care who his opponent was. Jiro appreciated Izuku's honesty, knowing he was right. Izuku took a step closer, his eyes earnest, offering to help her come up with a strategy. He acknowledged that Katsuki was tough but had weaknesses. Jiro thought for a moment before shaking her head, thanking Izuku but insisting she needed to do this on her own. She felt it was time for her to stand on her own 2 feet. Izuku smiled, respecting her decision, and assured her that they were all rooting for her. Before leaving, Jiro turned back to Izuku, giving him a thumbs up and declaring that she would meet him in the finals. As Jiro stepped into the ring, she felt the weight of the upcoming match pressing down on her. Katsuki was known for his ruthless aggression and explosive power, but Jiro wasn't about to back down. She had a plan and was determined to see it through. Katsuki eyed Jiro with a menacing smirk, recognizing her as Ears, the girl who messed with her earphone jacks. He warned her to give up now, dripping with confidence, stating he wouldn't hold back, especially not on someone like her. Jiro didn't respond, but her resolve was clear in her eyes. She couldn't afford to be intimidated. She had something to prove, to herself, to her classmates, and to Izuku. As soon as Present Mike announced the start of the match, Katsuki launched himself at Jiro with a powerful explosion, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat. Jiro barely had time to react as Katsuki's blast sent her skidding across the arena floor. She gritted her teeth, suppressing a scream of pain as she tried to recover. Katsuki didn't let up, his attacks relentless. He insulted her, calling her weak and mocking her for being friends with Izuku. He sneered, questioning if she thought being friends with Deku would help her, stating she was just as pathetic as he was, and sent another explosion her way. Jiro was forced to dodge and roll, but the pain was building with each attack. She knew she had to fight back. Gathering her strength, she sent a sonic blast at Katsuki, hoping to catch him off guard. But he was too fast, too brutal. He shouted that she was too slow and blasted her back again. Despite the pain, Jiro continued to pressure Katsuki, trying to close the gap between them. But each time she got close, he repelled her with another explosion. The crowd began to boo Katsuki, seeing him as a villain for the way he was dominating Jiro. Pro-heroes in the crowd murmured among themselves, some believing that Jiro was desperate and that her feints had failed. Katsuki, however, remained focused, his eyes filled with a burning desire for victory and revenge. Present Mike noted the booing from part of the crowd, but before he could finish his thought, Aizawa elbowed him in the face, questioning if a pro was saying he was playing around. The crowd was now confused by what he was saying. Aizawa clarified that Bakugo was being careful because he acknowledged the strength of his opponent, who had made it this far. He stated that because Katsuki was doing everything he could to win, he couldn't go easy on her or let his guard down. The smoke cleared to show Jiro still standing on her feet, panting but still determined. Deep down, Izuku could see the truth behind Katsuki's aggression. It wasn't just about winning, it was about revenge. Katsuki was furious over his previous losses to Izuku in the earlier rounds, and now he was taking it out on Jiro. As Jiro took hit after hit, Izuku's anger boiled over. He gripped the railing so tightly that it shattered under his hand, sending cracks through the metal. His classmates recoiled in shock. They had never seen him this angry, not since the USJ incident. Achiko glanced at Izuku, worried by the dark aura emanating from him. She whispered his name, but he didn't hear her. His eyes were locked on Katsuki, who continued to assault Jiro with ruthless efficiency. Back in the ring, Katsuki insulted Izuku again, making a snide remark about how weak his so-called friend was. That was the final straw for Jiro. Fueled by her anger and determination, she screamed that he shouldn't dare make fun of her big brother and unleashed a massive sonic blast from her earphone jacks, declaring her attack as heartbeat distortion maximum. The sound wave reverberated through the arena. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, pride swelling in his chest. She was fighting for him, just as he was going to fight for her. The sonic blast was powerful enough to force Katsuki back and catch him off guard. But Katsuki wasn't one to be easily overwhelmed. With a fierce yell, he unleashed a massive explosion, meeting Jiro's sonic blast head-on. The force of the explosion was so great that it blew away the sonic blast and almost sent Jiro out of bounds. As the dust settled, Katsuki's hand shook slightly from the exertion. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the strength of Jiro's attack. Looking at Jiro, who was struggling to get back on her feet, he could see the determination in her eyes, the refusal to give up. He said, "I figured you had a plan. You're friends with Deku, after all. But it's time for us to get serious, Jiro." For the first time, he used her real name instead of a nickname, a small gesture of respect. But Jiro had reached her limit. She tried to rise, her body trembling from the pain, but she collapsed again, unable to continue. Even so, she crawled toward Katsuki, her hands shaking as she tried to push herself forward. But her strength finally gave out, and she passed out from exhaustion and her injuries. Midnight quickly approached, checking on Jiro. She confirmed that Jiro was unconscious, and raised her hand, declaring Katsuki Bakugo as the winner. Katsuki stood in the center of the ring, victorious but not satisfied. He didn't even acknowledge the win, his eyes already seeking out Izuku in the stands. Their gazes locked, and Katsuki gestured at him, a silent challenge that said, "You're next." Izuku's response was immediate. He returned the gesture with a bring-it-on motion, his dark aura still swirling around him. The tension between them was palpable, and everyone could feel that the real battle was yet to come. Katsuki's hand continued to tremble slightly as he walked off the stage, but his determination was unwavering. He had won this round, but the fight with Izuku would be on an entirely different level. And both of them knew it. As Katsuki left the arena, the crowd was left in stunned silence, the intensity of the match lingering in the air. The festival continued, but everyone's thoughts were on the inevitable clash between Izuku and Katsuki, a battle that would define them both. As Izuku walked through the corridor, his anger simmering beneath the surface, he spotted Katsuki heading his way. The air between them crackled with tension, and Katsuki's face twisted in irritation the moment he saw Izuku, but Izuku ignored him and kept walking towards the recovery room. Katsuki growled, "What do you want, Deku? Did you think sending that girl against me with some lousy strategy was going to work? You put her up to it, didn't you?" Izuku stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Katsuki. He could feel the fury bubbling up inside him, but he forced himself to stay calm. He replied firmly, "Jiro's strategy was her own. She's not some pawn you can blame when things don't go your way." Katsuki's eyes widened in surprise for a moment, but he quickly masked it with a scowl. He retorted, "Like hell, she did that on her own. She's not strong enough to come up with a plan like that without your help." After a few tense minutes of silence, the stadium's atmosphere was still thick with anticipation following the intense moments between Izuku and Katsuki. The crowd had calmed down a little, though the energy still buzzed through the arena. Suddenly, President Mick's voice boomed over the speakers, breaking the tension. He announced, "All right, everyone. It's time for the semi-finals. The matchups are set, and things are about to get even more intense." The crowd perked up, eager to see the next battles unfold. The first match was Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki, and the second match was Katsuki Bakugo versus Achiko Uraraka. After leaving Momo in the recovery room, Izuku made his way through the hallway, his mind still on the upcoming match with Shoto Todoroki. As he turned a corner, he was met with the imposing figure of Endeavor, the number 2 hero and Shoto's father. His presence was overwhelming, radiating heat and a stern gaze. Endeavor said, "There you are. I've been watching you. Your power, summoning weapons, a dragon, and your battle with the brainwashing kid and the speedster. It's impressive." Izuku stopped, his expression neutral, though a flicker of irritation stirred inside him at Endeavor's tone and words. Endeavor continued, "You have strength and speed that reminds me of All Might. But that's where it stops. It is my son's duty to surpass All Might, and your match with him will be a good stepping stone for him to show the world his superiority." so don't hold back. I don't want you to disgrace either of us by going easy on him." Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly. Endeavor's words brought back memories of Shoto's declaration that he refused to use his fire during their match. Izuku could feel the weight of Shoto's struggle and how much he resented his father's expectations. Endeavor went on, his voice full of confidence and arrogance. "If he used his left side, his fire, he'd be unstoppable. My masterpiece will win this entire festival if he just stops holding back." That was enough. Izuku clenched his fists, a pulse of irritation flaring inside him. His voice, though low, was sharp as he muttered, "Shut up." Endeavor's eyes flared with anger. "What did you say?" he demanded, his voice heated and more aggressive now. Izuku replied louder, "I said shut up." His voice was so intimidating that, despite Endeavor's blazing fire quirk, he felt nothing but cold for a split second, a strange, eerie sensation that caught him off guard. The hallway seemed to darken as Izuku continued, his eyes sharp and unwavering. "I'm not All Might, and Shoto, he's not you." The words hit with the weight of a sledgehammer. For the first time in a long while, Endeavor found himself at a loss, his body stiffening as though the temperature had dropped. The coldness in Izuku's voice cut deeper than any flame could burn, leaving Endeavor stunned. Izuku added, "You talk about your son like he's just some tool to surpass someone else. But Shoto is more than that. He's his own person, not your masterpiece. So stop acting like you own him." For the first time in a long time, Endeavor, the towering, flame-wielding hero, stood frozen in place, unable to summon a response. Izuku's voice had stripped away his usual fiery confidence, leaving only the chilling truth hanging in the air. He could feel the weight of Izuku's defiance pressing down on him, and for once, his fire was not enough to drive it away. Without another word, Endeavor turned on his heel and stormed off, trying to shake the unsettling cold that had crept into his bones. As Izuku and Shoto walked toward the stage, the echoes of their conversation after the cavalry battle played in their minds. Now, standing at the threshold of their highly anticipated battle, those words weighed heavily on both of them. The tension between them was palpable, a mix of respect, challenge, and the weight of expectations. As they approached the arena, the roar of the crowd grew louder. People were on the edge of their seats, excited for the clash of two of the most powerful students from Class 1. Present Mick's voice boomed over the speakers, his excitement spilling out like never before. "This is it, everyone. The semi-final match we've all been waiting for." On the left side, the hero with powers so cold it chills to the bone, Shoto Todoroki. Shoto stepped forward, his expression neutral but his focus sharp, the icy mist from his right side swirling around him like a cold front. His calm demeanor did little to diminish the intensity that radiated from him. And on the right side, the rising hero whose quirk has surprised us all, the one who keeps on getting stronger, Izuku Midoriya. The crowd erupted even louder as Izuku took his place on the stage, rolling his shoulders and mentally preparing himself for what was to come. His sharp eyes focused on Shoto, and a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. The stadium was alive with the hum of excitement, and anticipation hung thick in the air. Even All Might in the stands had an unusually intense expression as he watched the two students face off. Izuku asked with a serious tone, "So what have you decided?" Shoto replied, "I won't use his power." Hearing this, Izuku's expression darkened. "We'll see about that." The air was tense in the stands as the class eagerly awaited the start of the highly anticipated match between two rivals. Among the onlookers, Ida turned to his classmate Tokoyami, his expression serious as he analyzed the upcoming battle. "How do you think this match will end up, Tokoyami?" he asked. Fumikage observed the stage carefully. "It depends," he replied in a low, thoughtful tone, "on Midoriya's ability to close the distance between them. If Todoroki can keep him at bay with his ice, Midoriya's unpredictability will always be his strength. He may find a way to close that distance." Tenya nodded. While the students of Class 1A exchanged their thoughts, far from the festival, Shigaraki watched the sports festival broadcast from his hideout. His face was twisted with irritation, his nails scratching at his neck in frustration as he observed the spectacle unfold. From the shadows behind him, the calm yet menacing voice of his master echoed through the room. "Watch them closely, Tamer. These two could become formidable obstacles in your path if they continue to grow stronger," his master warned, a hint of anticipation in his voice. "Midoriya, especially, carries something interesting. And Todoroki, with the potential to surpass even Endeavor. The world could soon find itself with more than just All Might to worry about." Shigaraki narrowed his eyes at the screen, watching as the camera zoomed in on Izuku and Shoto, both brimming with power. His fingers twitched slightly as if itching to destroy something. "Formidable obstacles, huh?" he muttered under his breath. "That white-haired brat is my main obstacle." The screen flickered as the announcers prepared for the match to begin, but Tamira's attention was fixed, knowing that this fight was a window into the future, and he knew what he had to destroy. Shoto stared across the stage, watching Izuku with narrowed eyes. He thought, he's powerful, remembering how Izuku had handled both Shinso and Ida. His brow furrowed. "But I still haven't seen his true strength. I need to push him." He clenched his fist, cold steam rising from his right side. "I'll end this with my ice before he gets the chance to fully unleash his power." On the other side of the field, Izuku summoned Beowulf and tightened the straps on his gauntlets, feeling the weight of Beowulf around his wrists and legs. His eyes locked on Shoto, his heart steady as he prepared himself for the inevitable ice storm. "Todoroki's ice is powerful, but it has limits. If I can close the distance and shatter his ice, I can force him to face me head-on." Present Mix's voice boomed across the stadium. "Ladies and gentlemen, the match between Midoriya and Todoroki starts now." As soon as the words left Present Mix's mouth, Shoto wasted no time. His right hand slammed against the ground, releasing a massive freezing wave that surged toward Izuku with terrifying speed. Izuku was ready. In one swift motion, he clenched his fist, channeling power into his Beowulf gauntlets. With a mighty roar, he rushed forward and swung his fist into the oncoming ice wave. The punch collided with the ice, shattering it instantly. The force of Izuku's blow was so immense that the air pressure from his punch rushed at Shoto, carrying with it a chilling gust of wind and shards of shattered ice. The audience sitting behind Shoto gasped as they felt the cold rush past them, mixed with the sheer power of Izuku's strike. Shoto quickly created a towering wall of ice behind him to prevent himself from being knocked out of bounds. His feet dug into the ground as he stood his ground, the ice around him cracking slightly. He glanced at Izuku, his eyes calculating. "I was right. Midoriya is still holding back. If he's this strong already, then how much strength is he hiding?" Without wasting time, Shoto attacked again. He unleashed a relentless barrage of ice toward Izuku, intending to overwhelm him with sheer volume. Massive ice structures grew from the arena floor, each one larger and faster than the last, all aimed at engulfing his opponent. But Izuku wasn't fazed. He dashed forward again, weaving between the growing ice pillars and shattering them with every punch and kick. His movements were fluid, his gauntlets glowing with energy as each strike obliterated the ice as if it were nothing. The crowd watched in awe as Izuku's punches and kicks broke through each wave of ice with precision and power. As the ice kept coming, Izuku broke through it easily, his steps determined as he moved closer and closer toward Shoto. Shoto's thoughts raced. He's not just powerful. He's fast. I can't keep him away with my ice alone. His eyes flicked to his left side for a brief moment, but he quickly shook off the thought, refusing to use his fire. Izuku, sensing Shoto's growing frustration, smirked slightly and encouraged him to push harder. In Class 1A's section of the stands, the atmosphere was thick with tension as Izuku and Shoto clashed, sending waves of ice and shockwaves of power across the arena. Kirishima chuckled, leaning back in his seat, commenting on the intensity of the fight. He remarked that the techniques being used were almost enough to blow up the whole stadium. Katsuki, sitting a few seats away, scowled at the comment, arms crossed tightly over his chest. He glared at the fight, his expression a mix of frustration and intense focus. Without turning to face Izuku, he muttered that quirks were physical abilities, just like muscles, and they got worn out just like anything else. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the explanation, though he grinned, acknowledging that they all knew that. He was simply pointing out that they took it to another level. Katsuki clicked his tongue in annoyance, clearly irritated, and explained that the whole point of training and development was to push limits. He emphasized that without pushing those limits, a quirk wouldn't be enough in a long fight. And he designed his costume to help him fight beyond his natural abilities. As the match continued, Izuku broke through the last of Shoto's ice barrage and closed the gap between them in a flash. His movements were fast, too quick for Shoto to counter with his long-range attacks. Izuku's fists tightened, his gauntlets glowing as he launched into a close-range assault, starting with a powerful right hook aimed at Shoto's midsection. The blow connected with a dull thud, and Shoto's eyes widened as the force nearly knocked him off his feet. Staggering back, Shoto barely had time to react before Izuku followed up with a swift left jab to his ribs, followed by an uppercut with his right fist. Shoto attempted to form a block of ice between them, but Izuku shattered it with a quick punch. His movements were fluid and relentless, each punch carrying precision and weight as he kept closing the distance, refusing to give Shoto any breathing room. With a spin, Izuku delivered a powerful roundhouse kick, his greaves glowing as they connected with Shoto's side, sending him skidding backward across the arena floor. Now fully in control of the fight, Izuku advanced again, his fists moving like blurs as he delivered a rapid series of punches. Left, right, each punch met with the sound of breaking ice as Shoto tried to defend himself with hastily constructed barriers. Izuku shouted at Shoto to fight seriously, expressing his irritation as he connected with another solid punch to Shoto's chest, forcing him to retreat again. Shoto, breathing heavily, gritted his teeth and raised his right hand, forming more ice in front of him, but exhaustion was starting to show. Each block of ice was slower and weaker, and Izuku was tearing through them effortlessly. He urged Shoto to stop holding back and use his fire, insisting that he couldn't win without it. Shoto remained silent, focused on keeping the ice between them, but the pressure mounted. He threw up another wall of ice, but it was no use. Izuku's next punch blew through it as if it were made of paper, forcing Shoto back onto the defensive. Growing visibly frustrated, Izuku grabbed Shoto by the collar and pulled him close, his eyes blazing with intensity. He insisted that Shoto couldn't win like this and needed to fight with everything he had. Shoto glared back, his face stern, but Izuku's words hit him hard. He muttered that he didn't need his fire, trying to twist free from Izuku's grasp. In a moment of frustration, Izuku released Shoto and delivered a powerful kick to his midsection, sending him tumbling backward across the arena. The crowd gasped as Shoto struggled to his feet, clearly shaken by the onslaught. But instead of launching another attack, Izuku shocked everyone by taking a deep breath, relaxing his stance, and sitting down right there in the middle of the battlefield. His classmates gasped, and the audience murmured in confusion. Present Mike was at a loss for words, questioning what Izuku was doing. Before anyone could react, a shadowy figure materialized beside Izuku, his doppelganger, an exact replica of himself, stood up and walked toward Shoto, ready to continue the battle. Present Mike struggled to keep up with the chaos unfolding in the arena, bewildered by Izuku's actions. Shoto, confused, raised his hand and sent a wave of ice toward the doppelganger. The doppelganger dodged effortlessly, his movements fluid and calm, but it was clear this wasn't the same as fighting the real Izuku. Frustration mounted in Shoto's chest as he repeatedly tried to freeze his opponent, but each attempt was met with the doppelganger's swift avoidance. Shoto shouted, demanding to know why Izuku wouldn't fight him with full power, his voice cracking slightly under the weight of the situation. Izuku, still seated calmly on the ground, slowly lifted his head and smirked, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of annoyance and amusement. He repeated Shoto's question, sarcastically asking why he should fight with full power when Shoto wasn't giving it his all. Shoto's breath caught in his throat as Izuku continued, questioning whether he thought he was being strong by rejecting his fire and if he believed he was proving something by holding back. Izuku's smirk deepened as he declared that without power, one could not protect anything, let alone themselves. He challenged Shoto to earn his respect and prove he was worth fighting against, stating that right now, he wasn't even close. His words hung in the air, a challenge waiting to be met. Shoto felt the weight of Izuku's taunt, his chest tightening. The calm and cocky demeanor Izuku displayed only added fuel to the fire burning within him. "If you want to beat me," Izuku said, his voice hardening, "then stop being a coward. Use your fire, or I'll walk out of here knowing you are not worthy as my opponent." Stunned by the bluntness and raw truth of Izuku's words, Shoto stood frozen. The reality of the fight hit him harder than any punch or kick. Midoriya seems totally unbothered, while Todoroki is. Well, he's getting more and more frustrated. Present Mike continued. "Is this some kind of psychological warfare? It sure looks like it." As the battle raged on, the doppelganger dodged another ice barrage, moving swiftly around Shoto, almost taunting him. The crowd watched in awe and confusion. Some cheered for Todoroki to break through, while others were stunned by Izuku's bold strategy. But it was clear, this fight wasn't going according to anyone's expectations. Suddenly, Shoto managed to trap the doppelganger with an enormous wave of ice, freezing him solid in place. The crowd roared as Present Mike exclaimed, "Todoroki's frozen the clone. Is this it? Has Todoroki finally gained the upper hand?" But then, without warning, the frozen figure of Izuku's doppelganger simply vanished. The ice shattered into dust, leaving no trace behind. Shoto's eyes widened. "What?" He turned to face the real Izuku, still sitting calmly. "Why are you going so far?" Izuku's eyes locked onto Shoto, piercing through the ice user's emotional guard. "You're trembling, Todoroki." The words hit Shoto hard, his face betraying a flicker of surprise. Izuku's voice was cold, calculated, and almost indifferent as he continued. "You keep using that ice, but your body can only take so much cold before it starts shutting down. Your quirk might be strong, but your body has its limits. You know that you can offset the cold. You know you could fix this if you just used your fire," he added, his voice filled with quiet frustration. "But you refuse to use it, don't you?" The crowd grew quiet as Izuku's words echoed through the stadium, the tension rising with each second. Even Present Mike seemed speechless for a moment, his commentary fading into the background as the two stood face to face. Everyone else, his voice hardened as flashes of memories came flooding back. Kyoka pushing herself to her limits, Achiko's determination, and Momo standing tall even after Katsuki's onslaught. Everyone else is giving it their all. Every single one of us is fighting with everything we've got. But you're only using half of what you have. What makes you think that's fair? What gives you the right to hold back when the rest of us are breaking our limits? Shoto's hands clenched into fists, the ice beneath his feet cracking slightly under the strain of his quirk. But he said nothing. "Put more effort into this, Todoroki," Izuku growled, his voice low and full of power. "Stop hiding behind your fear. Because right now, you're not fighting me, you're running away." As Shoto rushed toward Izuku, his movements were noticeably sluggish compared to earlier. His stamina had clearly taken a hit, and Katsuki, watching intently from the stands, smirked in irritation. "He's running out of juice. That dumbass wasted too much energy on the tape guy and the vine girl," he muttered under his breath, referring to Shoto's previous match against Zero and Ibara. The gap between Izuku and Shoto closed quickly, but just as Shoto lifted his right foot to launch an attack, Izuku casually summoned his doppelganger once again. The doppelganger, moving with swift and brutal efficiency, slammed its fist into Shoto's torso, sending him flying backward near the bounds. "Whoa! What a hit!" Present Mike yelled, his voice echoing through the stadium. "Midoriya's clone is no joke. Todoroki's gotta do something to break through this defense." Shoto crashed into the ground but managed to roll to his feet, though his movements were slower, more deliberate now. He gritted his teeth and attempted another ice barrage, but the ice crawled forward with none of the speed or precision it had earlier. The doppelganger, unfazed, dodged the incoming shards with ease, weaving through the attack like it was nothing. The two fighters met once again in the center of the stage, exchanging blows at close quarters. Shoto, breathing heavily, threw a sluggish punch that the doppelganger effortlessly deflected before countering with a swift elbow to Shoto's ribs. Shoto winced in pain but managed to keep his balance, retaliating with a sweeping ice attack aimed at the doppelganger's legs. It was slower, much slower, and the doppelganger hopped over it with ease, landing another solid punch to Shoto's gut. From the sides, Cementos watched the fight with growing concern, his brow furrowing deeply. Midnight, beside him, raised an eyebrow as she sensed his discomfort. "Midnight," he urged, his voice low and serious, "you need to stop the match. Todoroki's fighting recklessly. He's pushing himself too far." Midnight hesitated, her eyes darting between the two fighters. "But the match hasn't reached its conclusion yet. There's still—" "He's going to hurt himself," he interrupted, his voice firm. "It's clear Todoroki's body can't handle any more of this. Look at him. He's completely out of stamina." As the two exchanged more blows, it became evident that Shoto was running on fumes. Each punch he threw was slower than the last, each ice attack weaker and less controlled. Despite that, Shoto refused to back down. His determination to win without using his fireside was apparent, but it was costing him dearly. The doppelganger moved swiftly, ducking beneath Shoto's wild swings and landing blow after blow on the exhausted fighter. Every time Shoto staggered back, he tried to summon more ice, but nothing substantial came. His body was on the verge of shutting down, yet he pressed on. Meanwhile, the crowd was growing restless, murmurs of concern spreading throughout the stadium. Even present Mike had grown quieter, unsure of how to narrate the one-sidedness of the fight. "Is this really okay?" a student in the stands muttered. Izuku, watching the fight from his seated position, clenched his fists, his frustration mounting. Shoto was still holding back, still refusing to use his fireside, even though his body was reaching its limit. As Shoto lunged once more, the doppelganger effortlessly dodged and delivered a sharp blow to Shoto's side, sending him skidding across the ground. Izuku's doppelganger dashed at Shoto with relentless speed. Shoto desperately threw up another wall of ice, his face showing the strain of pushing his body to the limit. The icy fortress barely formed before the doppelganger plowed right through it, shattering the ice into fragments without so much as flinching. In one fluid motion, the doppelganger delivered a powerful kick to Shoto's side, sending him skidding across the arena floor. Breathing heavily, Shoto propped himself up on one knee, his body trembling from exhaustion and cold. "Why? Why are you putting me through this, Midoriya? Why don't you end this easily?" Shoto gasped, his voice strained. Without missing a beat, the real Izuku, still seated on the ground and observing the fight with calm intensity, spoke up. "Because, Todoroki, I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to become a hero. If you're not giving it your all, you're just wasting your potential." His voice was firm, unwavering. "Heroes don't hold back, not when lives are on the line." The doppelganger closed in again, slamming its head into Shoto's, causing him to stagger back once more. He felt a trickle of blood from his nose, and his vision blurred momentarily from the impact. "Stop screwing around," Izuku shouted, his voice carrying across the stadium. His words echoed with frustration, not just with Shoto, but with the situation itself. "You think you can just reject your father and still win? That's fine, but if you're not prepared to give everything you've got, then you don't deserve to be here. You don't have the right to be the best if you're not willing to do your best." Those words struck Shoto like a hammer. As he steadied himself, painful memories surged forward, the relentless training sessions forced upon him by endeavor, the harsh words, and the pressure to surpass all might. His heart clenched as he remembered his mother's soft voice telling him, "It's okay, Shoto. You don't have to be like him." He recalled the day his mother, in her fragile state, had snapped, pouring boiling water over his left side, the side that represented the fire he wished to reject. The trauma of that day fueled his resentment toward Endeavor and his own Quirk. He had sworn never to use the fire that linked him to his father. But Izuku's words pierced through that emotional fog, harsh and unyielding. Izuku wasn't asking for excuses. He was demanding that Shoto confront his limits and go beyond them. "Do you really think you can surpass me without using your full power?" Izuku's voice cut through Shoto's thoughts, pulling him back to the present. Because if you can't, then you'll never surpass anyone. As more frost spread over Shoto's body, threatening to freeze him entirely, the memories flooded back. His father's demanding voice, his mother's fragile words, and most of all, his own desire to become a hero, not because of his father, but in spite of him. The doppelganger struck again, landing a punch squarely in Shoto's chest. He flew back from the impact, gasping for breath, his body numb from both the cold and the pain. Izuku slowly stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes, watching Shoto struggle to rise once more. "You'll never surpass me, Todoroki. Not like this." His words hung heavy in the air, a direct challenge. As Shoto reeled from the attack, pain and cold surging through his body, his mind drifted back to his childhood, a time filled with separation, isolation, and the weight of expectations. He remembered the days when he was kept apart from his siblings, locked away in training sessions designed to mold him into the perfect successor. His father's harsh voice echoed in his ears, always pushing, always demanding more, never allowing him to just be a child. Then came the memory that haunted him the most, the day his mother had snapped. Her fragile mind, pushed to the breaking point by years of Endeavor's relentless abuse, finally cracked. The boiling water, the searing pain as it hit his face, the shocked look in her eyes when she realized what she had done. And then, just like that, she was gone. His father had her locked away, but Shoto knew the truth. It wasn't her fault. It was his father's. With clenched fists, Shoto forced himself to stand, frost clinging to his body as he struggled to hold himself together. "I will reject him," he muttered, his voice thick with bitterness. "I'll never use his fire." Across the arena, Izuku's eyes narrowed, and his expression hardened with determination. "That's not your father's quirk, Todoroki. It's yours." The words hit Shoto like a shockwave. His heart pounded in his chest, and a flood of emotions surged through him, threatening to drown him in confusion and pain. But beneath all of that, there was something else, something Izuku had sparked in him. An old, long-forgotten memory surfaced, one that had been buried under layers of resentment and anger. He remembered sitting with his mother in the living room, watching a special on TV about All Might. All Might's powerful figure filled the screen, smiling brightly as he addressed the children of the world. "Your quirks are a part of who you are. They may come from your parents, but how you use them is up to you. It's your own power, so use it in your own way." Next to him, his mother smiled softly, placing a gentle hand on his head. "Shoto, you're not a prisoner of your lineage. You're you, and that's all that matters. It's okay to use your power to become who you want to be. Don't ever forget that." The memory was so clear, so vivid, that it almost took his breath away. He had forgotten about that day, about her words, buried under the weight of his hatred for his father. But now, during this fight, Izuku's words brought it all rushing back. "It's your quirk," Izuku shouted again, his voice filled with passion. "Not his. You're more than what he made you, Todoroki. You're your own person, and you have the power to decide what kind of hero you want to be." Shoto stood there, frozen, but not from his quirk. His mind raced as the weight of what Izuku was saying sank in. All this time, he had been fighting to reject his father, to push away the fire that symbolized everything he hated. But in doing so, he had been rejecting a part of himself. He wasn't just rejecting the fire, he was rejecting who he truly was. His eyes flickered with a new light, one that had been missing for so long. He could feel the heat rising within him, the warmth of his fireside, the part of him that he had locked away. And for the first time in years, he didn't try to suppress it. Shoto's resolve finally snapped into place. The flames ignited on his left side, roaring to life in an explosive display of power that lit up the entire arena. The intense heat caused the frost covering his body to melt instantly, steam rising as the ice rapidly turned to water. The audience gasped, stunned by the spectacle before them. For so long, Shoto had rejected his fire, but now he embraced it fully. All Might, watching from the stands, felt a wave of understanding wash over him. He realized that Izuku had been pushing Shoto to this very moment, not out of spite or competition, but to free him from his self-imposed chains. All Might whispered, a proud smile crossing his face, acknowledging Izuku's intentions. He recognized that Izuku wasn't just fighting Shoto, he was saving him. As the flames blazed, Shoto stood taller, stronger. His once cold expression softened into something more, something free. He looked at Izuku, his eyes filled with new determination, the burden of rejection no longer weighing him down. With his flames flickering lower and the frost completely gone, he took a breath and spoke, his voice steady and resolute. Shoto remarked that it was Izuku who was messing around. Izuku blinked, slightly surprised but smiling warmly in response, asking how so. Shoto explained that it was about helping his opponent like that, his lips curving into the faintest smile, something genuine, something long buried beneath years of anger. He expressed his desire to become a hero too, just like Izuku. Hearing those words from Shoto and witnessing the transformation in him made everything worth it for Izuku. The self-repression was gone. His friend had finally accepted his true self, both ice and fire, strength and vulnerability. Izuku affirmed that he always knew Shoto had it in him, grinning with pride and marveling at Shoto's amazing power. Shoto glanced at his left hand, watching as the fire danced in his palm. Then, for the first time in the entire match, he smiled back, a sincere and affecting smile. The arena, which had been caught in stunned silence, erupted in a roar of cheers and excitement. The spectacle of Shoto's full power being unleashed was breathtaking, and the emotional weight of the moment was not lost on the crowd. Present Mick's voice blasted over the loudspeakers, overflowing with energy, announcing the legendary finish they were about to witness. Izuku stood up, flames of determination burning in his own eyes. He muttered to himself that now the real fight began, fists clenching as he prepared to face Shoto in his full glory. As Endeavor witnessed the flames erupting from Shoto, his heart swelled with pride. His son was finally embracing his fire, the legacy of his bloodline, the power that would surpass even All Might. Ecstatic, he stormed down toward the arena, his booming voice cutting through the cheers and excitement of the crowd, declaring that Shoto was finally using his fire and that he would carry on his legacy. But before Endeavor could continue, a thunderous clap echoed through the stadium. Izuku, with his Beowulf gauntlets on, brought his hands together with such force that a shockwave rippled out across the arena. The sheer power of the impact caused a strong gust of wind to blow straight at Endeavor, wiping the flames from his face in an instant. Without missing a beat, Izuku turned his steely gaze to the pro hero and shouted for him to be quiet. The crowd fell silent for a brief second, stunned by Izuku's blunt and audacious command. Even Endeavor froze in place, utterly bewildered by the forceful blow, both physical and verbal. Present Mick's voice rang out over the speakers, filling the silence with a mixture of surprise and amusement, commenting on Izuku's impressive display. Endeavor, still processing what had just happened, glared at Izuku but said nothing, the roaring cheers and Present Mick's commentary echoing around the stadium. Meanwhile, Izuku turned back to Shoto, focus unwavering, ready to continue the battle. As the intense battle reached its climax, Shoto, still grinning from ear to ear with his flames blazing, looked at Izuku with curiosity, questioning why he was grinning in such a hopeless situation. Izuku, instead of being intimidated, let out a low chuckle. He locked eyes with Shoto and, with a confident smirk, declared that it was time to stop holding back. The air buzzed with tension, and then it happened. He let out a primal scream that shook the very ground beneath their feet. The raw, earth-shattering roar echoed across the arena. His voice reverberated through the stands, shaking the walls as if the sheer force of his will was being channeled into that scream. His voice tore through the air, growing louder and louder with every second. His scream was filled with the intensity of his unrestrained power, his veins bulging as blue lightning crackled around him. The ground quaked, sending tremors across the stadium. People in the audience felt the vibrations beneath their feet, some even losing their balance. Above them, the once clear sky darkened as swirling clouds gathered, reacting to the sheer magnitude of Izuku's power. His aura exploded outward in a brilliant blue wave, glowing like the sun itself. The intense energy radiated from his body, creating shockwaves so strong that the audience behind him had to brace themselves against the powerful gusts of wind. It was a power-up like no other, an unstoppable force being unleashed. Izuku's body transformed, his muscles tightening and his hair spiking upward, glowing with an electrifying blue hue as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his power reaching an entirely new level. The crowd erupted in shock and disbelief, eyes wide, as the ground continued to quake under the weight of his transformation. The radiant blue aura surrounding Izuku was a testament to the immense power coursing through his veins, signifying his mastery over his skills and abilities. His enhanced strength allowed him to deliver powerful attacks that could crush enemies with ease. His speed was significantly increased, enabling him to move and react at incredible velocities. His durability was greatly improved, making him more resistant to damage and able to sustain prolonged combat. His cognitive abilities and sensory perception were heightened, allowing him to think and react faster in battle. The radiant blue aura signified his transformation, intimidating his enemies. Izuku unleashed his special moves with devastating effect. The cosmic meteor strike involved charging a massive amount of energy into his fists or legs before launching himself at the enemy, crashing down with the impact of a falling star. Upon contact, the strike triggered a cataclysmic explosion that radiated in all directions, leaving a crater in its wake. The starfall barrage began with a barrage of elemental energy blasts, hammering the enemy from all sides. As the final move, he condensed energy into a rainbow sphere before hurling it at the enemy, causing a devastating explosion of star-like particles that annihilated anything caught in the blast radius. In the stands, the boys, especially Kirishima and Tetsu, watched with admiration and awe, tears streaming down their faces, overwhelmed by the moment. Tetsu exclaimed that Izuku had spiky hair now, just like them, his voice cracking with emotion. Ijiro echoed the sentiment, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand, clearly moved by Izuku's display of strength. Katsuki, meanwhile, looked as though his eyes were about to pop out of his sockets, his face twisted in disbelief as he stared at Izuku, now shining in Super Saiyan Blue form. He muttered in confusion, questioning what was happening. In the audience, some girls were swooning over how incredible Izuku looked in his transformed state. One of them commented breathlessly about how hot he was. However, Ochiko narrowed her eyes at the comment, crossing her arms in frustration. She muttered under her breath that he wasn't doing this to look good, glaring at the girls. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit hideout, Shigaraki watched the screen with wide, disbelieving eyes. His hands trembled uncontrollably as Izuku's transformation unfolded before him. He stammered in fear and disbelief, recalling the incident at the USJ where Izuku had fought against Nomu. The realization struck him that Izuku had been holding back. Standing beside him, Kurojiiri urged Shigaraki to calm down, attempting to ease the panic in his young master. Shigaraki's scratching slowed, but his hands still trembled. The gravity of the situation began to sink in, and he understood the terrifying potential of Izuku. A voice spoke with calm authority in the background, assuring Shigaraki that once they got rid of Midoriya, nothing would be able to stop them. Shigaraki's hands slowly stopped shaking, and his expression shifted from fear to a determined calm. He took a deep breath, his fingers still twitching slightly but no longer scratching at his neck. He replied, his voice steadier, that they would destroy him, and then no one would stand in their way. Back on the battlefield, the tension between Izuku and Shoto was palpable, the air thick with energy. Izuku's aura flared around him like a raging storm, and despite the overwhelming power, his smirk remained. He asked Shoto if he was ready to keep going, his voice calm but laced with confidence. Shoto's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Izuku transform. The sheer power radiating from Izuku's Super Saiyan Blue form was unlike anything he had ever felt before. The flames on his left side blazed even hotter, igniting his competitive spirit. For the first time, Shoto looked truly excited and determined, clenching his fists and staring at Izuku. The air crackled with fiery tension as both fighters prepared to unleash their ultimate power. Shoto let loose a massive wall of flames from his left side, covering the arena with intense heat. But Izuku didn't flinch. As Shoto's fire rushed toward him, Izuku quickly wove hand signs and called out a powerful technique, summoning a blazing sphere of fire that hurtled toward Shoto's flame. As the fireball left his hands, it rapidly grew, expanding into an enormous wall of flame, transforming into a massive surge of fire that engulfed the battlefield. The overwhelming heat created a vortex of swirling flames, and a gigantic fire tornado rose, spinning with unimaginable force. The crowd gasped, feeling the searing warmth even from the stands as the flames reached higher and higher. The arena itself seemed on the brink of being consumed by the blazing inferno. Shoto gritted his teeth, his eyes locked on Izuku through the flames. He realized that Izuku wasn't just powerful, he was adaptable, relentless, and completely out of this world. Katsuki gritted his teeth, fists clenched in frustration, lamenting that both of those extras were going all out. He could feel the heat of Shoto's flames from where he sat and saw the unmistakable raw power emanating from Izuku. Achiko sat at the edge of her seat, her hands tightly clasped together. She whispered, worry clear in her voice, "This is insane. Midoriya-kun, please be careful," as she felt the energy radiating from both fighters. She glanced at the inferno forming around Shoto, her heart pounding in her chest. Kirishima was practically shaking from excitement. "This is it. The manliest clash of all time," he shouted, tears of pride forming in his eyes. "Those two are going full throttle. It's incredible." Beside him, Tetsu nodded vigorously in agreement, both of them hyped by the sheer power on display. Fumikage watched quietly, his dark eyes fixed on the stage. "Midoriya. Todoroki. They're both operating on a completely different level right now," he said. His partner, Dark Shadow, murmured in agreement, sensing the magnitude of the battle. Mineta, on the other hand, was frozen in fear. "They're going to destroy the entire stadium at this rate. This is way too much." Back to the match. Both competitors stood their ground, their flames raging against one another, but it was clear that Izuku's fire was growing even stronger. The crowd was on the edge of their seats, watching in amazement as the battle raged on. Izuku's eyes blazed with determination. "Let's finish this," he declared, his voice echoing through the arena. Shoto smirked, his resolve just as strong. "Couldn't agree more." The tension in the air was palpable as both fighters powered up, their auras clashing violently, sending shockwaves through the arena. The audience held their breath, sensing that this was the final clash. Fearing for the safety of the students, Cementos and Midnight exchanged worried glances. "We need to step in," Cementos said urgently, his voice laced with concern. "One of them might get hurt if this keeps up." But before they could act, Shoto unleashed a massive wave of ice, covering the arena in an instant. The frigid blast surged towards Izuku, who responded with lightning speed. Channeling the power of Beowulf's greaves, he propelled himself high into the air, dodging the icy wave with ease. As Izuku soared through the sky, the crowd watched in awe, their eyes following his every move. He descended toward Shoto with deadly precision, his right gauntlet crackling with energy. "This is it," he shouted, preparing to unleash a full power punch. "Show me your motivation." Shoto stood his ground, switching to his fireside and superheating the area around him. The intense flames roared to life, enveloping him in a blazing inferno. "Thank you, Midoriya," he thought, gratitude and respect clear in his mind. As Izuku hurtled towards him, the tension reached its peak. Cementos quickly erected massive concrete walls between them, hoping to stop the clash. But it was futile. The moment Izuku's punch collided with Shoto's fiery counterattack, the arena was consumed by a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave from their clash was unlike anything anyone had ever seen. It tore through Cementos's wall as if it were made of paper, the force so immense that it obliterated the entire fighting ring in an instant. Midnight's stand was knocked over by the blast, and a massive whirlwind swept through the audience, sending people reeling in their seats. For a moment, the entire arena was engulfed in chaos. The wind howled, debris flew everywhere, and the once pristine stage was now a shattered ruin. The audience, previously cheering, now sat in stunned silence, trying to comprehend the sheer power they had just witnessed. As the dust began to settle, Cementos, still reeling from the impact, looked over the destruction with wide eyes. Just because something is powerful doesn't mean it's good, but this is amazing, he muttered, still in disbelief. Present Mike, recovering from the shock, shouted into the mic, "What was that madness just now? What the heck is up with your class?" Aizawa replied, his tone calm but serious, "The explosion was caused by the rapid change in temperature. When Todoroki's intense heat met Midoriya's attack, it created a massive shockwave. That's what created this explosion? How hot was that? Geez, I can't see a thing. Hey, who won the match?" Mike exclaimed. As the smoke cleared, the arena was silent, all eyes focused on the stage. There, lying on the ground outside the ring, was Shoto, unconscious from the sheer force of the clash. The crowd gasped, unable to believe what they were seeing. Midnight, still somewhat dazed, quickly stepped forward and raised her hand. "The winner of this match is Izuku Midoriya," she announced, her voice carrying through the now quiet arena. The audience erupted into cheers and applause, though many were still in shock from the sheer spectacle they had witnessed. Izuku stood in the center of the ruined arena, breathing lightly with a victorious smile on his face. He had done it. Shoto had given everything he had, but in the end, Izuku had emerged as the victor, pushing both of them to their absolute limits. The arena buzzed with the aftermath of Izuku and Shoto's heated showdown. Fans in the stands couldn't stop talking, their voices filling the air with a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Izuku, the dark horse of the tournament, had once again proven his strength, overwhelming Shoto Todoroki in a match that would be talked about for years to come. The battle between Shoto's ice and fire against Izuku's quirk was fierce, but ultimately, Izuku emerged victorious. Katsuki stood nearby, his fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted. He overheard fans eagerly dissecting every moment of the fight. Their praise of Izuku and astonishment at Shoto's abilities grated on his nerves. "Did you see how Midoriya dodged that ice wall?" one voice exclaimed. And then Todoroki switched to his fire side. "It was insane. I didn't expect him to go all out like that." Katsuki scoffed, feeling a burning irritation settle in his chest. "Demon nerds. Can't believe they're getting so much attention," he muttered to himself. The very idea of Izuku surpassing him gnawed at him, and the crowd's admiration only made the sting worse. Katsuki was determined to make his own mark, but with everyone so focused on the recent battle, it felt like his thunder was stolen. Meanwhile, Shoto was being led to Recovery Girl's office. His body ached from the intensity of the fight, especially where Izuku's blows had landed. But more than the physical pain, the emotional turmoil of the battle churned in his thoughts. Using his left side, his fire, something he'd long rejected, had come so naturally in the heat of combat. Yet the victory had still eluded him. After Recovery Girl's usual treatment, the fatigue lifted from Shoto's limbs, but his mind remained conflicted. As he walked through the corridor, lost in his thoughts, a familiar and imposing figure stepped into view, Endeavor, his father. "Shoto," his deep voice echoed through the hallway. There was a moment of silence between them, the weight of past tension lingering in the air. "You lost today," Endeavor stated, his tone devoid of surprise but carrying a hint of disappointment. "But you used your fire." A flicker of pride was evident in his voice. "You've started to embrace your full potential. This is only the beginning, Shoto. You can still become stronger. I know you're on your own path, but after graduation, I want you to think about working as my sidekick. I can teach you how to master both sides completely." The offer hung in the air between them, thick with expectations. Endeavor's vision of their future had always been clear, Shoto as the heir to his legacy, surpassing all might in power and dominance. But that wasn't Shoto's dream. Shoto's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice low and steady. "I didn't use my fire because of you." Endeavor blinked, the brief flicker of surprise quickly masked. "What?" "I haven't rescinded my disavowal of you," Shoto continued, his voice unwavering. "The only reason I used my left side was because, for a moment, I forgot about you entirely. It wasn't about proving anything to you. I didn't think of you at all. The weight of those words landed heavily between them. Endeavor, for all his ambition and desire to mold his son, was momentarily stunned. The idea that Shoto could have accessed his firepower without the internal struggle that had once plagued him, and without thinking of him, was a bitter pill to swallow. Shoto's eyes softened as he glanced down at his left hand. I'm still unsure about my fire. I don't know if it's something I even want to use going forward, or if I'll find my own way without it. And if that's the case, then I won't need you. Not now. Not ever. Without waiting for a response, Shoto turned on his heel and started walking away. Endeavor watched his son's retreating figure, a rare frown creasing his features. Despite his usual stoic demeanor, Shoto's words stung more than any rejection ever had. The flame hero stood there, staring at the space Shoto had vacated, his pride momentarily dimmed. He had always wanted to push Shoto to greatness, but now he began to realize that his son's path might take him in a direction where Endeavor had no place.